Section 0 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Bibliographic information. Collated perfect. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, transmitted with the message of the President at the opening of the second session of the 25th Congress, 1837-38. Washington, printed by Thomas Allen, 1837. Excerpt from Document Number 3 of the House of Representatives, Message from the President, etc., December 5, 1837, 25th Congress, Second Session. Another edition was printed as pages 525 to 672 of Document Number 1 of the Senate, Message from the President, etc., December 5, 1837, same session and Congress, with imprint, Washington, Blair and Rives, Printers, 1837. A separate edition was also issued with its own pagination. End of Section 0. Read by stepheather, Bangalore, India, May 24, 2023.
Section 1 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jonathan Pruitt. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Report from the Office of Indian Affairs. War Department, Office of Indian Affairs, December 1, 1837. Sir, in obedience to your direction of the 7th of September, I have the honor to submit the usual annual report of the operations of the Indian Department. The increased extent and diversified character of the operations under the direction of this office will prevent my presenting anything more than a mere outline. They embrace negotiations with the tribes east of the Mississippi for the extinguishment of their titles, with those of the Western Prairie for the establishment of friendly relations between them and the United States, and with the indigenous and emigrated tribes beyond the Mississippi and Missouri rivers for the adjustment of difficulties and the preservation of peace. They include the removal of the Indians in New York, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin, in the North, the West, and the Northwest, and in Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida in the South and Southwest, to new homes southwest of the Missouri River. They comprehend the location and sale of reservations, the investment or payment of the proceeds, and of the proceeds of land ceded, with the collection and disbursement of the interest thereon. They involve a supervision of the execution of treaty stipulations for the subsistence of immigrants, the examination and payment of debts and claims, the education of the young, and the supply of agricultural implements and assistance, and the employment of interpreters, farmers, mechanics, and laborers. They demand a constant attention to the conduct of the numerous agents and officers necessarily employed, commissioners to hold treaties or to investigate claims, superintendents of emigration, and of the 4 divisions of the department, agents and subagents. They call for an exact adherence to the laws and for the adoption, from time to time, of the regulations requisite to give them full effect. They involve the superintendents of the investment of nearly $2 million, the annual disbursement of appropriations not less in the last 3 years than $5 million, and the disposition of interest to the amount of about $200,000, and they affect the welfare of a population estimated at 330,000, scattered over an immense extent of country. The copious extracts hereto appended from the complete and accurate reports of the superintendents in Michigan, Wisconsin, and the Western Territory, from almost all the agents in the Superintendency of St. Louis, and a valuable communication from Captain Brown, principal military dispersing agent for the Western Superintendency, exhibit such clear and satisfactory views of the progress, condition, and prospects of a large proportion of the tribes, and of the measures that should be pursued for their improvement, as to render more than this passing notice of these subjects unnecessary. Among these papers is one from Mr. Schoolcraft on the subject of forming a cabinet and library for this office. An extract from the letter to which this is merely a reply accompanies it. The considerations in favor of these measures are obvious and important. The expense that would attend their execution would be inconsiderable. An annual appropriation of no very large amount would also enable the department to do something to collect and preserve everything related to the history, present condition, numbers, manners, and languages of the aborigines of this continent, who are now the object of much philosophical curiosity with the students of history in this country and Europe. I beg leave respectfully to repeat the recommendation of the early establishment of a government in the Indian country, and of the necessary military posts beyond the Missouri River, and to invite your attention to the reasons therefore presented in my last annual report. Among other duties confided within the last year to the Rev. Mr. McCoy was that of explaining to the various tribes in that region who would be affected by it the provisions of the bill reported at the last session by the Committee on Indian Affairs in the House of Representatives for the creation of a government for the Western Territory. This duty he has partially performed, and he has transmitted, with a clear exposition of his own views, petitions from the proper authorities of several of the tribes, in which they earnestly request that it may soon become a law. Copies of these papers are submitted. Progress in the removal of the Indians east of the Mississippi who have agreed to emigrate has, from various causes, been inconsiderable during the past year. The whole number, including Cherokees, Creeks, Chickasaws, Potawatomis, and Ottawas, has not exceeded 5,700. When the stipulations with these and other tribes upon this subject are carried into effect, there will remain, on the east side of the Mississippi and south of the Chippewas of Lake Superior, only the Wyandots in Ohio, the Six Nations in New York, the Menemonees, Munsees, and Stockbridges in Wisconsin, and the Miamis in Indiana. And the policy of exchanging lands west of the river for those held by tribes east of it, which was first authorized in 1804, though not vigorously commenced until 1830, will have been brought to a point of successful accomplishment that could not have been anticipated at its inception. Frequent advices were received in the spring of hostile incursions of the Sioux and the Sacs and Foxes of the Mississippi upon the lands of each other. The interposition of the executive was earnestly invoked. There were two modes only in which it might be effectual, and to one of these alone did the circumstances of the country permit a resort. Deputations from these tribes were invited to visit this city. Deputations from the Winnebagoes, who had been occasional partakers in the warlike frays, from the Sioux and the Sac and Fox Indians of the Mississippi, and the Iowas, were called hither at the same time. In the two principal objects, the conciliation of the hostile Sioux and Sacs and Foxes, and the adjustment of the conflicting titles to the land claimed by the latter and the Iowas, the efforts of the government were unsuccessful. But the extinguishment of the title of the Sioux east of the Mississippi and that of the Sacs and Foxes to a large tract west of their cession in 1832, and the removal of the Winnebagoes to the neutral ground lying between these two tribes, effected in the negotiations held with them while here, will contribute materially to prevent future collisions. By the same treaties, and that with the Chippewas of the Mississippi, a vast region has been acquired, abounding in timber adequate to the wants of the settlers who are thronging to the Wisconsin, and of those of the inhabitants on the borders of the Mississippi River, in water power sufficient to supply the demand, and in mines of lead and other ores. The Indian population will be removed further from the frontier of the states, and will no longer be subject to a contaminating intercourse, while our people will be secured from incursions and attacks upon their persons and property. The way will be open to the establishment of permanent boundaries in a few years that will give to the Union a more regular form. The treaty concluded with the Miamis in Indiana in 1834, having received the conditional sanction of the Senate at its late session, has been perfected by the assent of these Indians to the modifications proposed in the ratification. A treaty of amity and peace was negotiated by General Stokes and Colonel Choteau in the 26th of May last with the Kiowas, Catatakas, Tawakaros of the Western Prairie, who have manifested a desire to be on friendly terms with the United States and have taken no part with the hostile portion of the Comanches. In January last, the acting superintendent of the Western Territory communicated the first authentic intelligence of the probable hostilities between the Comanches and the Shawnees, Delawares, and Osage. The reports of Major P. L. Choteau, who passed into the Indian country, of subsequent dates to the middle of April, confirmed this intelligence. The great importance of preventing these aggressions upon each other induced the appointment of Colonel A. P. Choteau, a gentleman well acquainted with these Indians, and in all respects qualified for a duty of so delicate a character, as a special agent, to travel among them, and, by making proper explanations and representations, and by other means, to endeavor to effect a reconciliation. It is believed that his exertions have been productive of much good, and that, aided by other measures taken by the government, they will be eventually successful. The most important of these measures, the invitation to the Comanches and the other tribes to send delegations to the United States, was suggested by the late superintendent in 1835, and more recently repeated by his successor. It is understood that they will arrive early in the spring of the ensuing year, and, in the meantime, no further predatory incursions are to be apprehended. The inducements for these proceedings are fully stated in the accompanying copy of the letter of instructions to the special agent. It is believed that the visits of the several tribes to this city and to the others upon the seaboard has had, and will have, a most salutary effect. So far as a correct judgment can now be formed, they will return to their kindred with just ideas of the strength and resources of the country, and of the friendly dispositions of our people towards them, and impressed with the conviction of the propriety of remaining at peace with us and with each other. Similar good results may be anticipated from the visits of the tribes who are expected to arrive next year. I would respectfully request your favorable consideration of the changes in the existing laws relating to Indian affairs suggested in my last report. The experience of the past year has strengthened my conviction of their importance, and it has also indicated the necessity of other modifications. New provisions for the regulation of the trade with the Indians have become essential. Much information upon this subject has been recently received, which, with your approbation, will be communicated to the appropriate committee, if, as is earnestly hoped, their attention shall be directed to the matter. The present system of dispersing in this department, through the agency of military officers, has proved inconvenient, in consequence of the frequent transfer of many of them to other duties. Some alteration is very desirable, and what form and to what extent must be submitted to the wisdom of Congress. There is an incongruity in the present law providing for the appointment of agents and subagents. It prescribes that no subagent shall be appointed who shall reside within the limits of any agency where there is an agent appointed. The titles imply a distinction in rank and duties, which the clause just quoted repudiates, for it makes the subagent equally independent as an officer with the agent. The distinction, however, exists in an essential particular, the pay of the former being only 1/2 of that of the latter. In point of fact, the duties and responsibilities of both are alike, and with few exceptions they are equal. Connected with these considerations is another of great moment, the importance of procuring the services of competent and trustworthy men, and of binding them to a faithful discharge of their duties by liberally compensating them. The salaries of interpreters, also, are too low. The best qualified persons cannot be obtained for them, They are engaged by traders and companies at the rates of pay 4 times larger than those fixed by law, yet the intercourse with the Indians must be maintained through them. The right understanding and successful issue of every negotiation depend upon their fidelity and availability. The fair representation of the wishes of the Indians to the government, through their agents, is contingent upon their personal interests and biases. True policy demands that the compensation allowed for services of this character should be sufficient to remunerate capable men and place them beyond the reach of temptation to do wrong. I have adverted, in another part of this report, to the large amount of interest accruing on the moneys invested for Indians. A considerable sum has already been received, which is deposited in bank to my credit, ex officio. This, of course, was adopted from necessity, as, if this money had been placed in the Treasury, it could not have been used without an act of appropriation. It is very desirable that a law should be passed to authorize the interest, as it accrues, to be deposited in the Treasury, and to be drawn out upon the requisitions of this department in the usual form. I submit copies of the revised regulations that have been prescribed for carrying into effect the laws relating to Indian affairs. A new edition of Indian treaties, including all to 1837, has been printed during just the past year, of which 25 copies will be placed at the disposal of the Joint Committee on the Library, in conformity with the resolution of Congress of the 19th of June, 1834. Appended to this report are several tabular statements exhibiting the population of the several tribes, the lands acquired by treaties since the 4th of March, 1829, the amount of the consideration stipulated to be paid therefor, and the quantity of land assigned to the emigrated tribes, the number of teachers and children in the schools, the application of the annuities for education, and the condition of the civilization fund. A few of these have been printed heretofore, but, as they are of permanent interest, they are again presented. I am, sir, very respectfully, your most obedient servant, C. A. Harris, Commissioner. Honorable Joe R. Poinsett, Secretary of War. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Lawrence. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. By the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. List of documents accompanying the report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Condition of the Indian tribes, relations with them, and the descriptions of the Indian country. 1. Report the Acting Superintendent of Michigan. 2. Report of Superintendent of Wisconsin Territory. 3. Report of Acting Superintendent of the Western Territory. 4. Report of the Principal Military Dispersing Agent for the Western Territory. 5. Report of the Agent at Council Bluffs. 5 1/2. Report of the Subagent at Council Bluffs. 6. Report of the Subagent on the Osage River. 7. Report of the Subagent on the Great Nemaha River. 8. Report of the Agent on the Upper Missouri River. 9. Report of the Subagent on the Upper Missouri River. 10. Instructions to A.P. Choteau, Special Agent to the Comanches and others. Education and Schools. 11. Tabular Statement of Teachers and Pupils. 12. Statement of Application of Annuities for Education. 13. Statement of the Condition of the Civilization Fund. 14. Report of Acting Superintendent of the Western Territory. 15. Report of Teacher at Prairie du Chien. 16. Report of the subagent on the Osage River. 17. New system of teaching. 18. Report of teacher for the Kickapoos. 19. Letter to superintendents relative to cabinet and library. 20. Reply of Mr. Schoolcraft to the proceeding. Changes in the laws. 21. Report of the acting superintendent of Michigan. 22. Report of the superintendent of Wisconsin Territory. 23. Report of the principal dispersing agent of the Western Territory. Government for the Western Territory. 4. Report of Mr. McCoy. 5. Letter of the agent at Council Bluffs. 6. Petition of the Shawnees. Financial and statistical tables. 27. Of the funds remitted to and accounted for by dispersing officers. 28. Of the population of the tribes and the number of warriors. 29. Of the land acquired from Indian tribes and the amount paid therefor, from March 4, 1829 to May 9, 1836, inclusive. 30. Or the same, from May 9, 1836 to February 11, 1837. 31. Of the same, from February 11 to October 21, 1857, with a recapitulation of this and the two preceding tables. These treaties are not yet ratified. 32. Or lands assigned to emigrated tribes. Laws and regulations. 33. Two acts of June 30, 1834. 34. Revised regulations numbers 1 to 5. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document Number 1. Report of the Acting Superintendent of Michigan. I proceed in compliance with instructions to offer the following observations on the condition and prospects of the Northwestern Indians and the laws and instructions relative to them, so far as they are comprised within this acting superintendency, premising that the two principal tribes, extending over a wide surface and being intimately connected by relationship and position, will be classified according to their treaties with the government. 1. Chippewas and Ottawas of the Upper Lakes. First in numerical strength and position are the United Tribes of Chippewas and Ottawas, who are parties to the Treaty of 28th March, 1836. These tribes speak the same generic language and still occupy the country ceded to the United States by that treaty, which is situate between Grand River of Michigan and Chocolate River, near the foot of Lake Superior. Although much mixed and living in alternate villages, a distinction is kept up between them, which is however not marked by any strong traits in their habits and condition. The Ottawas of Mackinac and its environs have advanced more in agriculture than any of the lake tribes, cultivate corn, beans, pumpkins to some extent annually, have fenced fields, and live generally in comfortable log houses. They make a considerable quantity of maple sugar, which, together with a limited crop of corn, is sold in the Mackinac market. This is particularly the case with the several villages on Little Traverse Bay, usually comprehended under the name of the Larbre Crouch bands. In proportion as they have assumed the character of pseudo-agriculturalists, they have neglected the chase, for which the country indeed at this time affords but little inducement. The bands of this tribe living on Grand River, etc., south of this location, consist of emigrants or wanderers of the former position, and are now, with few exceptions, much addicted to the use of ardent spirits and degraded in their condition. The Chippewas cultivate corn and potatoes to a limited extent, but devote most of their time in quest of food in the chase or in fishing. They also manufacture sugar from the rock maple, but no part of their subsistence within the present limits of Michigan is derived from wild rice, a plant common at more northerly and westerly points. This tribe exhibits no general improvement or advance in civilization. They are warlike, indolent, and impoverished, with few exceptions, living in mat or bark lodges, which are transported in their migrations. The country which both tribes occupy embraces large portions of the margins of Lakes Huron and Michigan. It is just opening to settlement. Commerce is extending itself into the region, and causes are in active operation which in a few years will render it impossible for these tribes to maintain their position within the limits of the peninsula. The population of both tribes, so far as included under the treaty, as indicated by this year's payroll, is 4,561. The benefits of their annuities are fully appreciated by them at this era of their affairs, when the chase is nearly or quite closed, and will enable them to get through the severe seasons with less suffering than they would otherwise encounter. Without cultivating to a far greater extent than they do, every year must produce local sufferings. Their reservations will expire in 1841, after which they will possess no further right to a residence on the lands but the conditional usufructuary right contained in the 13th article. Inebriety prevails among them generally, and is a bar to the right use of their annuities, and to any hope of their permanent advance in civilization. The Intercourse Act of 1834 does not preclude the introduction of ardent spirits on ceded lands, and consequently, while much of this land is still in reality as much an Indian country as ever, no legal penalty can be enforced by the agents against traffickers. I am of opinion that the Act should be so amended as to apply in all cases, where the President may direct, to ceded Indian lands not surveyed, and also to lands in the frontier land districts not actually sold to citizens. 2. Saginaw. This tribe numbers at present about 1,000 souls, having depopulated within late years. They have suffered much from smallpox and the want of food during the present year. They are much addicted to liquor, cultivate but little, and are in every respect in the hunter state. Without some active effort on their part, or by the government or individuals, they must very rapidly depopulate and perish. They own 102,400 acres of choice lands in the shape of reservation in Saginaw, Shiawassee, Genesee, Lapeer, Midland, and Aranac counties in Michigan. These reservations were sold to the government by a treaty concluded at Detroit on the 14th of January last, but no action has as yet been had upon it by the Senate. In the meantime, a delegation of the chiefs have gone to view the country southwest of the Missouri, with a view to migrating thither. It is desirable that final arrangements for their removal should be made as early as possible. I do not think they can subsist themselves the present winter without assistance, and would suggest that, in addition to the aid granted by your instructions of the 2nd instant, 500 bushels of corn be issued to them, in small quantities, under proper restrictions, during the winter. 3. Swan Creek and Black River Chippewas. These are fragments of bands still living on ceded reservations of 8,320 acres of valuable land on the borders of Lake St. Clair and River St. Clair, all within a distance of 75 miles from Detroit. These lands were ceded by the Treaty of the 9th of May, 1836. By this treaty, the whole avails of the lands, as sold in the land offices, is given to them, after deducting the expenses of survey and sale, and an equal quantity of land is granted to them in the West. A delegation of their chiefs is now absent for the purpose of choosing a location for their future and permanent residence. 4. Ottawas of Maumee. This band is wholly within the limits of Ohio. The payrolls of 1836 indicate a population falling below 400 souls. They ceded all their reservations about 7 years ago and agreed to remove west, and finding the country proposed for their residence every way favorable, arrangements for their final emigration to it, under Colonel McIlvaine, are now in process of execution. About 200 souls set out for the proposed territory in August last, taking the route by the way of Cleveland and the Ohio River, after having previously received their annuities for the present year. The remainder of the band are dispersed on public lands in the district of the Maumee Valley, where they are destined to destruction. Some of them will probably emigrate to Canada, where, however, they have no lands and no funds, and cannot remain. Although exertions have been made to procure a removal of every person, it would be desirable to employ still further means to rescue them from their fate and induce the scattered families to rejoin their friends in the West. 5. Ottawas and Potawatomis of Michigan, south of Grand River. These bands are parties to the Treaty of Cession concluded at Chicago in 1821 and the subsequent treaty of 1833, by which they relinquished their reservations and agree to accept a location in the same latitudes west of the Mississippi. They receive their annuities at and belong to the Chicago Agency, and have only come within my notice from complaints made against them by citizens of Michigan living on the headwaters of the St. Joseph and Kalamazoo, and from parties fleeing north from the emigrating officers. In order to check this course, no provisions have been granted to them at the agencies, but they have been directed to return within their proper jurisdiction. Care will be required at the subsequent payments within the superintendency to detect and reject from the rolls individuals who may thus find a reception among the other Indians. 6. Farming and mechanics establishments on the Indian reservations. Reports of the persons in charge of these establishments, herewith transmitted, marked A, B, C, will exhibit the details connected with each reserve. At Saginaw, a new smith shop has been erected for the Indians during the year, and an assistant blacksmith employed. These mechanics have prepared their own coal and executed all the Indian work required. The Indian cornfields have been plowed, and their working cattle taken care of and subsisted. But little desire has, however, been manifested by any of the bands to engage in agricultural pursuits. I have already adverted to the effects of disease among them producing distress, added to which their cornfields on the Cass River, etc., have been covered with water, which totally destroyed the crop. The farmers and mechanics employed at Manistee reached their station on the 2nd of July, and have been assiduously engaged in preparing buildings, etc. An eligible site on a small lake has been selected. One building, 25 by 34, and another, 16 by 24, are entirely completed. The blacksmith shop, built on contract, is probably finished by this date. and the mechanics who have worked outdoors during the summer permanently accommodated. Aid has been given in enclosing a house for the resident chief, and about 3 weeks' labor of the whole party devoted in cutting hay to winter the cattle. No person has yet been procured to survey the 70,000 acres allotted to this reserve, Mr. Mullet having declined it, but it is believed that another person may be procured. Labor on the reserve of Round Island was commenced on the 13th of July. 2 dwellings for Indians have been erected and completed, and the timber, etc., prepared for the farmers' residence. A road cut across the island, 6 acres of land cleared and bushed, and about 3 weeks' labor bestowed in cutting wild hay to keep the cattle. 7. Schools and School Fund. The school and mission heretofore kept on this island, under the patronage of the Foreign Board of Missions at Boston, was discontinued last spring, the children dismissed, and the buildings and other property disposed of. In consequence, there is no report from this station. At Sault Ste. Marie, the school under the charge of the Reverend A. Bingham numbers 17 beneficiaries and 34 day scholars, as per report herewith. The School of the Methodist Society at Little Rapids, on the St. Mary's River, has recently been reorganized, but I have no report of its numbers. Nor has any report yet reached me from the School of the Ottawas in Barrie County. These will be forwarded when received. In the meantime, I forward a consolidated abstract of the last reports. The division and allotment of the Consolidated School and Mission Fund, announced in your letter of the 25th August, meets the approbation of the chiefs, and its faithful application will place these tribes on high grounds as to school privileges. 8. Cabinet and Library in the Indian Office at Washington. Perhaps no measure could be adopted so easy and cheap of execution, which would tend more to produce correct information respecting the Indians, their customs, mechanical skill, and the natural productions of the country they occupy, than this plan, proposed in your letter of the 4th instant. 9. Population and geographical distribution of tribes. The accompanying map omits all details not connected with Indian affairs. Footnote: the maps, etc., referred to in this document are omitted to be printed under the order of the House of Representatives of September 11, 1837. End of footnote. It exhibits the location of the different tribes, their numbers, and the course and distance of their location from Detroit, together with the sites of the agencies, sub-agencies, schools, farming establishments, and reserves, and the limits and estimated area of the recent purchase from the Ottawas and Chippewas. It also embraces, in a condensed form, a census of the population from the most recent date. More time in its preparation would have enabled me to render it more perfect. 10. Visits of the Lake Tribes to the Canadas. In closing this report, I take the liberty of calling the attention of the Department to this subject. Not only are time and health wasted by numbers of the tribes in performing these annual visits to the principal summer stations of the Indian Department of a foreign government, but the visits and circumstances attending them are calculated to foster sentiments of hostility to the United States in the Indian mind. The generation is yet living who opposed our arms as allies of the Canadian forces during the late war, and the very reason for assembling them and issuing presents as an annual stipend is based on a remuneration for services and losses incurred by them during the war. But is such a course compatible with the principles of amity existing between the two governments? Considered in the fairest light, these journeys are injurious to the Indians, the amount they receive being no compensation for the expense. They suffer much on the way, beg at the agencies, sell their presents for ardent spirits, and finally reach their villages much poorer than they were when they set out. End of section 3. Section 4 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 2. Report of the Superintendent of Wisconsin Territory. First, the condition and resources of the several tribes of Indians residing within the superintendency of the Territory of Wisconsin. The Sac and Fox Indians occupy a large extent of country on the Des Moines and Iowa rivers and their tributaries, not surpassed as to the fertility of its soil by any lands in the United States. This country is represented to be well-watered, interspersed with prairie and woodland, generally level and well adapted to agricultural purposes. The Sac and Fox Indians cultivate but a small portion of their soil. They raise small quantities of corn and vegetables, not a sufficient supply for the consumption of their families. The country ceded to the United States last season by the Sac and Fox Indians, called the Reserve on the Iowa River, embraced their old villages and fields, where they had resided for many years. The proximity of the white settlements to them made it necessary that they should retire from the settlements of the whites to establish their villages, and they are now dependent in great measure on the chase for their support, which is always a very uncertain means of subsistence. The buffalo and other game are becoming very scarce and receding from the white settlements. These Indians are obliged to travel a considerable distance in the pursuit of game, and occasionally come in contact with their enemies, the Sioux, and, from their warlike habits, frequently go in search of them. Although the Sac and Fox Indians claim a large extent of rich and valuable country, and receive from the government a large annuity, these confederated nations derive but little advantage from the great resources of their country. Their annuities are paid in cash, which goes into the hands of their traders without being beneficial to them as a people. Could the government purchase of the Sac and Fox Indians their whole country, and remove them where their intercourse would be entirely cut off from the whites, and they could be reclaimed from their great propensity for war and from their wandering habits, and could gradually become agriculturalists and raise stock, their condition would soon be as much improved as that of the Choctaws and Cherokee Indians on our southwest frontier. The government, to help the condition of these Indians, will have to remove them from the country they now occupy. Their country is desirable, and the whites will be constantly approaching the boundary line between them and the Indians, and it will require the presence of a mounted force to keep peace between them. The policy of the government is to remove these Indians south of the Missouri, and is the only one that will prevent the sanguinary wars that now exist between these Indians and their old enemies, the Sioux. The policy of the traders of the Sac and Fox Indians is to prevent the extinguishment of their title to but small portions of their country, and to urge the Indians to stipulate for nothing in payment for their lands but specie, a policy which is ruinous to the Indians, as it affords them the means of procuring whiskey, which is so destructive in its effects on the Indian character. The Sioux Indians occupy a large extent of country west of the Mississippi River, and claim the country east of that river, commencing on the Chippewa River, half a day's march below the falls thereof, and running with the Chippewa boundary to where the boundary line between the Sioux and the Chippewas crosses the Mississippi. The country of the Sioux west of the Mississippi is generally level and interspersed with large prairies. On the St. Peter's River, the country is represented to be fertile as to soil, well timbered and well watered. The St. Peter's Band of Indians, who reside in the immediate vicinity of Fort Snelling, raise corn and vegetables, not sufficient for the consumption of their families, and depend on the chase in part for their subsistence. The distant bands who reside near the head of the St. Peter's River depend on the chase entirely for support, subsisting on the buffalo principally. They frequently make excursions to the Des Moines and Iowa rivers, where they meet the Sac and Fox Indians, with whom they are at war. Parties of the Sioux frequently make excursions into the Chippewa country. From the remoteness of the principal bands of these Indians from our military posts, they are under no restraint, and their great propensity for war prevents their acting in conformity with the pacific policy of the government. This state of things will exist unless mounted troops are located at some convenient point on the Mississippi, where they could be furnished with the necessary supplies to enable them to range the country as far as Lake Traverse. A display of mounted troops in that distant region would have a tendency to make these Indians respect the rights of each other. Not having come in contact with the government, the remote Indians believe no people on earth are able to dictate to them or control them, and I have no doubt it is a mounted force alone that can keep peace between the Sioux and the Sac and Fox Indians. The Menominee Indians claim a considerable extent of country between the country purchased of them by the United States last season and the Chippewa Indians, as well as the country above the mouth of the Wolf River, on the Fox River extending to the portage of the Wisconsin and Fox Rivers, and up the Wisconsin River to the boundary line of the Winnebagos and Chippewas. The greater part of the country now claimed by the Menominees is represented to be barren in soil, excepting that portion of their country lying between the mouth of the Wolf River and the portage of the Wisconsin and Fox Rivers, which is said to be well adapted to agricultural purposes. These Indians still retain their wandering habits. The experiment made by the government in furnishing them farmers has entirely failed. They raise corn on the Oconto, Menominee, and Fox Rivers in small quantities, but depend on the chase, fishing, fowling, and gathering of the wild rice for their subsistence. They are scattered over a large extent of country and are well disposed toward the whites. They are, however, entirely under the control of their traders, who will endeavor to secure the greater part of their annuities. The remnant of this nation of Indians can only be saved by their removal from the country they now occupy to the country south of the Missouri River. From the knowledge I have of that country, its climates and resources, I am well convinced that the policy of the government in the removal of the Indians east of the Mississippi, west of the boundary line of the state of Missouri, is the only one that will save these Indians from destruction. The example set by the Choctaws, Cherokees, and other nations of Indians on our southwestern frontier, and their improvement in agricultural pursuits, are calculated to have a good effect on the tribes that may emigrate there. Could the government pay the Menominees their annuities in goods, it would have a good effect. They would be deprived, in part, of the means of procuring whiskey, which is the deadly poison that destroys all Indians who have frequent intercourse with the whites. They lose thereby that native dignity of character which belongs to the Indian in his natural state, and he no longer follows the chase, but becomes degraded and reckless in feeling, with his mind prepared for the most desperate deeds. The Winnebagos claim a large extent of country east of the Mississippi River, as well as a portion of the neutral ground west of the Mississippi, ceded to them by the United States at the Treaty of Rock Island in 1832, extending from this river to the eastern branch of the Red Cedar, a principal tributary of the Iowa River. Their country north of the Wisconsin and east of the Mississippi is varied in soil. Some portions of it are level, interspersed with prairie and woodland, and generally well watered. A part of the country bordering on the Wisconsin and Kickapoo rivers is broken and mountainous, unfit for cultivation, and barren of game. The greater proportion, however, of the Winnebago country could be suited to agricultural purposes and raising stock. That portion lying west of the Mississippi is said to be a country rich as to the fertility of its soil, well timbered and watered, and abundant in game. A part of the Winnebagos raise corn. That portion who reside near Prairie La Crosse on the Mississippi, a band who live on the Banaboo, a branch of the Wisconsin, and a few families who have located near to the Winnebago School. The greater proportion of these Indians live by the chase, fishing and fowling. The country immediately north of the Wisconsin being barren of game and in the immediate vicinity of the white settlements, the Winnebagos frequently commit depredations on the property of the whites. The portage of the Wisconsin and Fox rivers has long been a point to which these Indians have resorted, and is the residence of their traders. The Rock River Winnebagos are in a deplorable condition, without any fixed residence, and for the last 2 years have lived on the scanty support they have been able to procure by fishing in the Rock River and 4 lakes, and by the wild rice they have been permitted to gather on the Fox River, within the limits of the Menominee country. Frequent complaints have been made to me of their stealing horses and killing cattle and hogs. This band of Indians has been deprived of their portion of the annuity payment for 2 years before my assuming the duties of Superintendent of Indian Affairs. The reason assigned was their refusal to leave the country ceded at the treaty held at Rock Island in 1832. In the council held with them last fall at Fort Winnebago, I told them they were within the limits of their country, with their families, and that they must now remain there, that I would direct the agent to pay them the annuity money, which had been withheld from them because they had refused to comply with their treaty stipulations. The annuity was paid to them last fall at Fort Winnebago, and recently the greater part of them have been paid at Prairie du Chien, and they are now passing through the frontier settlements in a state of starvation. Their annuity money was given immediately to the whiskey sellers at Prairie du Chien, and this miserable band are now as badly situated as before they were paid. I have done everything in my power to prevent these Indians from intruding on the white settlements, and at the same time to keep our citizens from committing acts of violence on them. To maintain peace on this frontier with these Indians, it is important that their country east of the Mississippi River should be purchased from them, and that they be removed from neutral country west of that river. It would, however, be much better for the Indians and the government if they could be located south of the Missouri River, where they could have no intercourse with the whites. I have no hesitation in saying that the government should interpose its aid to save this miserable and degraded race of Indians from the ruin and destruction which appears to await them. The Chippewa Indians occupy and claim a large extent of country bordering on Lake Superior. The limits of their extensive country have not been defined, the survey of the boundary line between them and the Sioux Indians not having been completed. They claim the country from that line to the sources of the Mississippi River. The Chippewa country, above the late purchase made from them at St. Peter's, is not considered generally fertile as to its soil. It is interspersed with numerous lakes, in many places connected with the Mississippi, which are said to abound in fine fish, as well as fowl, and wild rice in great abundance, which is the principal subsistence of the Chippewa Indians. On the upper Mississippi, they raise small quantities of corn. The Chippewas who live on the borders of Lake Superior subsist themselves on fish and the wild rice. The fish of this lake are said to be of the best quality, and where they can procure large supplies of them. The late treaty concluded at St. Peter's, if approved and ratified, is calculated to have a good effect on the Chippewa Indians and attach them to the government. These Indians, hitherto, have been entirely dependent on the traders of the American Fur Company for their supplies of arms, ammunition, blankets, etc., and their country has been divided among these traders as best suited their convenience and interest. I think the Chippewa Indians among the most intelligent I have met. They live remote from our military posts, have had but little intercourse with our citizens, and have had no established agent of the government to reside with them any length of time. They, like all other remote nations of Indians, have a great propensity for war, as it is the only field, they think, in which they can distinguish themselves. I have no doubt, if the proper steps are taken, the Chippewas will become attached to the government and can be easily controlled by their agents. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 3. Report of the Acting Superintendent of the Western Territory. No very essential changes have taken place within this superintendency since my last report, except the increased number of Indians, caused by the emigration of the greater part of the Creeks and the partial removal of the Cherokees and Chickasaws. The present population of the Creeks may be estimated, including new and old settlers, at between 18 and 20,000 persons. These, for the most part, occupy the northeastern, eastern, and southeastern portions of the territory which has been assigned them, and are, with but few exceptions, engaged in agricultural pursuits and in making such preliminary arrangements as are deemed essential to that mode of life. Their manner of cultivation, however, necessarily partakes of the character of their rude condition, and the very limited progress they have hitherto made in this important art. But such is the fertility and productiveness of their country that even their unsystematic attempts at labor are rewarded in other abundance seldom known to the husbandmen in other parts of the world. The growing crops present at this time a very flattering appearance, and unless blighted by some unforeseen disaster, will be at least equal to the consumption of the tribe. This prospect would doubtless have been much brighter had there been no want of agricultural implements, but the inconvenience which they have been subject to in this respect, as it has in great measure resulted from their late settlement in the country, may be regarded as merely temporary. And when, as is contemplated, they shall have been furnished with a plentiful supply in this article, together with a sufficient stock of domestic animals, they will be in possession of every physical advantage that can add to their external comfort and happiness. The Creeks settled in the immediate vicinity of Fort Gibson comprise the first settlers under McIntosh. They dwell in good, comfortable farmhouses, have fine gardens, orchards, and raise 40,000 to 50,000 bushels of corn, more than what is sufficient for their own consumption. They furnish large quantities to the commissariat at Fort Gibson annually, and contributed greatly in supplying the late immigrants. They raise also more stock than is necessary for their own use, and carry on a considerable trade with the garrison in grain, stock, vegetables, poultry, eggs, fruit, etc. There are several traders located among them to furnish their wants, which are as many and various as those of the most comfortable livers of our own citizens. 2 of these traders are natives, who do considerable business, selling $18,000 or $20,000 worth of goods annually. There are but few, if any, mechanics among them. They are behind other tribes in this branch of industry. There are no grist or sawmills or salt works in operation in this nation. No mineral or medical springs have as yet been discovered. The country assigned the Creeks is well adapted to their habits and pursuits, and they must, ere long, arrive at that happy and prosperous condition of their more fortunate red brethren, who have been quietly settled and following the peaceful pursuit of civilization. As yet, no unfriendly symptoms have been developed, and probably never will be. Nevertheless, their clannish feelings and proneness to revenge should warn us against too great credulity in their professions of friendship and reconciliation. A new era having commenced in their history, it is possible that they may be averse to their revival of feuds, which can only eventuate in inflicting fresh calamities and punishment upon themselves. But whatever may have been their past feelings, no suspicion is at present entertained of their hostile bearing toward the whites. Just emerging from troubles into which their violence had plunged them, it seems rational to expect that they have learned wisdom from their former errors. Past experience, however, has proven that such calculations have not always been well-founded. And perhaps a more striking instance of utter disregard of consequences to themselves cannot be adduced than the late reckless and fruitless contests which they have waged upon the frontiers of Georgia and Florida. With these facts before us, not to open the bloody records of other days, the government would be inexcusably, if not criminally negligent, not to take such preparatory steps as would make any warlike attempt in the future recoil with merited vengeance upon their own heads. For the accomplishment not only of this object, but to give security to the lives and property of our citizens, the establishment of proper military posts contiguous to the frontier is one of obvious and indispensable necessity. Next in order, I will give a general view of the condition and prospects of the Cherokees, as far as the report of their agent and my own observation will enable me. The Cherokees number about 8,000, but the number varies in consequence of the arrival of emigrants from east of the Mississippi and the departure of others to Texas. They are more advanced in agriculture than the other tribes of this superintendency. The number of farms in this nation is estimated at between 10 and 1,100. There are no Cherokees who follow the chase for a living. The nation is divided into farmers, traders, stock raisers, and laborers. The produce of the farms is corn, oats, potatoes of both kinds, beans, peas, pumpkins, and melons. The great profit of a Cherokee farmer is his corn, his horses, his cattle, and his hogs. Some of the Cherokees have taken and fulfilled contracts for the garrison at Fort Gibson and for subsisting emigrant Indians to the amount of $40,000 to $60,000 without purchasing any article except in the Indian country. They have several valuable salt springs, but for the want of capital and skill, they are not profitable. At the Grand Saline on the river Neosho, 40 miles above Fort Gibson, they are making 80 bushels of excellent salt per day for 5 days in the week. But the manufacture is carried on at considerable expense for labor, fuel, hauling, etc. In the hands of a skillful capitalist, it would be a source of great wealth. There are several native traders doing very good business in the nation. One of them is doing an extensive business and owns a fine steamboat that plies between New Orleans and the Cherokee Nation. There are 2 or 3 fine grist and sawmills in operation in this nation that are very useful to the Indians and a source of considerable profit to the owners. There are few, if any, mineral or medicinal springs yet discovered in this nation. The Cherokees show a degree of improvement and are still improving, and bid fair at no distant day to rival their white brethren of the West in point of wealth, civilization, and moral and intellectual improvement, did there not exist one great hindrance, that of intemperance, not only a vice itself, but the prolific parent of almost every other vice. There are immense quantities of whiskey in the country and being introduced daily, and unless the intercourse law is rigidly enforced, The evil of intemperance will spread its wide reign, and its effects will be ruinous to the morals of the natives and dangerous to the peace of the country. The Cherokees, more than any other tribe, are disposed to traffic in ardent spirits. The whole extended frontier of Arkansas and Missouri is settled with vendors of this pernicious article, and unless the strong hand of government is interposed by the aid of the military, the moral and political condition of these people will be lowered to the most degraded state. The introduction of ardent spirits into the Indian country has been the subject of former communications, and the department is respectfully referred to them. There are 4 schools and 1 printing office in operation in this nation. One, a fine boarding school under the superintendence of the Reverend C. Washburn, is in a most flourishing condition. The others are also doing well. The schools and office are all supported by the American Board of Foreign Missions. As this tribe is about to become the most important one west of the Mississippi, by the removal of those east still increasing their numbers, wealth, and intelligence, it will devolve on the government to bestow upon it its fostering care and attention. The Choctaw Nation, including the late Chickasaw emigrants, white men married in the nation, and Negroes, number about 15,000. It affords me great pleasure to be able to say that this nation is still in a state of rapid improvement. They have almost all given up the chase for a living, and are engaged principally in the cultivation of the soil and raising stock. It would be impossible to estimate the number of acres or farms in cultivation, as nearly all have fields well enclosed, and raise corn, potatoes, peas, beans, pumpkins, melons. And those settled along Red River raise large quantities of cotton, etc., more than sufficient for their own consumption. Some few have raised wheat, but owing to the want of a bolting cloth, it is not much attended to. It would be equally impossible to estimate the number of horses, cattle, hogs, and sheep owned in the nation. The country is so well adapted to raising stock, and so prolific has been the increase, that they have furnished large quantities to the creek contractors, without apparently diminishing the main stock, and they assure me that they have an abundance to stock the Chickasaws upon their arrival at their new homes. The cotton crop will not be as good as the last, but as the number of planters has increased, the same quantity will be raised as formerly. 2 fine gins have been erected and put into operation, which will induce the Indians to turn their attention more to raising this valuable staple, which they will find more profitable to them than any other kind of labor. The corn crops of last year were very good, producing a surplus of about 50,000 bushels, a large quantity of which was furnished the garrison at Fort Towson. The quantity raised this year will greatly exceed former years, as the people have enlarged their farms and turned to farming with much greater attention and industry. There are 2 grist and saw mills in operation, propelled by water, and 2 erecting, which will soon be finished, besides 1 grist mill worked by horsepower. There are many valuable salt springs in this nation, but the want of capital and skill renders these valuable gifts useless. An intelligent half-breed has worked one this season on a small scale, who is unable to extend his operations so as to make them profitable to himself or useful to the nation without the aid of the government. Salt is sold at the lick below the line at $3 per bushel. Could any measures be adopted so that the price of this important article shall be reduced, the public good would be promoted, especially as at the lick there are usually large quantities of whiskey for sale. There are 6 native traders, all of whom appear to be doing considerable business, and as the natives appear to be turning their attention to these pursuits, there will soon be enough native traders in the nation to be able to dispense with white ones altogether. There are several native mechanics who have learned their trades in a regular way, some of whom have been furnished by the Choctaw Academy. There are a few very ingenious men, wholly self-taught, who work well in wood and iron, make wagons, wheels, chairs, etc., and do coarse ironwork. One public blacksmith and the 3 strikers and 2 public teachers are natives, and as the Academy is sending home some well-educated men, most of the schools will soon be filled by natives. The Choctaw Nation embraces a large tract, affording a superabundance of rich soil, well adapted to the cultivation of cotton, tobacco, corn, wheat, oats, rye, and every kind of vegetable. Some parts are finely watered, while in others it is so scarce that the inhabitants are compelled to use the water of creeks and branches, which become nearly dried up or stagnant during summer, causing much fatal sickness among them. I would most respectfully suggest that the government could render these unfortunate people some medical aid, either from the forts or from any other quarter, and by furnishing medicines, etc. It would be an act of humanity, and go further to convince them of its humane and philanthropic intention than all the funds expended in endeavoring to educate them. While thousands are lavished to teach them to live and love our modes of living, they are suffered to be swept off by hundreds in a settlement, without the hand of charity or of humanity being extended toward their preservation. The country is variegated with prairies and woodlands, swamps, barren ridges, and cane brakes. The timber is ash, oak, hickory, walnut, gum, hackberry, cottonwood, cedar, bois d'arc. On the ridges grow immense quantities of pine, of an excellent quality for building. South of the mountains, near Red River, is found abundance of limestone of good quality. Coal abounds in great quantities in various parts of the nation. The question is yet to be settled, whether the removal of the Chickasaws to this nation will prove a valuable accession or not, as they have been so long living under no restraint, in possession of large sums of money, subjected to all the temptations laid before them by the cunning white men among them, that many of them have become addicted to intemperance and all the accompanying vices, making the worst kind of members of society. Those who have come over are mostly of this character, and it is much to be apprehended that the majority of them are but little better. The evil of intemperance has increased of late throughout the Indian country, and when the Chickasaws are removed and being removed, it would much behoove the government to render more efficient aid in keeping whiskey from the Indian country. I therefore most respectfully recommend that 2 companies at least of dragoons be ordered to Fort Towson, as that is a very unguarded point, the south side of Red River being settled by a large number of white men who follow nothing but vending spirits to the Indians, which they can easily do being so near their settlement. Nothing can be added to my last report on the political condition of the Choctaws, except the addition of the 4th District, made by the late treaty with the Chickasaws, and a passage of a law instituting marriage and providing for its forms and responsibilities. The Chickasaws are settling promiscuously among the Choctaws throughout the nation, and many who have not come over have purchased farms and improvements in the settled parts of the Choctaw districts. Especially the wealthy and leading ones who own large numbers of slaves have purchased improvements and made arrangements for settling on Red River, where they intend to cultivate cotton. It is believed that but few will settle in the district assigned them, barely enough to attend to their annuities and other funds. The Osages are the same wild predatory beings as ever. They show not the least sign of improvement, except that the women have raised a little more corn and beans than usual. They are settled into small bands and hunt the buffalo for subsistence. The government has very bountifully supplied them with agricultural implements, which have been equally distributed according to their necessities. It is to be hoped that they will use them, but whether they will or not, I cannot say. All the surrounding tribes complain against the many depredations committed upon them by this tribe. Claims have been laid in against them to the amount of several $1,000s for horses, cattle, and hogs stolen by them, and it was with great difficulty that war parties of Choctaws and others were last winter prevented from going out, on account of the many and repeated depredations committed upon them by this tribe. The Senecas and mixed band of Senecas and Shawnees number about 460 souls. The Quapaws about 400, making a population of about 860 in the sub-agency of the Neosho. The death of their sub-agent, unfortunately, at the commencement of the performance of his duties, deprived these people of one who should necessarily be their counselor, advisor, and friend, at a period when his services were much wanted. His death also deprives me of the necessary information required by the department. At the period of the death of their sub-agent, the lands had just been surveyed, and the boundary lines properly defined. Each band knew their own country. They were making arrangements for their permanent settlement. The Quapaws were anxious to have the $1,000 expended in the erection of houses upon their lands, preparatory to their permanent settlement. Not having received any communication from that quarter, I am unable to say what has been done since the death of their subagent. Large quantities of whiskey were in the country and offered for sale, and vendors of it living along the line, carrying on the trade with the most ruinous consequences to the Indians. Yet under all the disadvantages the Senecas and mixed bands of Senecas and Shawnees are laboring under, without the fostering care of an agent, they exhibit great signs of improvement. They cultivate the soil and raise stock. They make corn, oats, wheat, rye, and garden vegetables. No tribe own more horses, cattle, and hogs than these people in proportion to their population. They live in good-hewed log cabins. Their gardens and fields are enclosed with rail fences. They have some merchants and mechanics among them, and, under the care of a good sub-agent, promise to become in time a prosperous and intelligent community. The grist and sawmill erected by the government is in fine condition since it has been repaired, and more than supplies the wants of these two bands. I am unable to give the names of the miller, blacksmiths, or strikers, as no report has been made this year. The Senecas have turned their attention more to the importance of education and are desirous that schools should be established in their country. The Quapaws are more backward in civilization, but their proximity to their brothers, the Senecas, has contributed to draw their attention to the peaceful pursuits of civilization, whose example will emulate them, and with the attention of their excellent farmer, they will soon learn to cultivate the soil and raise stock. This tribe is very much averse to the education of their youths. The country of this subagency, although embracing but a small tract, is very fine, rich soil, and well watered, with excellent springs and streams, extensive prairies for their numerous herds, and well timbered to answer all their purposes. In taking a general view of the Indians in this superintendency, it will be observed that they are in a state of improvement, and that they are the most populous, warlike, wealthy, and intelligent on our frontier, and deserve the attention and fostering care of the government. And I hope the same supervision and care will continue to be extended towards them as heretofore. End of section 5. Section 6 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Number 4. Report of the Principal Dispersing Agent for the Western Territory. In obedience to instructions of the 22nd March last, which were received while at Washington, requiring me at a convenient time to address to your office a communication upon the following subjects, namely, the condition and resources of the several tribes of Indians residing in the acting superintendency of the Southwestern Territory. Under this head, the Choctaws, from their location and early emigration, stand first. The principal part of this tribe were emigrated in the years 1832 and 1833. Preparations for the removal were made in 1831, and many of them left their old country late in that year. But few, if any, however, reached the new country till the spring of 1832. The country inhabited by the Choctaws is extensive and exceedingly fertile. The face of the country is generally high, or what is termed rolling. Some parts of it are mountainous. The whole is well watered and has plenty of timber. There are some prairies, which, however, as well as the timberlands, are of first-rate soil. The whole country is adapted to corn and stock, the northern and western portions to corn and wheat and other small grain, the southern part, bordering on Red River, to cotton. The first year's immigrants made corn not only sufficient for their own use, but had a considerable surplus, which was disposed of to government for issue to those immigrants that arrived in the fall and winter of that year. The next year, 1833, the immigrants had a large surplus of corn over and above their own wants for a market. Over 40,000 bushels were purchased by the government and fed the emigrants of that year. Since then, to the present time, these people have been equally prosperous in their agricultural pursuits. Many of them have become extensive farmers, cultivating cotton, corn, and possessing large stocks of cattle. They have cotton gins and mills of different kinds, as well as shops and mechanics. In fine, it may be truly said that the Choctaws are rapidly advancing in agricultural knowledge and in mechanic arts. In traveling through the Choctaw country, one sees little, if any, difference, in an agricultural point of view, from new frontier white settlements. Their cabins are constructed with equal order and substantiality, and apparently with as many comforts and conveniences. Their fields are under good fences. They have gardens and cultivate fruit trees, peaches, apples, etc., are civil and attentive to travelers, understand the value of money, and all of them, or nearly so, have in their houses the common luxuries of coffee, tea, sugar, etc. Without going into a further detail in relation to this tribe, it must be apparent that they are rapidly advancing in civilization, and I have no hesitation in saying that for all the comforts of domestic life, their resources are ample and abundant, and far better than could possibly have been anticipated prior to their removal in so short a time. The Cherokees. To this tribe has been allotted a very extensive as well as a very fine tract of country. Those parts over which I have traveled possess a soil of very superior quality, adapted to the production of wheat, small grain of various kinds, and corn of the largest growth. The whole country is finely and abundantly timbered and well watered, and the climate is exceedingly favorable to stock. But a small number of this tribe have as yet removed to the new country. Those that have settled there, however, and many of them have been in the country several years, are, in a pecuniary point of view, well off. They raise wheat and corn in great abundance, and their stocks of cattle, of hogs, of sheep, etc., are numerous. The people find a market for their surplus productions in the government by supplying the garrison situated in their country and supplying the new emigrants with corn, beef, etc. The greater portion of the Cherokees West are farmers, have good and comfortable houses, and live, many of them, as well and as genteel, and in a pecuniary point of view, will compare with the better class of farmers in the States. As a people generally, they are agriculturalists, and as such, their resources are equal, if not superior, to 1/4 of the tillers of the soil in the old states. The Creeks and Seminoles. The section of country set apart for these tribes is about the same in extent with that of the Choctaws, but not so mountainous. The soil is considered to be equal in fertility to any in the southwestern section of the country. It is also well watered and has plenty of timber. There are some prairies, which, however, are of great advantage to the settler, the soil being rich and easy to cultivate, and they are very profitable for raising stock. The Creeks are a corn-growing people. Those that have been in the country some years raise corn in large quantities. Some of the principal farmers crib from 5,000 to 10,000 bushels in a season. They do not raise much stock, nor are they as a people so far advanced in civilization as the Cherokees and Choctaws, though as agriculturalists, so far as raising corn, they excel either of the above-named tribes. They raise stock sufficient for their own consumption, but none of any consequence for sale. About 400 Seminoles were emigrated last year. They reached, however, their locations too late to make a crop. Their crops this year, I am informed, are not very promising. They are about changing their locations. They go farther west. Their object is better hunting grounds. The large number of Creeks that emigrated last winter have planted extensively and have a prospect of plentiful crops. They are also collecting stock and are laying the foundation of numerous herds of cattle, hogs, etc. The resources of these people are at present equal to all their wants and comforts, and the superior fertility of their lands, aided by their evident tendency to industry, will in a few years place them in a condition equal to their neighbors, the Cherokees and Choctaws. Senecas and Shawnees. These tribes inhabit a high, healthy, well-watered and timbered country, the soil rich and productive. They were emigrated in 1832, are agriculturalists, and are mainly engaged in that pursuit. They raise wheat and corn, and their country is well adapted to raising stock, of which they have considerable herds. Being remote, however, from a market, their cropping is confined to their own wants, and for these they provide liberally of all the substantials of life. The use of coffee, tea, and sugar is common among them. Their cabins are well constructed, combining both comfort and convenience, and their arrangements in farming have the appearance of neatness and order. They have mills, shops, and some good mechanics. Their resources are abundant, and their condition apparently happy. The Quapaws. These people were emigrated in the fall of 1834. Their country in point of soil, water, timber, and health is similar to and equally as good as their neighbors, the Cherokees, Senecas and Shawnees, etc. They are not so far advanced in civilization as the several tribes of Indians above named, but a more honest, quiet, peaceable people are not to be found in any section of the Indian country. They are industrious and are exceedingly desirous of making for themselves a comfortable home. Their temporary location, doubtless, has in some measure abridged their exertions in the construction of good cabins, clearing and putting under fence large fields for raising corn, etc. Osages. This tribe has made but little progress towards civilization. Their subsistence mainly depends upon the game of the country. They raise some corn and beans, but the culture is rude, hence but little is obtained therefrom. They raise no stock. They obtain their horses from those Indians residing far to the south and west from them. Their country possesses excellent soil, is well watered and timbered. Not being agriculturalists, their condition and resources are similar to other wild and roving bands of Indians, whose occupations are hunting and war. The foregoing comprise all the tribes of Indians residing within the acting superintendency of the Southwestern Territory, and with the exception of the last mentioned tribe, Osages, have been emigrated to that country, the greater portion, since 1831, and are all fast progressing in a knowledge of agriculture and of the mechanic arts. They are too far advanced in civilization, in my opinion, to retrograde. Laboring, therefore, as they now are, for their own happiness, a discreet and correct management of them must, ere long, constituted as society is, place them in a condition to appreciate, as well as in a few years to adopt, a form of government based upon enlightened principles of political and civil rights. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Number 5. Report from the Agent at Council Bluffs. I herewith enclose a map of the country in the vicinity of the Council Bluffs Agency, a report relative to the agricultural pursuits of the Indians within my agency, and the manner in which the blacksmiths and farmers have been employed, a statistical return, etc., a school report for the teachers of the present year, and a description of the country, of the agency, and its vicinity. The country never having been surveyed, the map is made altogether from observation, and may be found incorrect in some respects when tested by actual survey, but it is probably as correct as any can be made under present circumstances. In comparing this report with those of the years preceding, you will find there has been little improvement on the part of the Indians, either in literary acquirements or in agricultural knowledge. It is my decided opinion that so long as the fur traders and trappers are permitted to reside among the Indians, all the efforts of the government to better their condition will be fruitless, or in a great measure checked by the strong influence of those men over the various tribes. Every exertion of the agents and other persons intended to carry into effect the views of the government and humane societies is in such direct opposition to the trader and his interest that the agent finds himself continually contending with and placed in direct and immediate contrariety of interest to the fur traders, or grossly neglecting his duty by overlooking acts of impropriety. And it is a curious and melancholy fact that while the general government is using every means and expense to promote the advancement of these aboriginal people, it is at the same time suffering the traders to oppose and defeat the very objects of its intentions. So long as the traders and trappers are permitted in the Indian country, the introduction of spirituous liquors will be inevitable, under any penalty the law may require, and until its prohibition is certain and effectual, every effort of government, through the most faithful and indefatigable agent, will be useless. It would be, in my humble opinion, better to give up everything to the traders and let them have the sole and entire control of the Indians, than permit them to contend at every point with the views of the government, and that contention made manifest even to the most ignorant Indian. While the agent is advising the Indians to give up the chase and settle themselves with a view to agricultural pursuits, the traders are urging them on in search of skins. Far be it from me to be influenced or guided by improper or personal feeling in the execution of my duty, but, sir, I submit my opinion to a candid world in relation to the subject, and feel fully convinced you will be able to see at once the course which will ever place the Indian trader and the present policy of government in relation to the Indians at eternal war. The missionaries sent among the several tribes are no doubt sincere in their intentions. I believe them to be so from what I have seen. But unfortunately, they commence their labors where they should end them. They should teach the Indians to work by establishing schools of that description among them, induce them to live at home, abandon their restless and unsettled life, and live independent of the chase. After they are taught this, their intellectual faculties would be more susceptible of improvement of a moral and religious nature, and their steps toward civilization would become less difficult. My report of persons employed within the agency under my charge during the present year, and an estimate for the ensuing year, were forwarded to the office of the Superintendent of Indian Affairs at St. Louis, some time previous to my leaving Missouri. The Pawnees planted corn the present year, about 400 acres of ground in small patches scattered about in the ravines, from 1 to 10 miles distant from their villages. They gathered, as near as can be estimated without measurement, 10,000 bushels of corn, besides considerable quantities of pumpkins and beans. The Ottos and Missourias planted about 300 acres in corn, etc., from which they gathered about 12,000 bushels and large quantities of pumpkins and beans. The Omahas planted about 250 acres of corn and other vegetables, from which it is believed they gathered 10,000 bushels of corn and large quantities of beans and pumpkins. Corn is sometimes an article of trade among all the tribes of this country, but a much greater quantity is given away by those who raise it to those who do not than is either sold or bartered. The Ottos received this year, on account of agricultural implements due them under treaty stipulations, 6 plows with harness complete and 1 steel corn mill. The Pawnees received 8 steel corn mills, 2 to each village. The Omahas received 4 corn mills. The country of the Council Bluffs Agency is prairie, interspersed with groves of timber. The prairie is undulating and of good soil, and abounds with streams of water. The principal rivers that water this country are the Missouri, the Platte, the Loup Fork of Platte, the Elkhorn, and the Little Nemaha. These streams afford some water privileges. The timber is found on the borders of the streams. On the large rivers, the cotton and rice abound. On the small streams are found the oak, black walnut, hickory, mulberry, sycamore, ash, linn, and elm. The climate is healthy and favorable to the production of corn, wheat, potatoes, etc. It is peculiarly adapted to the raising of stock of all kinds. The rivers are skirted with fine bottoms, in some of which are found large quantities of rushes. Many islands in the Missouri and Platte abound with rushes. No important mineral productions have as yet been discovered. There are 2 salt creeks emptying into the Saline River on the west side and 25 miles from its mouth. the Saline empties into the Platte on the south side and 40 miles from its mouth. These streams are highly impregnated with salt. The game of this country is extremely scarce. There are found a few deer and elk. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Number 5.5. Report of the Sub-Agent at Council Bluffs. The second detachment of emigrating Potawatomis, about 75 in number, arrived in their own country per steamboat Howard on the 8th instant and encamped with those who came by the Kansas, about 2 miles above this place, in a grove adjoining a tract of fine dry prairie. This position combines more advantages than we can find in any other. Here we expect to establish the issue house, and to be joined before many days by the main body of the nation, who have now been 23 days on the march by land from the Black Snake Hills. Having explored to some extent the country ceded to the United Nation, etc., by the Treaty of Chicago, I beg leave to communicate for your particular information, and in accordance with instructions received, the observations made relative to the physical geography of the country. As it is hitherto uninhabited, except by wandering parties of the Ottos and Sioux, it will be perceived that many points embraced in the circular of May 1835 will admit of no answer, as we have neither schools nor civil or social institutions of any kind. Physical geography. Boundaries. North, by a line running due east from the sources of the Little Sioux River to the western boundary of the Sac and Fox country, as established by the Treaty of Prairie du Chien. West, by the Little Sioux and Missouri rivers. South, by the state of Missouri. East, by the divide between the waters of the Des Moines Skunk and Iowa on the east, and those flowing into the Missouri on the west. Extent. 5 million of acres by treaty. Note: Caldwell states that the delegation which made the supplementary treaty at Washington in February were distinctly promised an additional 1 million of acres, making in all 6 million. The boundaries, as defined in the ratification of the treaty, would probably include much more. Commencing in latitude 40 degrees 30 minutes north, where the boundary of the state strikes the Missouri, that river washes the western border of the country of the United Nation for a distance of not less, probably, than 95 or 100 miles. The average distance from the Missouri to the divide which forms the boundary of the Sac and Fox country may be about the same. Surface. This may be contemplated under 2 divisions, having in positive elevation a difference from 200 to 300 feet. First, the Missouri bottom. This tract, commencing near the narrows of the Nishnabotna on the south, and running north to the mouth of Boyer's Creek, as far as I have examined it, is about 5 miles wide, everywhere low, and contains many lagoons and low swampy tracts, unfit for cultivation. There is no one point where the Missouri washes the foot of the bluffs, as it frequently does on the west side, and very few places where a road can be had from the river to the hills without great trouble and expense. There are some tracts of dry and very fertile prairie, with groves of cottonwood, elm, walnut, coffee bean, hackberry, and other valuable timber trees adjoining, but the great extent of marshy ground will probably make this portion of the country sickly, while improvements made here, as elsewhere in the Missouri bottom, will be very liable to be washed away by changes in the course of the stream. Second, the uplands. Near the rivers, these occasionally assume the aspect of sharp, broken, and rather sterile knobs, very difficult to pass through with teams, and wholly destitute of arable land or timber of any value, except for fuel. Access to the uplands must be had along the principal creeks, both because these act as drains to the small lakes and marshes, affording a dry margin where a road can be made from the river to the bluffs, and because where the creeks flow from the hills, these are less precipitous and broken than elsewhere. After rising to the general level of the country, which may be from 200 to 300 feet above the Missouri, we find many tracts of fine soil sufficiently smooth and level for cultivation. But there is in general a great want of timber for the purposes of permanent settlement. Rivers and streams. In the southern part, the Nishnabotna, the two Tarhios, and the Nottoway rise in the Potawatomi country. Buchanan's Fork, an eastern tributary of the latter, affords, as far as I am now informed, the only mill sites in the country. The Nishnabotna approaches the Missouri within half a mile at a point called the Narrows, near the state boundary. Thence makes a circuit of 25 or 30 miles at the foot of the hills, embosoming a large and fertile peninsula, lying mostly, as is supposed, within the state of Missouri. The late maps, such as Fenshaw's, and the map prepared at the Topographical Bureau in February 1836, have omitted to notice this interesting peculiarity in the course of the Nishnabotna, although it may be seen upon some of the older maps, as those on Long's expedition, etc. The creeks and streams lying wholly within the country of the nation and discharging southwest into the Missouri are the Five Barrel, not on any map that I have by me, the Mosquito, and the Boyer, the latter rather larger than the former, which are said to have a course of about 30 miles each. Of the tributaries between the Boyer and the Little Sioux, I have no knowledge whether any of these have falls or rapids that would make them valuable or doubtful. The streams flowing westward toward the great chain of the Rocky Mountains are generally sluggish. Timber. The prevailing and almost the only timber in the uplands is oak of different kinds, often hollow, and generally too short and bushy to be of much value. Some timber for boards and rails may be had along the creeks and from the Missouri bottom where roads can be made. But the immediate planting of groves of black locust and cottonwood would be a matter of great importance to the future inhabitants of this country. Minerals. Indications of coal exist in several places. The only rock hitherto observed is a horizontal limestone which appears under a very deep superstructure of soil at several points in the Missouri bluffs, also at the falls of Buchanan's Fork, and in the beds of some of the more considerable streams. The mineral plant, Amphora carescens, is common in several places. Of this plant it is said in a work entitled Synopsis of a Flora of the Western States by J.L. Riddall, that it grows only in the immediate neighborhood of lead mines, page 25. Of the correctness of this opinion I cannot judge, but can only say that if it is correct, lead mines are much more numerous and more widely distributed through the West than has hitherto been supposed. Clay, suited to the manufacture of brick pottery and the like, is somewhat common, but sand for similar purposes is by no means abundant. I have as yet seen none that would answer a good purpose. Annual vegetation. Very few of the 5 million of acres in this tract escape the annual ravages of fire. Consequently, by far the greater part of vegetation comes up in the spring and is killed by the frost in the autumn. Besides the common grasses which prevail elsewhere in the woodless portions of the United States territory, we have here in the low grounds the somewhat unusual occurrence of plains destitute of timber, too fertile, warm, and dry to bear grass, but covered with tall, rank weeds. In other places we see little else than the snowy flowers and dark green herbage of the milk vetch, Astragalus species, while in some tracts of scattered timber the turkey pea, with its soft and luxuriant foliage, bears down and conceals all other vegetation. This last plant, on account of its great value as food for cattle in summer, and the winter rush, on account of its similar use in winter, occupy the first place among the annual plants of this district. The soil is admirably adapted to grass and the small grains. Good crops of the former may be had without any other preparation than sowing the seed upon the burnt surface of the prairie, in fall or winter, and an occasional harrowing. Fruits and mast. Grapes, plums, crabapples, strawberries, gooseberries, and raspberries are occasionally met with. There are no acorns, hickory nuts, hazelnuts, or other of the products usually called mast, to render this country a favorable country for swine. Indian corn of the small and earlier sorts, and all the other products of similar latitudes, may be raised in abundance. From the hasty sketch above given, it will be perceived that the country of the United Nation is well adapted to an agricultural, and especially to a stock-raising people. As the habits of the pastoral life form a convenient and easy stage between the hunter state and one of fixed and permanent agricultural industry, and as the Indians are very fond of cattle and horses, I hope it will suit the views of the government to second their desires to become possessed of a goodly number of domestic animals. It is of great importance that these be selected from the most approved and profitable breeds. Also that the agricultural instruments to be purchased for them shall embrace the great and valuable improvements that have been made within the few years past. The same remark applies to the selection of seeds. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Number 6. Report of the Subagent on the Osage River. The Potawatomis are now in the act of emigrating to their land on the Osage River. Such of them as have arrived are preparing to erect log houses, fence or plow fields, and show a disposition to adopt exclusively agricultural habits. The Weas and Piankashaws have generally comfortable log cabins, fields fenced and plowed, cultivated by animal power, own oxen, cows, hogs, horses, fowls, etc., also agricultural implements and domestic utensils. They are rapidly improving in comfort and agricultural pursuits, and show a disposition to wholly abandon the chase as a means of subsistence. The Peorias and Kaskaskias have better houses than those above named, own more domestic animals, and have a greater proportion of plowed land, etc., but are, perhaps in regard to general improvement, more stationary. The Ottawas, recently arrived in their country, have neat hewn log cabins, fields fenced and plowed, own domestic animals, agricultural implements, domestic utensils, etc., and are rapidly improving. Of all these tribes, it may be remarked, they raise a surplus of grain, increase in the acquisition of useful property, and evince a desire to adopt the manners and customs of the whites. Mineral resources. The section of the country embraced by this sub-agency abounds in limestone of various qualities. Sandstone is also abundant. So far as my observation extends, every section of land within the district is well supplied with one or both of these kinds of rock. Stone coal is found in places sufficiently numerous to warrant the belief that the supply of that material is ample. Mineral tiff has been found on Potawatomi Creek under circumstances which indicate the existence of lead ore. Water privileges. The Osage River, which passes through the whole extent of this subagency from west to east, is a good stream for purposes of machinery, affording at the lowest stages a sufficiency of water for ordinary mill power. About 1 mile above the state line, extensive water power is created on this river by perpendicular rock falls of some feet. Sugar or Mine Creek and Potawatomi Creek, tributaries to the Osage on the south side, are good mill streams, affording various sites for the erection of waterworks. The soil is of unsurpassed fertility, and I believe no section of country in the world contains a greater proportion of what is termed first-rate land. The timber is principally confined to the bottomlands along the streams, and in this respect there is perhaps a deficiency. What timber there is, however, is of a good description. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Lawrence. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. By the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 7. Report of the Subagent on the Great Nemaha River. The Indians have all been on the wing of removal ever since the treaty of 17th September, 1836. The blacksmiths and farmers and Indians, ever since early last spring, have been employed in preparing to emigrate and emigrating to their new homes on the west side of the Missouri River, and attending to such other duties as were incident to their change, and to reestablish themselves. To this end, the Sacs and Iowas have erected, at their new homes, 41 bark houses, and each family that arrived in time have small fields and patches of corn, pumpkins, beans, and other vegetables. The quantity of crop that will be produced must be very inconsiderable, and will be no doubt consumed by the time it is ripe. There is nothing that could be properly called farms in cultivation. No agricultural implements or other things have been received for the present year. According to the best count I can make, the Iowas consist of 992 souls. The Sacs consist of 510 souls. It is not in my power to give the number engaged in agriculture or the chase, as nothing worth notice has been done during the present year owing to the scattered and unsettled condition of the Indians. The game has nearly all disappeared, and none worth pursuit is to be found on their lands. The Indians that have emigrated all seem to be content and highly pleased with their situation, and I feel confident that next year will present a very different view of their agricultural and domestic prosperity. The Sacs and Iowas are located on the west bank of the Missouri River, immediately above the mouth of Wolf River. A square of 4 miles will include both tribes. Within this square, the site for the buildings and other improvements have been designated and reported. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 8. Report of the Agent on the Upper Missouri River. The tribes in this agency are the Sioux, Cheyennes, and Poncas. The Yanktons formerly inhabited the country on the St. Peters, the headwaters of Red River, and the plains south of Turtle Mountain, but for 6 years past have confined themselves to the Missouri and its tributaries, and range principally through the country formerly occupied by the Arikarees. I believe this band of Sioux were once considered under Major Taliaferro, and am not aware of their transfer. The subject has been referred to in former communications, to which I have received no answer. It may be said that all the Indians embraced in the above statement live exclusively by the chase, and their erratic habits make it impracticable to assign either one of the tribes or bands any particular locality. It will be seen that the same tribe is divided into several bands, but it frequently happens that they meet and remain for a time united, and then again separate. These habits result in part from a spirit of jealousy among the leading men, each wishing to remain independent of the other, and maintain as much consequence as possible by raising a separate band, but mainly from habits of life which make a separation of this kind indispensable to obtain the means of living. They range over all that great region of country from the Mandans as far south as the Arkansas River. Formerly they confined themselves pretty much to the Missouri River, but the scarcity of buffalo, their chief source of subsistence, has made it necessary for them to seek the means of living in more remote regions, and now the Sioux of the Missouri are seldom found in considerable numbers on the north side of that river. There is a small band consisting of Yanktons and Santees, about 20 families, who remain near the mouth of the Vermilion River on the north side of the Missouri, and to this inconsiderable band may be attributed all the alarms and false representations respecting the hostile dispositions of the Sioux towards the border tribes. These representations arise mainly from a want of knowledge of the subject, the local situation of the Indians, etc., on the part of some well-meaning people, while others who know better adopt the policy of exciting alarm by way of manifesting a zeal which they never felt, and inducing a belief that great and important services have been rendered in maintaining peace on the frontier, when, in fact, there were no grounds to apprehend difficulty. Measures will be adopted by the agent, provided it meets the approbation and support of the Commissioner, to induce the little band last mentioned to join their kindred on the south side of the Missouri, which will place them several hundred miles farther from our borders, and thereby preclude the possibility of difficulty between the Missouri Sioux and any of the border or emigrating Indians, unless in cases when it is brought about by the roaming disposition of the latter, who may penetrate the remote country of the Sioux and other indigenous tribes, for the purpose of hunting. Such a disposition is strongly manifested by some of these border Indians, particularly the Delawares, who occasionally return from their excursions with a few Sioux scalps. In making this remark, I wish to be understood as casting no reproach upon the gentleman who has them in charge, aware as I am that he has no power to control a disposition on the part of these Indians which has carried them into the remote regions of the Rocky Mountains. The statement is made merely with a view to show that there exist no just grounds to apprehend difficulties among the remote wandering tribes and those upon our borders, provided the latter will confine themselves within the limits prescribed, because the former dread their approach and wish to avoid them. The difficulty of ascertaining with precision the number of Indians within the agency must be obvious from their habits, condition, and extent of their country. It is believed, however, that the agent, by his own personal knowledge and long acquaintance and observation, and other means adopted, has presented a statement as correct, and perhaps more so, than will be found in relation to smaller tribes, whose number can be ascertained with more facility and correctness. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document Number 9, Report of the Sub-Agent on the Upper Missouri River. The tribes in this sub-agency are the Mandans, Grosventres, or Minnetarees, Assiniboines, Crees, Grosventres of the Prairie, Crows, Arickarees, and Blackfeet. These tribes occupy an extensive and important region of country, and all rely principally upon the chase for subsistence. None of them have villages or any fixed places of residence, except the Mandans and Minnetarees. The Mandans, Arickarees, and Minnetarees are located on the south bank of the Missouri River, about 300 miles below the mouth of the Yellowstone. The Big and Little Mandan villages are beautifully situated immediately on the bank of the Missouri River, about 5 miles apart. At the Big Village, the American Fur Company has a small fort for trading, with tolerable buildings. The Grosventres, or Minnetarees, village is 5 miles above the Little Mandan village, and is about 1 mile from the Missouri River. The situation is by no means commanding. The Mandans and Minnetarees have very comfortable earth lodges, and in addition to the chase, they cultivate corn, bean, pumpkins, and squashes, to a small extent, but in a very rude and imperfect manner. They have no enclosures and no implements of industry, except a few hoes and squaw axes. They have some horses, which they use for riding only, and which it requires great care to prevent their being stolen by the neighboring tribes. They have no cattle, hogs, or sheep, nor domestic animals or fowls of any kind about them. The Arickarees talk of establishing a village similar to the Mandan villages on the south bank of the Missouri, about 18 miles below the Big Mandan village. They make very fair promises and professions as to their friendly feelings towards the whites, and their disposition to maintain peaceable relations with the neighboring tribes. But no reliance can be placed in them. This tribe formerly had 2 dirt villages about 200 miles below the Mandans, from which they were driven many years ago by the American troops. They not long after went over to the River Platte, and the country in which they were formerly located was taken possession of by the Sioux, who still claim and retain it, and the Arickarees are afraid to return to it. They have ever since been a wandering, unsettled, and troublesome tribe, but they now express and manifest a disposition to reestablish themselves in permanent villages, at the place before alluded to, near the Square Hills. It should be the policy of the government to encourage them in this, and to hold out sufficient inducements for them in some measure to forsake their former wandering, treacherous course of life, and betake themselves at least in part to the cultivation of the earth. All the other tribes pursue a wandering life without any fixed place of residence. They live by the chase, and their food is meat, roots, and berries. Their shelters are lodges formed of the raw skins of elk and buffaloes. They are generally well supplied with horses and travel and hunt entirely on horseback. They raise no horses themselves, but supply themselves by robbing and stealing from the whites and from other tribes of Indians. The Crows frequently commit depredations on the Spaniards and Indians of Santa Fe for the purpose of supplying themselves with mules and horses. The Assiniboines, Crees, and Gros Ventres of the prairie roam in pursuit of game over the vast plains extending from the mouth of the Yellowstone to Lake Winnipeg and the sources of the Mississippi. A portion of their trade is carried on with the traders at Fort Union, at the mouth of the Yellowstone, but much the greater part of their trade is done with the British traders on North Red River, which empties into Lake Winnipeg. Many presents are given them by the British traders and government, and much pains taken to conciliate their friendship and to secure a monopoly of their trade. The consequence is that they consider themselves much more closely allied to the British traders and government than to the American. This operates powerfully to the disadvantage of the American traders at the present time, whom it ought to be the policy of the government to foster and protect, and may, in some future wars, be attended with the most fatal and disastrous consequences. By the distribution of presents, and by taking some trouble to cultivate their acquaintance and conciliate their friendship, more favorable relations might be established between them and the Americans, and they might be finally withdrawn from under the control and influence of the British traders and agents. The Blackfeet wander on both sides of the Rocky Mountains and about the headwaters of the Missouri. They trade principally at Fort McKenzie near the Falls of Missouri, 600 miles above the mouth of the Yellowstone. The Missouri River may be navigated by steamboats that high. The Crows wander through the mountains and plains on the headwaters of the Yellowstone, and at certain seasons of the year visit Fort Cass, a trading post situated upon the Yellowstone, about 300 miles above its mouth. They trade at that post and with detached companies of independent traders who wander with them. The country between the mouth of White River and the Yellowstone has generally a volcanic appearance. Many of the craters are burnt out or exhausted. I have seen only two burning, one on the north side of the Missouri River and a few miles above White River, and the other on the south side of the Missouri, 50 miles above the Mandan village, and both immediately on the bank of the river. The small streams and ponds are generally brackish and strongly impregnated with the salt or some description of salts. The bottoms are generally fertile, but in many places much subject to overflowing in the spring by the spring freshets. The greater part of the uplands are unfit for cultivation. The plains are generally covered with short grass, sometimes called buffalo grass, but in many places they are barren, producing nothing. At the different trading posts and attached to the several companies trading within this sub-agency, several hundred white men are constantly employed, though thinly scattered over a vast extent of country. Their lives and property depend much upon the peaceable disposition of the Indians. All Indians expect from persons who go among them to do business some presents to be made, and, as far as my knowledge extends of the Indian character, they never transact business with each other without presents being first made. It is the basis upon which they first act. It is looked for as a matter of course, and more particularly expected from the government agents, and they are much disappointed and dissatisfied if they at any time fail to receive them. No counsel can well be held with them without. The judicious distribution of presents has a powerful effect and influence upon these tribes in rendering them satisfied with their condition, and inducing them to maintain friendly intercourse and peaceable relations with the whites. They are very mercenary in their friendships, and a small expenditure of presents will go far to secure their alliance and trade, and the control of their tribes in any war that may arise hereafter. A few presents, properly used, would effect more good among these tribes than could be done by all the dragoons that could be sent here, unless they were stationed here. But the support of one military company in this country for 1 year would have cost more than would be sufficient to purchase presents enough to keep all the tribes contented and satisfied for 10 years, and would cause them to be all times much more friendly disposed towards our people and government. It is very important to cultivate peaceable relations with the Indians who wander on our frontiers, and who frequently have trade and intercourse with the British traders of the north and the Spaniards of the south. It is more necessary here than it is upon the borders of the settlements, because here there are no troops stationed to keep them in order, and the military forces are too far distant to deter them from committing outrages, murders, and robberies upon our enterprising citizens. It would be a measure of sound economy and good policy in our government to make greater efforts and expenditures in future to secure the goodwill of the tribes on the upper waters of the Missouri. The Mandans have suffered serious loss and inconvenience from the hostility and treachery of the surrounding tribes during the past year. About 60 of their choice warriors have fallen victim to the tomahawk and scalping knife. They have been confined to their villages for fear of the roaming tribes of the prairies. They have been thus prevented from obtaining meat for subsistence and buffalo robes for clothing or for sale, and had it not been for their scanty crops of corn, they would have been reduced to extreme starvation. They have been considerably strengthened by the arrival of the Arikaris, who reside now in their villages. But the union of these tribes will not continue. It is impossible for the Mandans and Arikaris to live long together in harmony, for if the Mandans only resent their insults, it will add one more to the catalogue of their enemies. I do not suppose that, before the arrival of the Rees, the Mandans had succeeded in making more than 40 robes. The Gros Ventres, or Minatarees, are, in all respects, in the same unfortunate condition with the Mandans. Deadly hostilities are continually kept up between the Sioux and the Mandans and the Minatarees. Many of the Yankton Sioux were skulking about the villages during the last winter and spring, seeking to satiate their vengeance in the blood of their enemies. Several of them were killed by the Mandans and Minatarees while thus engaged. No quarters are shown by either party. I would respectfully urge the propriety and necessity of making appropriations and allotments for this post of the public service at an earlier period of each year, so as to have the goods ready to start in the first boats that ascend the river in the spring. The goods destined for this sub-agency should be ready to be shipped from St. Louis by all means as early as the last of March, for if they are not shipped in the boat destined for this place, they may fail to get up altogether, or if brought, the transportation will cost more than double as much as it otherwise would have done if they had been started at the proper period of the year. End of section 12. Section 13 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 10, Instructions to the Special Agent to the Comanches and Others. Information has been received at this department from the officers in command at Fort Gibson and Fort Towson, and the Acting Superintendent of Indian Affairs in the Western Territory of murders committed by the Comanche Indians upon our own citizens and members of other tribes. It is considered important to ascertain the causes and extent of this hostile feeling, and if possible, to allay it and prevent its infecting other Indians. You have been selected for this duty, and are accordingly respectfully requested to take upon yourself its execution. I proceed to communicate to you the substance of the intelligence that has reached the department and the measures contemplated to be taken. Major P. L. Choteau, who has visited Camp Mason by direction of Captain Armstrong, with a view to observe the movements of the wild tribes of the prairie, has reported that the principal chief of the Comanches has expressed a determination to be revenged on the whites for many supposed injuries from the time of the treaty with them in 1835. What has been the nature of these injuries does not appear from the papers before me. It will be a just cause for regret if the union then formed between the indigenous and immigrated tribes and the United States has been impaired by the acts of any of its citizens. I enclose a copy of the treaty, all the stipulations of which have been fulfilled on the part of this government. You will avail yourself of every opportunity to learn if these Indians have any well-founded complaints to make of violations of any of its provisions by our own citizens, and collect the facts in each particular instance. You may give them the strongest assurances that ample reparations shall be made for all injuries, if they will refrain from aggressions on our own people and rely upon the ability and disposition of the government to redress their wrongs. It is also represented by Major Choteau that the Comanches, Kiowas, Tawiwas, and others retain as prisoners certain females belonging to the United States. And Israel Folsom, an intelligent Choctaw trader, has communicated a report of the murder of a white man in the prairies. You will endeavor to trace these reports to their sources with a view to determine their accuracy. If they prove to be correct, you will take such measures for the release of the captives as, in your judgment, will be most effectual. and you will inform the Indians who hold them that the President will expect from them the same care not to injure or oppress our citizens which they desire and claim should be exercised by the latter towards themselves. It has been further stated that the Comanches are dissatisfied because the Creeks and Choctaws have extended their occupation and improvements to the country heretofore used by themselves as a hunting ground. This matter should be explained to them so that they may understand that the United States, having purchased these lands from the tribes possessing the occupant title, has guaranteed the exclusive right in it to the immigrated Indians. They cannot therefore be permitted to hunt upon it after the latter are prepared to settle upon and cultivate it. Captain Armstrong has reported that the Delawares and Shawnees are disposed to war and that a woman of the Osage tribe has been killed by the Comanches. These facts and the hostile feeling of the Creeks, who have recently removed, have led him to believe that serious difficulties will soon occur in that region. Collectively, they clearly impose upon the government the duty of discharging the obligations devolved upon it by the 7th Article of the Treaty of August 24, 1835, to preserve peace and do justice to all parties in the event of any collisions between the tribes which signed it. It is the desire of the Department, therefore, that you will seek interviews with all the Indians in that region, that you will explain to those of them with whom treaties have been made the provisions of those treaties, learn if they have any reason to be dissatisfied with the manner in which they have been carried into effect, and lead them to perceive the advantages that would result to themselves from adhering strictly to their stipulations. To the tribes which are not bound to us by treaties, you will communicate the earnest wishes of the President for their welfare, and for the continuance of peaceable relations between themselves and others, and you are authorized to conclude a convention between them and the United States upon the basis of that of 1835 with the Comanches and Wichitas. An important part of your duty will be to watch the movements of the tribes upon our western and southern frontiers, and to detect the earliest indications of a purpose on their part to form any alliance with the Indians in Texas and Mexico, and on the part of the latter to cross our boundary line. An escort of dragoons will be detailed to attend you for your safety. Having adverted to the subjects to which your attention should be directed, I commit to your experience and discretion the task of determining upon the modes in which the objects of the government can best be accomplished. There is no appropriation out of which any part of your expenses can be paid. I wish, therefore, that all your pecuniary engagements should rest upon your individual responsibility, and that you should rely upon Congress for indemnification of your expenses. The Department is aware that the duties of the mission cannot be successfully executed without presents to the Indians, and you are therefore authorized, under the restrictions just stated, to provide the necessary supplies for this purpose, to an amount not exceeding $5,000. The acting superintendent of the Western Territory and the superintendent at St. Louis will be instructed to give to any 2 persons you may select licenses to trade with the tribes whom you may visit in their respective districts. I will thank you to transmit frequent and full reports of your observations of the temper and conduct of the Indians. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837 by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 11. Statement showing the number of Indian schools, their location, and the number of teachers and pupils, December 1st, 1837. Number 11. Statement showing the number of Indian schools, their location, and the number of teachers and pupils. This embraces all from which reports have been received with which the government has any connection, either by contributing to their support from annuities for education or from the Civilization Fund. 1. Acting Superintendency of Michigan. Name of principal, tribe instructed, number of teachers, number of scholars, male, female, total, denomination, locality of schools. Name of principal, Reverend L. Slater, tribe instructed, Ottawas of Grand River. Number of teachers, 4. Number of scholars, male, 16, female, 14, total, 30. Denomination, Baptist Church. Locality of schools, Berry County, Michigan. Name of principal, Reverend A. Bingham. Tribe instructed, Chippewas. Number of teachers, 5. Number of scholars, male, 14, female, 20, total, 34. Denomination, ditto, Baptist Church. Locality of schools, Sault Ste. Marie, ditto, Michigan. Name of principal, Mr. J. Chubb. Tribe instructed, ditto, Chippewas. Number of teachers, 2. Number of scholars, male, 9, female, 11, total, 20. Denomination, Methodist Episcopal Church. Locality of schools, Sault Ste. Marie, ditto, Michigan. Name of principal, Reverend D. Chandler. Tribe instructed, ditto, Chippewas. Number of teachers, 2. Number of scholars, male, 12, female, 15, total, 27. Denomination, ditto, Methodist Episcopal Church. Locality of schools, Kewayanon, ditto, Michigan. Name of principal, Reverend W. T. Boutwell. Tribe instructed, ditto, Chippewas. Number of teachers, 2. Number of scholars, male, 4, female, 5, total, 9. Denomination, Presbyterian Church. Locality of schools, Leech Lake, Wisconsin. Name of principal, Mr. S. Ayers. Tribe instructed, ditto, Chippewas. Number of teachers, 7. Number of scholars, male, 16, female, 18, total, 34. Denomination, ditto, Presbyterian Church. Locality of schools, Puckaguma, ditto, Wisconsin. Name of principal, Reverend S. Hall. Tribe instructed, ditto, Chippewas. Number of teachers, 6. Number of scholars, male, 28, female, 28, total, 56. Denomination, ditto, Presbyterian Church. Locality of schools, La Pointe, ditto, Wisconsin. Aggregate, number of teachers, 28. Number of scholars, male, 99, female, 111, total, 210. Note, in addition, one scholar of full Indian blood, J. Elliott, is supported out of the Chippewa and Ottawa Fund at the Hamilton Theological Seminary, New York. 2. Acting Superintendency of Western Territory. Names of teachers. Locations. Number of scholars, males, females, total. Number that read, number that write, number in arithmetic, number in grammar, number in geography, number that spin, number that weave. Names of teachers, William Wilson. Locations, Agency Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males, 8, females, 6, total, 14. Number that read, 5. Number that write, 5. Number in arithmetic, 3. Number in grammar, 3. Number in geography, 3. Names of teachers, Ramsey D. Potts. Locations, Providence, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males, 39, females, 3, total, 42. Number that read, 11. Number that write, 3. Number in arithmetic, 3. Number in grammar, 3. Names of teachers, H. G. Rind. Locations, Little River, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males, 19, females, 6, total, 25. Number that read, 6. Number that write, 2. Number in arithmetic, 2. Number in grammar, 1. Number in geography, 1. Names of teachers, J. Duke, native. Locations, Mountain Fork, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males, 24. Females, 8. Total, 32. Names of teachers, Moses Perry. Locations, Shawneetown, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males, 23. total 23. Number that read, 9. Number that write, 6. Number in arithmetic, 2. Names of teachers, John Watson. Locations, Kiamichi, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 24, females 6, total 30. Number that read, 8. Number that write, 4. Number in arithmetic, 1. Number in grammar, 1. Number in geography, 1. Names of teachers, Allenson Allen. Locations, Fausch Malin, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 30, females 5, total 35. Number that read, 12. Number that write, 3. Names of teachers, John T. W. Lewis. Locations, Clear Creek, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 12, females 6, total 18. Number that read, 3. Number that write, 3. Number in arithmetic, 3. Number in grammar, 3. Number in geography, 3. Names of teachers, Ebenezer Hotchkins. Locations, Goodwater, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 28, females 2, total 30. Number that read, 11. Number that write, 11. Names of teachers, Joseph Smedley. Locations, Pleasant Bluff, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Names of teachers, T. McKenney, native. Locations, Sugarloaf, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 10, females 4, total 14. Number that read, 6. Number that write, 3. Total number of scholars, males 217, females 46, total 263. Number that read, 71. Number that write, 40. Number in arithmetic, 14. Number in grammar, 11. Number in geography, 8. Missionary Schools, Choctaw Nation. Names of teachers, Miss Barnum's. Locations, Pine Ridge, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 18, females 17, total 35. Number that read, 18. Number that write, 18. Number in arithmetic, 4. Number in grammar, 6. Number in geography, 6. Locations, Kiamichi, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 14, females 14, total 18. Number that read, 5. Number that write, 5. Names of teachers, Gerard Olmsted. Locations, Wheelock, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 28, females 2, total 30. Number that read, 8. Number that write, 7. Names of teachers, A.D. Jones. Locations, Mountain Fork, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 18, females 11, total 29. Number that read, 21. Number that write, 19. Number in arithmetic, 8. Number in grammar, 8. Number in geography, 8. Names of teachers, Miss E. A. Merrill. Locations, ditto, ditto, Mountain Fork, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, males 20, females 28, total 48. Number that read, 10. Number that write, 7. Number in arithmetic, 4. Number in grammar, 4. Number in geography, 4. Names of teachers, Mrs. Mackenzie. Locations, Shawneetown, ditto, Choctaw Nation. Number of scholars, females 20, total 20. Number that read, 11. Number that write, 10. Number in arithmetic, 7. Number that spin, 20. Number that weave, 4. Total number of scholars, males 98, females 92, total 180. Number that read, 73. Number that write, 66. Number in arithmetic, 23. Number in grammar, 18. Number in geography, 18. Number that spin, 20. Number that weave, 4. Schools in the Cherokee Nation. Names of teachers, C. Washburn. Locations, Dwight. Number of scholars, males, 42. Females, 45. Total, 87. Number that read, 50. Number that write, 17. Number in arithmetic, 27. Number in grammar, 1. Number in geography, 2. Number that spin, 20. Number that weave, 13. Names of teachers, A. Palmer. Locations, Fairfield. Number of scholars, males, 18. Females, 12. Total, 30. Number that read, 11. Number that write, 5. Number in arithmetic, 5. Names of teachers, Newton. Locations, Park Hill. Number of scholars, males, 18. Females, 2. Total, 20. Number that read, 4. Number that write, 2. Names of teachers, Worcester. Locations, ditto, Park Hill. Number of scholars, males, 16. Females, 4. Total, 20. Number that read, 6. Number that write, 3. Number in arithmetic, 1. Total number of scholars, males, 94. Females, 63. Total, 157. Number that read, 71. Number that write, 27. Number in arithmetic, 33. Number in grammar, 1. Number in geography, 2. Number that spin, 20. Number that weave, 13. Note, it is stated in the annual report of the American Board of Missions that, during the past year, the missionaries in the Choctaw Nation have prepared, in that language, 30,500 tracts, embracing 576,000 pages, which have been printed at the Cherokee Press. 3. Superintendency of St. Louis. Tribes, by whom established, where established, teachers, pupils. Tribes, Shawnees. By whom established, Methodist Society. Where established, west of Mississippi. Teachers, 3. Pupils, 44. Tribes, Delawares. By whom established, ditto, ditto, Methodist Society. Where established, ditto, ditto, west of Mississippi. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 19. Tribes, Peorias. By whom established, ditto, ditto, Methodist Society. Where established, north bank of Osage River. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 12. Tribes, Kickapoos. By whom established, ditto, ditto, Methodist Society. Where established, west of Mississippi. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 6. Tribes, Kickapoos. By whom established, Catholic Missionary Society. Where established, ditto, ditto, west of Mississippi. Teachers, 3. Pupils, 20. Tribes, Wyandots. By whom established, Methodist Society. Where established, ditto, ditto, west of Mississippi. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 40. Total. Teachers, 14. Pupils, 141. 4. Choctaw Academy. Tribes, Choctaws. Pupils, 65. Tribes, Potawatomis. Pupils, 19. Tribes, Seminoles. Pupils, 6. Tribes, Quapaws. Pupils, 4. Tribes, Creeks. Pupils, 14. Tribes, Sacs, Foxes, and others. Pupils, 10. Tribes, Chickasaws. Pupils, 18. Tribes, Cherokees. Pupils, 13. Tribes, Miamis. Pupils, 3. Tribes, Chippewas, Ottawas, and Potawatomis. Pupils, 12. Total pupils, 164. 5. Miscellaneous. Tribes, Mohegans. Where established, Connecticut. Teachers, 1. Pupils, 22. Tribes, Sioux. By whom established? American Board of Commissioners. Where established? Lac qui parle. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 45. Tribes, Sioux. By whom established? Ditto ditto, American Board of Commissioners. Where established? Lake Harriet. Pupils, 8. Tribes, Senecas. By whom established? Baptist General Convention. Where established? Buffalo Reservation. Teachers, 6. Pupils, 115. Tribes, Tuscaroras. By whom established? Ditto ditto, Baptist General Convention. Where established? Tuscarora, New York. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 71. Tribes, Tuscaroras. By whom established? American Board of Commissioners. Where established? Ditto ditto, Tuscarora, New York. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 50. Tribes, Other New York Indians. By whom established? Ditto ditto, American Board of Commissioners. Where established? Cattaraugus, ditto, New York. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 50. Tribes, ditto, Other New York Indians. By whom established? Ditto ditto, American Board of Commissioners. Where established? Allegheny, ditto, New York. Teachers, 3. Pupils, 75. Tribes, Wyandottes. By whom established? Methodist Society. Where established? Ohio. Teachers, 1. Pupils, 20. Tribes, Winnebagos. By whom established? The government. Where established? Wisconsin. Teachers, 2. Pupils, 41. Total number of pupils, 497. Recapitulation. Number of pupils within the Superintendency of Michigan, 210. Number of pupils within the Acting Superintendency of the Western Territory, 409. Number of pupils within the Superintendency of St. Louis, 141. Number of pupils at the Choctaw Academy, 164. Number of pupils at miscellaneous stations, 497. Number of student at law at Buffalo, 1. Number of student at law at Vermont, 1. Number of students at Choctaw Academy, 2. Aggregate, 1,425. Office, Indian Affairs, December 1st, 1837. End of Section 14. Read by Stepheather, Bangalore, India, May 24th, 2023.
Section 15 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 12, Statement showing the amount and disposition of the funds provided by treaties for the purposes of education, December 1, 1837. Table headers. Tribes, date of treaty, amount, remarks. Row 1, Tribes, Miamis, date of treaty, 23 October, 1826. Amount, $2,000. Remarks, Choctaw Academy. Row 2, Tribes, Potawatomis, date of treaty, 16 October, 1826. Amount, $2,000. Remarks, due. Row 3, Tribes, due, date of treaty, 24 September, 1827. Amount, $1,000. Remarks, due. Row 4, Tribes, due, date of treaty, 27 October, 1832. Amount, $2,000. Remarks, due. Row 5, Tribes, Winnebagos, date of treaty, 15 September, 1832. Amount, $3,000. Remarks, schools in the nation. Row 6, Tribes, Chippewas, date of treaty, 24 September, 1819. Amount, $1,000. Remarks, Baptist General Convention. Row 7, Tribes, Menominees. Date of treaty, 11 August 1827. Amount, $1,500. Remarks, Protestant Episcopal Church. Row 8, Tribes, due. Date of treaty, 8 February 1831. Amount, $500. Remarks, Protestant Episcopal Church. Row 9, Tribes, Sacs, Foxes, and others. Date of treaty, 15 July 1830. Amount, $3,000. Remarks, Choctaw Academy. Row 10, Tribes, Kickapoos. Date of treaty, 24 October 1832. Amount, $500. Remarks, Schools in the Nation. Row 11, Tribes, Shawnees and Delawares. Date of treaty, 26 October 1832. Amount, $500. Remarks, due. Row 12, Tribes, Choctaws. Date of treaty, 27 September 1830. Amount, $2,500. Remarks, due. Row 13, Tribes, due. Date of treaty, 27 September 1830. Amount, $10,000. Remarks, Choctaw Academy. Row 14, Tribes, Creeks, East. Date of treaty, 24 March 1832. Amount, $3,000. Remarks, due. Row 15, Tribes, Cherokees, West. Date of treaty, 6 May 1828. Amount, $2,000. Remarks, due. Row 16, Tribes, Florida Indians. Date of treaty, 18 September 1823. Amount, $1,000. Remarks, due. Row 17, Tribes, Quapaws. Date of treaty, 13 May 1833. Amount, $1,000. Remarks, due. Row 18, Tribes, Ottos and Misuras. Date of treaty, 11 September 1833. Amount, $500. Remarks, Schools in the Nation. Row 19, Tribes, Pawnees. Date of treaty, 8 October 1833. Amount, $1,000. Remarks, due. Row 20, Tribes, Chickasaws. Date of treaty, 24 May 1834. Amount, $3,000. Remarks, Choctaw Academy. Row 21, Tribes, Creeks. Date of treaty, 14 February 1833. Amount, $1,000. Remarks, due. Row 22, Tribes, Chippewas, Ottawas, and Potawatomis. Date of treaty, 26 September 1833. Amount, interest on $700,000. Remarks, Schools in the Nation. Row 23, Tribes, Ottawas and Chippewas. Date of treaty, 28 March 1836. Amount, $8,000. Footnote, begin footnote. Of this sum, $1,000 is retained to be applied as circumstances may demand, and $7,000 divided equally among 5 religious societies who have assumed the charge of disbursing it. End of footnote. Remarks, due. End of table. War Department, Office Indian Affairs, December 1, 1837. End of section 15. Section 16 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 13, Statement showing the condition of the Civilization Fund, December 1, 1837. Balance to credit of the fund, January 1, 1837, $13,744.82. Appropriated for 1837, $10,000. Total, $23,744.82. Deduct amount of payments to September 30, 1837, $5,276.75, and amount required to complete payments for the year, $3,850.50. Total, $9,127.25. Balance to credit of the Civilization Fund. Total, $14,617.57. Office of Indian Affairs, December 1, 1837. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Report of the Acting Superintendent of the Western Territory. I have the honor to submit the following report on schools in this superintendency, accompanying which is a statement showing the names of teachers, locations, number of pupils, their proficiency, etc., by reference to which you will see that there are 270 males and 46 females taught in the public schools, and 98 males and 82 females taught by the missionaries in the Choctaw Nation, and 94 males and 63 females in the Cherokee Nation, making in all 600 pupils in my superintendency. There are not as many missionary schools in operation in the Choctaw Nation this year as formerly, but they are better attended. The bad health of some of the missionary teachers, and other causes not known to myself, have induced several to leave the nation. Consequently, the number of schools has decreased. Last year, the missionaries had 12 schools in operation, teaching 228 pupils. This year, they have only 6 schools, teaching 180 pupils, making an average of 30 pupils to a school, while the average last year was 19. These facts go to show that the teachers have been making greater exertions, and that the Indians estimate the importance of education more this year than formerly. Where suitable persons have been sent among the Indians as missionaries to teach as well as preach, and who practice what they preach, and show by their conduct and their exertions their benevolent intentions, the Indians are not long in becoming convinced of their good intentions and usefulness among them, and not only reconciled but anxious that they should remain amongst them. But in most cases such men are not sent out. Such of the kind as are in this and the Cherokee Nation, Mr. Washburn, Mr. Kingsbury, Mr. Mackenzie, and others, are very useful in every way. They make themselves so by their exertions as preachers, teachers, physicians, advisers, etc., and by their deportment and conduct render themselves popular. Such men are wanted in the country and are welcome to the Indians. The time has passed when men can be picked up in New England without talent, industry, energy, or the proper spirit, and sent among these tribes to be useful. Such men not only render no service, but, by their inactive dronish habits, set such examples as white men should not set before Indians, render themselves unpopular, and injure the cause which they were sent out to promote. Men of this description not only ought not to be sent out, but should be prohibited from coming among the Indians. It would be better for the societies, if they are compelled to support such men, to keep them at home, and not send them out to injure the cause they cannot help. The Indians are becoming too intelligent and well-informed to bear with such men. A majority of the missionaries in this country are of the above-mentioned kind, and to these facts may be imputed the great unpopularity of missionaries in the Indian country. The missionaries in the Choctaw Nation are certainly more useful than they are in other nations. It is owing to the fact that they are well impressed that they have no more privileges than other white men in the nation, and are therefore compelled to deport themselves toward the Indians in a manner to conciliate their goodwill and to render themselves useful to the Indians to be allowed to live among them, and are held themselves responsible to this office for their conduct. If this were the case in other nations, they would be useful and efficient auxiliaries in carrying out the policy of the government, instead of being the cause of so many complaints. It would be well if the missionary boards in the States were impressed with these facts, instead of being under the impression that they had a right to send men into the Indian country to settle and live among them without the knowledge of the agent or consent of the Indians, and that the missionaries be compelled to report to the agents and procure a permit like other white persons before they were allowed to settle in the Indian country. They would then not feel themselves so irresponsible and know better upon what terms they would be permitted to remain. The public schools are in a better condition than formerly. They are not so well located as the missionary schools, owing to the circumstance of the buildings being erected before the Indians were permanently settled, some of the locations being very far from the settlements, and the missionaries coming into the Indian country more recently chose their own locations immediately in the thickest settlements. But as the Indians are becoming more sensible of the importance of education, they are adopting measures to obviate this inconvenience by moving nearer to the schools or boarding out their children. Therefore, there will soon be as many pupils in attendance as the teachers will be able to attend to. Of the 11 public schools in the nation, one has no scholars, in consequence of the school being so far from the settlements that the children cannot attend. The other 10 are attended by 263 pupils, making an average of more than 26 to a school. The average is not so great as the missionaries, but as soon as the inconveniences already referred to are removed, they will average more than the missionaries, as they will be more responsible to the agent and, under his supervision, will be required to leave nothing undone to keep up their complement of pupils. The school taught by Mr. Wilson is near this place, having but lately gone into operation. However, his pupils are well advanced and attend regularly. It promises to become an important school. Mr. Potts, preferring to go among the wild untutored full-blood Indians, where they had always been opposed to education, had many difficulties to encounter. The prejudices of the Indians, the consent of the children after the parents were willing that they should go, and many other causes to make it an arduous task. He has finally triumphed over all and has his full complement. Such is the spirit that he has created in his neighborhood by his exertions, that he has found it necessary to erect another building at his own expense for the purpose of keeping a female school connected with his, to be conducted by a lady, to be supported by some benevolent society in the States. Mr. Ryan's school is in a flourishing condition. The Indians in his neighborhood are rather lukewarm upon the subject of education, and will not make their children attend regularly, but the children who do attend are improving very much. He informs me that such was the indifference of the Indians upon this subject that the chief called them together in council and urged them to send their children and encourage them in every manner. Mr. Duke is a native. His health has been so bad that he has not been able to make a report and has since resigned. When his school was last heard from, he had 32 scholars, some of whom were very well advanced. The school is in a neighborhood where the people have arrived to a great degree of civilization and who appreciate education. I therefore feel the importance of an efficient teacher being appointed at an early day and shall appoint one as early as practicable. Mr. Perry has 23 male pupils. In this neighborhood there is a female school conducted by Mrs. Mackenzie, supported by the Methodist Missionary Society, where all the domestic arts are taught the pupils in addition to the other branches. These schools are in a flourishing condition. Mr. Watson is well located. His pupils attend regularly and are pretty well advanced, and his school may be considered in a flourishing condition. Dr. Allen has but lately moved to his present location, having tried another part of the district without success. His school is in a fine condition, very full and regularly attended. His medical services render him very useful in his neighborhood. Mr. Lewis's school is small, but it is well attended, and his pupils are far advanced. Mr. Hodgkins is located among the full-bloods in the neighborhood of Mr. Potts, and had similar difficulties to contend with. He has overcome all and has a fine school. Mr. Smedley is located 4 miles from the nearest house. Consequently, he has no pupils. Arrangements are making for boarding the children. When this is done, he will no doubt have a fine school, as he has the capacity. Mr. McKenney is a native and has but lately taken charge of his school. He is every way capable to teach, and, possessing considerable influence in his neighborhood, he will no doubt soon have an excellent school. All the teachers represent the capacity of the children as good as that of the children of the whites. Some represent them as docile and attentive and very eager to learn. Others represent the capacity as good, but their disposition to idleness hard to overcome. But the greatest complaints are that the parents do not exercise proper authority to compel them to attend. Consequently, their attendance is somewhat irregular. According to the plan first laid down in the expenditure of the $6,000 school fund, there were to have been established 4 schools in each district, but at the time the houses were erected, Bushmatahoe district being the remote western part of the nation, the settlements had not extended much beyond the Kiamichi, their eastern boundary. Only 2 houses were erected in this district. The settlements are now extended westward, and large numbers have settled and are about settling in the country on the Blue and Baggy and their tributary streams. I therefore request to be authorized to erect the other 2 houses, one to be located in the settlements above referred to, and the other wherever I may find it most convenient and desired by the people. There are no public schools in the Cherokee Nation. All are supported by the missionary societies. The School of Dwight, under the superintendence of Mr. Washburn, is a very flourishing institution. It is supported by the American Board of Foreign Missions. It is divided into 2 departments, male and female. In addition to the intellectual branches, they are taught all kinds of labor appropriate to their sex, thereby forming habits of industry which will be of great benefit to themselves in after life. The school would not suffer from a comparison with the common schools in the most favored parts of the United States. The other schools, as shown in the statement, are doing much good. There are several other schools in this nation supported by the Methodist missionary associations, which are doing much good, but no reports having come from them, I am unable to give any definite account of them. Arrangements are about being made to establish some missionary schools in the Neosho sub-agency. With proper management, they will be able to improve the Indians of that sub-agency, as they are more inclined to educating their youth than they were formerly. The following extract from General Sanford's report on the subject of the education and moral improvement of the Creeks is worthy the due consideration of the department, which I most respectfully submit. To secure the blessings of education to a nation degraded by barbarism and ignorance requires a course of instruction which would diffuse its benefits and extend its influence to every member of the community, which would present advantages so direct and palpable as would render their acquirement an object of general solicitude. An instruction upon the plan of our manual labor schools, for the benefit of all the western tribes situated near the frontier, teaching the mechanic arts, the more common branches of agricultural and domestic industry, with the rudiments of common education, promises to be of more usefulness in disseminating a proper knowledge upon the various subjects of ordinary life than any project which has yet been tried. Such has been said of the advantage which have been thus conferred upon the youth of our country. And with us, where the well-defined grades of society supersede the necessity of the scholar turning mechanic, and when higher attainments should have prepared him for higher purposes than a mere livelihood by manual labor, such have been its beneficial operations. How much greater would be its effects upon those who have yet to learn how to live, who have to reach that very necessary point before we can reasonably expect them to learn anything beyond it. Such an establishment would render individual improvement subservient to the national good, For the arts which would be taught them would not be a mere denier resort, as with us, but of direct practical utility and application, in procuring with less trouble and more certainty the pressing wants of nature. As long as these engross their time and task their energies, it is in vain that we direct their attention to objects of higher concernment. The expense incident to a seminary of this description, after the erection of suitable buildings, would not greatly exceed the amount of school funds consolidated, and even if it should, the excess would scarcely form an exponent part of the millions which we have realized from what was once their own. The country could not but regard such an institution as in part the fulfillment of an obligation to those who were once the undisputed lords of its wide extended empire, and with that portion of the community who might be disposed to lend a helping hand to the cause of humanity and religion, it would present an object that would ensure a proper application of their benevolent donations. Thus aided and assisted, it would go far to determine the practicability of redeeming and regenerating a people who, after centuries of intercourse with us, have not learned to adopt, scarcely to imitate, the improvement and habits of civilized life. End of section 17, read by Claudia Caldi. Section 18 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 15, Report of the Teacher at Prairie du Chien. Ground has been ploughed this spring for about 30 families, who have planted on an average near 2 acres each, principally in corn and potatoes. More would have planted, but owing to the late period at which the hands arrived, ground could not be prepared. After ploughing ground for the Indians, the hands have only had time to pitch a small crop to cultivate themselves. The teams will now go on to break land, preparatory for the next year, not at this place, but about 15 miles west. It is intended to sow as much ground as can be prepared in time at that point, in turnips, that the Indians may thereby derive some benefit from their labor the present year, as well as have their attention called to the place by next spring to plant corn. 41 children now belong to the school, 15 males and 26 females, all full Indians. 11 of this number board and lodge at the institution. The others sleep at their wigwams, and at the close of each day receive their rations of provisions and clothing when needed. Necessity first led to this arrangement. Our building was entirely too small to accommodate the number of children proposed, and I had repeatedly made application for leave to put up another small building, without ever receiving an answer from the department, so that the present expedient of permitting the children to lodge with their parents was the only one that seemed likely to render the school of much benefit to the nation. The present number of scholars could be doubled in a few days if the appropriation would admit of it. Daily applications are made, which I am compelled to reject, knowing that the amount stipulated in the treaty will not support them. Indeed, the expenses of the present number cannot be covered by the provisions of the treaty. But believing that all would not regularly attend, I thought probably the average number might be supported. Thus far, however, they are more constant in attendance than I had anticipated, and I very much fear they will have to be reduced in number by dismissal. The increase of the school has rendered an assistant necessary. Mr. Porter, from Kentucky, serves in this capacity at a salary of $300 per annum. His wife has charge of the boarding house, and I think both are admirably qualified for the stations they fill. There is one circumstance, to which I have not yet alluded, that should be regarded as very encouraging. An Indian, a young man of quite idle habits, came to live with me about 2 years ago. At first, I made but little calculation on his remaining, but he continued and manifested a disposition to work. He was encouraged, and he labors regularly on the farm as one of the hands promised in the treaty, for which he receives $8 per month. Such an example cannot fail to convince others of the advantages of this mode of living. There is nothing like a tangible object before the mind of an Indian, something that he can see and from which immediate benefit may be derived. This will reach and affect the character when everything like reasoning with these unfortunate creatures for the purpose of changing their habits will prove unavailing. And I am more than ever convinced that nothing is wanting but patience and perseverance in such a course of effort to make them an agricultural people. End of section 18. Read by Claudia Caldi.
Section 19 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Agnes Robert Bear. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 16. Report of the Sub-Agent on the Osage River regarding schools. Under the requisitions of the 18th paragraph of regulations, the following is submitted on the subject of schools, vis-a-vis. One school among the Peoria Indians, under the management of the Methodist Conference. Site, north bank of Osage River. Buildings, 1 schoolroom, 1 double dwelling, with common outhouses. Missionaries Reverend N. Talbot, Mrs. Talbot. School, 12 scholars, 10 males and 2 females. Of the males, 5 read and write, 3 spell well, 2 spell in 1 syllable, and 1 is learning the alphabet. 1 station among the Wayahs, under the management of the Western Foreign Missionary Society, Presbyterian. Site on Wayah Creek, about 5 miles north of Osage River. Buildings, 1 schoolroom, 1 double dwelling, and 1 dwelling for teacher, with common outhouses. School, heretofore taught in English, suspended. Another now organizing to be taught in Indian on the new system. Missionaries, Reverend Mr. Fleming, Mr. Bradley, Mrs. Bradley, Mr. Duncore. 1 station among the Ottawas, under the management of the Baptist Missionary Convention for Foreign Missions. Site, north bank of Osage River. Buildings, now erecting. School not commenced, further than the instruction of a few in Indian on the new system. Missionaries, Mr. Jotham Meeker, Mrs. Meeker. 1 station among the Potawatomis, under the management of the Baptist Missionary Convention for Foreign Missions. Site, on Potawatomi Creek, near the site of the Osage River Sub-Agency. Buildings, now erecting. School not commenced, except the instruction of some in Indian on the new system. Missionaries, Mr. R. Simmerwell, Mrs. Simmerwell. These schools heretofore have been conducted on funds furnished exclusively by the several denominations to which they belong. The principals of these stations, having been called on to furnish the usual statistics, paper marked D, herewith enclosed only has been received. While on the subject of schools among the Indians, I beg leave to say that the new system described in paper D, in my opinion, is calculated to be of immense utility to these unfortunate people, and I solicit your favorable consideration of the subject. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document 17, New System of Teaching. Extract of a letter of Robert Simmerwell. Teacher to the subagent on the Osage River. New system of teaching. Relative to the mission among the Potawatomis under the patronage of the Baptist General Convention, I beg leave respectfully to submit the following report. Industry and agriculture have been encouraged, in which they are evidently advancing, notwithstanding the obstacles which necessarily grow out of their unsettled conditions. An English school could not be maintained, but a few have received instruction upon the new system, among whom 4 adults can read imperfectly a book which I have compiled and had printed in their own language. Buildings at the new station on Potawatomi Creek are erecting for the accommodation of the mission, which will be occupied in a few days, when it is hoped from surrounding prospects that extensive and useful operations will not be much longer postponed. We shall impart to Indian youths education in English to the extent of our opportunities, and without relaxing our efforts in that branch of education, we propose to teach them in their own language upon the new system. It too often happens that Indian youths taught to read in English do not understand what they read, and the number who can be taught to read understandingly in English must be few compared with the whole. The discovery of the new system promises much good to the Indians. Upon this plan, adults, even the old as well as the youth, can learn to read in the course of a few days. Several instances have occurred of adults, previously ignorant of letters, learning to read with 3 or 4 days' study. In this system, English types are used to save the expense of founding others, but not for the purpose of spelling, which is wholly unnecessary and indeed impracticable. Uncompounded sounds are indicated by characters which never vary their uses. These sounds in most Indian languages are 8 or 10, some of which, but not all, are what, upon the principle of spelling, are termed vowel sounds. Other characters merely indicate the position of the organs of speech preceding and following the articulation of sounds, by which the latter are modified. None of the characters have a name, so that the learner is at once taught their use. For example, this character, P, directs the reader to press the lips with a slight expansion and pressure of the organs within. This character, O, gives the sound of O, as in not, and this, T, to place the end of the tongue hard to the roof of the mouth. Consequently, he pronounces pot. Transpose the characters, and by the same rule he necessarily pronounces top. Not more than 23 characters have yet been found necessary in writing any Indian language. The use of these can be learned as soon as the names of 23 letters of the English alphabet. So soon as the learner has acquired a knowledge of the use of the characters, he can read because, by placing the organs of speech as directed by the characters as they occur, and articulating sounds as the characters occur which denote them, he necessarily pronounces words as they are written. This system has been applied to 8 Indian languages, and so far as a fair trial has been made, the success of the application has equaled, if not exceeded, expectation. With comparatively little expense and labor, multitudes, even of the wilder tribes, could be taught to read useful prints for the enlargement of mind and the improvement of morals, who never can be taught to read in the English language. It will create no obstacle to an English education. All who can read English, or who can read anything upon the principle of spelling, can, with a few hours' study, read this. They may read it understandingly to others in a language they do not understand themselves. Further, the facility with which adults as well as youths can learn to read will promote a thirst for education in general, and make every useful branch of education more desirable. Your attention is respectfully and earnestly solicited to this subject, and should you think favorably of the system, our obligations to you will be greatly increased if you would feel free to bring it to the notice of the Indian Department. End of section 20. Section 21 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document 18, Report of the Teacher for the Kickapoos, by P. J. Verhagen. 1. The above school was opened last spring, but owing to the difficulties which arose from an epidemic that prevailed among the children, its operations have been suspended until the 14th of last August. Since that date, it has been in constant operation. 2. The sums to be annually applied to this school will amount to about $1,500. 3. Hitherto there has been but one schoolhouse situated between the two villages of the nation. This house has cost about $1,000. 4. The value of the school lots, their fixtures, and the appurtenances is at least $1,000. 5. Since the school was opened, it received from government $500. From other sources, $3,080. 6. There are 3 teachers in the school and 2 other persons employed in connection with it. Reverend C. Hoken, Superior and teacher of the English language. Reverend F. Verdet, teacher of music. G. Miles, teacher of penmanship. C. Mazzelli, cook. And J. Barry, farmer. These 5 gentlemen devote their exertions gratis to the school. 7. The school has no longer any debts to pay. 8. There are 20 pupils attached to the school. Kiakwawik, Uapakai, the sons of the chief. Kishahoon, Nenapoi, Wapatekwoy, Nikon Ekwea, Paul, Rakike, Menakwoy, Papekwan, Okose, Pemmoatamo, Fatan, Fete Pake, Nemoika, Moshun, Ramine, Namatsia. Baptist. The pupils are only instructed for the present in the rudiments of the English language, penmanship, music, vocal, and instrumental. Their proficiency, considering the short time in the school has been in operation, is quite satisfactory, but their attendance at school is rather irregular. Among them, Kiakwiyuk, Nenopoi, Wapatakawi, and Nemoika distinguish themselves by their progress, especially in penmanship, and bid fair to be qualified for any employment of civilized life. Should many families remove to Red River, as it is supposed will be the case, the number of pupils will considerably diminish, and not to waste our time and our means, we might be compelled to abandon the buildings and the land, about 15 acres well fenced in, which would cause a loss to the society of at least $5,000. P. J. Verhagen, Superintendent of the Missouri Catholic Miss Society. End of section 21. Section 22 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 19, extract from a letter to the superintendents. September 4, 1837. I will thank you to forward also at least 2 copies of each book printed in Indian languages, with a description of their subject, character, and the extent to which used. If the teachers or agents would collect specimens of minerals and furnish descriptions of the sections of country in which they are found, I should be pleased to receive them. If a library and cabinet could be formed here embracing these things, natural curiosities, Indian dresses and costumes, I think the public mind would be more interested in our Indian relations. At present, no expense can be incurred for such a purpose, but should a good beginning be made, the object might find favor with those who can furnish means for enlarging the collection. I trust your report will come in season and abound in valuable and particular information. End of section 22. Section 23 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 20, Reply of Mr. Schoolcraft to the preceding. Sir, in further reference to the instructions of the Department of the 4th instant, I have the honor to submit the following remarks on the subjects indicated. First, each book printed in Indian languages with a description of their subject, character, and the extent to which used. The effect to instruct the Indians as whole tribes within their own territories has necessarily led to translations and compilations of elementary works for their use, all of which, so far as I have examined them, partake of the nature of an experiment, of which the success is neither general nor complete. Yet these first essays to convert rude languages to the purposes of instruction are all of a meritorious character, and have been more or less useful in teaching the Indian children. Spelling and reading books with well-selected scripture extracts have been prepared by the inland teachers in the Chippewa and Ottawa, and the Delaware and Sioux, Mohawk and Mohegan, and some other languages, and employed by the respective teachers in Michigan and Wisconsin, and also Upper Canada, Ohio, Illinois, and Missouri, and other parts of the western and northwestern districts. So far as these books have been devoted to the subject of elementary instruction, they appear, notwithstanding wide discrepancies in orthography and their liability to philological criticism, to have answered the purpose of the teacher, and the successive editions have been improved and their use extended. Higher efforts in translation, and particularly in putting the scriptures as whole books into the Indian languages, have encountered greater difficulties, and their results are less satisfactory. I deem the whole subject to be one of deep interest and well entitled to the notice of the department, and will, with much pleasure, proceed to collect duplicates of all that come within my reach and forward them to Washington. Second, specimens of minerals and descriptions of the sections of country in which they are found. Numerous localities of minerals and mineral beds exist in the extensive tract within the state boundaries of Michigan, recently ceded by the Indians. Some of these are suited to attract attention the moment the lands are brought into market. The state legislature has authorized a geological survey for the purpose of ascertaining the exact position, extent, and value of these deposits. The result, when it is communicated, as I presume it will be by the legislature, I will transmit to the department. In the meantime, a few notices of localities upon the tract referred to are subjoined. The section of the country between the north bank of Grand River and the Straits of Michilimackinac, bordering on Lake Michigan, contains the best evidence yet discovered on the tract of extensive and useful deposits of bituminous coal and of salt and gypsum, and these localities may be expected to supply those articles to a large extent for consumption on the upper lakes. This tract also contains a very extensive deposit of white shell marl, crossing the White and Grand Rivers, which will be found of much advantage to adjacent and often immediately superincumbent portions of sandy soil. This deposit has not been traced as far north as the Straits, but evidences of the extension of the gypsum and salt formation up to and north of this point exist in the group of islands in the vicinity of Mackinac, which yield gypsum in considerable quantities. Brine springs have also been discovered a few leagues north of the Straits. These are the last traces of mineral salt in the great secondary limestone formation of the West, in its extension northward. Within a short distance north of them, the primitive tract ensues, extending to and embracing Lake Superior. Evidences of the introduction of a new class of minerals are, however, found in that quarter, promising to unfold resources which may, in a great measure, compensate that portion of the Union for its general deficiency of fertile soil. Ores of iron, copper, and lead in various combinations are found at several points, in good quantities, and appear to require only the labor of exploration to render them objects of permanent investment. Added to the lumbering, fishing, and commercial advantages of that region, it is quite clear that its future value and importance will be acknowledged by the Lake States, and by none earlier than the prairie districts of Illinois, Indiana, and Missouri. Specimens of the crystallized as well as amorphous minerals which constitute the elegances of cabinets are furnished by those northern districts, and their exhibition at Washington in connection with articles of costume and the more characteristic curiosities of the tribes who occupy the country cannot but prove interesting and acceptable to all who visit the seat of government, and produce favorable sentiments towards the tribes. This branch of your inquiry will be kept in view, and I offer every personal aid within my power in the collection and transmission of articles. As a means likely to promote the object, I will communicate the wishes of the department to the chiefs, and doubt not that they will feel a pleasure in furthering it by their contributions. End of section 23. Section 24 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 21, Report of the Acting Superintendent of Michigan regarding laws. The condition of the Indian trade and the peculiarities under which it is carried on are such that every trader fixes, in effect, the prices of the furs and peltries he is to purchase from the Indian, as well as the prices of the goods he is to give in return. Could the law fix a tariff at which the articles should be sold based on the annual price of importation and the distance of their sale to the Indian from the port of entry, justice would be secured to the Indian, and this trade would drop down to the regulated level of other branches of commerce and not continue to offer, as it does now, to our frontier population such inducements to rush into it. Competition is now and has always been the only mode of regulating this exchange and of lowering the prices of the articles offered and raising those of the articles purchased, and hence the Indians with their natural sagacity have uniformly encouraged competition, so far as my observation extends. But the effects of this have been to destroy, in a great measure, the charities of life among the whites and to gratify the appetites of the Indians for ardent spirits. The best effects would result from extending the operation of this act, as above indicated, to lands ceded by the Indians to the United States, but still unsurveyed or not entered by purchasers at the land offices. The 18th section authorizes agents to administer an oath in a specific case. This power ought to be general. It would save both time and expense to persons having to do business at the offices. It would be better to modify the latter clause of the 2nd section, which is now a dead letter, by making it the duty of agents to report the licenses granted annually on the 30th of September, as they practically do. The subject, as it now stands, is invested with an importance which does not belong to it, and seems to remove from the agents a responsibility which they ought to bear. Act to organize the department. Nothing would improve and exalt the system of agencies more than raising the character of its interpreters. We are dependent on them for the most important communications to and from the Indians. The government is liable to be accused of bad faith, which may sometimes be owing to ignorance or unfaithfulness on the part of this class of persons. The 9th section of the Act limits their annual pay to $300, which is so inadequate as to take from the department those persons having a knowledge of the language who are best capacitated to serve it. Were the pay raised and the appointment made one of the nomination to the Senate, cadets of the military academy, or graduates of colleges might be induced to apply their time in learning the languages for the sake of an appointment that would be at once permanent and respectable. But should such a result not ensue, still the services of the most respectable and competent class of interpreters could be commanded. The 11th section of this Act prescribes the mode of making the payment of annuities. Observation satisfies me that the payment should in every case be made to heads of families and not to chiefs. The 5th section indicates the mode of appointing subagents and prevents their employment within the limits of agencies. Thus, they are created agents with full powers but without the approval of the Senate. The term is therefore a misnomer. The effect is a tendency to bring men into offices of the first grade who expect on their appointment to execute subordinate duties. A graduation of the salaries of agents according to duty and jurisdiction would remedy this. Things would be called by their right names, and the department possess fuller advantages of selection. End of section 24. Section 25 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document 22, Report of the Superintendent of Wisconsin Territory regarding laws. Third, the changes in the laws relating to Indian affairs. Under this head, the law in relation to Indian traders should, I think, be altered. As the law now stands under the 2nd section of the Act to regulate trade and intercourse with the Indian tribes, one person can trade with different tribes and different persons with the same tribe. This should not be. Each tribe should have its trader, and no trader should be permitted to sell goods but to one tribe or agency. And a price should be fixed by the agent on his goods. Could the Indians be paid the whole amount of their annuity in goods, it would lessen the undue influence which the Indian traders now exercise over the minds of the Indians. They sell them goods at extravagant prices, and the Indians will derive but little advantage from specie payments by the government. The principal chiefs and braves are generally under the immediate control of their traders, who make them presents to facilitate their pecuniary views, and they generally dictate to the chiefs and braves the course to be pursued by them in their intercourse with the government. To carry into effect the humane and just policy of the government in relation to the Indians, the power and influence of their trades must be curtailed. Their interests are in direct hostility with the policy of the government. They encourage the Indians to follow the chase and in the pursuit of furs to the most distant part of their country, which brings them in contact with their enemies and is calculated to keep up the predatory warfare that now exists on the frontiers of this territory. To help the condition of the Indians, they must be gradually withdrawn from their wandering habits and desire to follow the chase, and become agriculturalists and stock raisers. They would then feel the good effects of the change, and their traders would be deprived of their power over them. Laws enacted by Congress regulating our intercourse with the Indian tribes should deprive their traders, as far as it is possible to do so by legislative enactment, of the means of controlling annuities paid to the Indians. Fourth, in the Act for the Organization of the Department of Indian Affairs, some changes might be made for the better. Each tribe of Indians should have an agent and interpreter. This is indispensable to the proper organization of the department. The offices of subagents should be dispensed with. The subagents under the existing laws have the powers of agents and have to perform their duties and should be paid the same amount for their services. From the great extent of the Chippewa country, I think there should be 2 agencies established for the Chippewa Indians, to be located at La Ponte on Lake Superior and at the mouth of Crow Wing River on the Mississippi. Suitable houses should be erected in the Indian country where the agents should reside, and to enable them to retain their standing and influence with the Indians of their agencies, and to carry into effect the views of the government, they should be furnished with presents consisting of medals, flags, and a well-selected assortment of Indian goods and trinkets, a few swords and some guns, tobacco, etc., to the amount of $1,200 or $1,500 for each agency. A few presents properly distributed to the chiefs and braves would enable the Indian agents to retain their influence over their Indians and counteract to some extent the influence of their traders, who make it a part of their policy to oblige the agents of the government to conciliate and control the Indians through them. And the same influence is often exercised by the Indian traders to control the action of the government in their intercourse with the different tribes of Indians on this frontier. End of section 25. Section 26 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 23, Report of the Principal Military Dispersing Agent for the Western Territory. The changes in the laws relative to Indian affairs. Under this head, the law in relation to Indian traders should, I think, be altered and amended. As the law now stands, second section of the Act to regulate trade and intercourse with the Indian tribes, etc., one person can trade with different tribes and different persons with the same tribe. This should not be. Each tribe should have its trader, and no trader should be permitted to sell goods to Indians, but of one tribe or agency. And no goods should be exposed for sale in any tribe or nation until a tariff or price be fixed thereon by the agent in chief, or some of the most intelligent Indians residing in the neighborhood of the place where the goods are sold. The same contemplating and allowing thereon a reasonable profit on the original invoices and charges, which allowances or rates should be annually reported to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs for the information of the Department. Traders should be compelled to keep on hand such goods as might be designated from time to time and required by the agents for the use of the Indians. Credits to the poorer class of Indians should be only on permission of the agents, and traders should be prohibited from receiving of the Indians any articles furnished them by the government, or that they may have otherwise obtained, the same being useful for clothing or for household or agricultural purposes. Sutlers to garrisons and troops in the Indian country should be prohibited from trading with the Indians. Much injury results from this source of trade. Trading with Indians should be well guarded and at all times kept under control. Otherwise, the government and the world may be assured that all improvements in the condition of the Indians in any manner will soon cease. Under the present system, there can be little or no restraint imposed on traders. The consequences are the Indian country is flooded with goods of every description, whether suitable or not. Credits are allowed to any extent. Competition for the sale of goods regards neither amount nor abilities to pay, and the Indians insensible are from urgencies and flatteries led on to trade, often receiving articles of no use or value to them whatever. In this way they are loaded with debt into different stores. Their annuities and whatever else they have of value are pledged and soon taken from them, and the consequences are destitution and want. There are other tendencies connected with this overtrading that are equally injurious to the well-being of the Indians. Naturally idle and disinclined to labor, the flatteries and attentions they receive from traders for no other object than that of selling goods induce them to hang about the stores and shops, thereby neglecting to plant and to make crops, as well as to attend to agriculture in any manner. Thus they squander their means, idle away their time, are in debt, and have no resources other than the hunting ground and the chase to procure a precarious and scanty subsistence, and to which they must resort or starve. In the act to provide for the organization of the Department of Indian Affairs, some alterations, I think, might be made for the better. Each tribe of Indians should have an agent and an interpreter. This is indispensable to a proper organization of the department, and certainly to the interest of the Indians as well as the government. To effect this, and in a manner acceptable, abolish sub-agents, call all agents and graduate their salaries to the tribes they are appointed or have charge of. As for the Choctaws, Cherokees, and Creeks, the highest grade of salary, say $1,500. The Chickasaws, $1,200. The Osages, $1,000. The Seminoles, $750. The small tribes of Senecas, and Shawnees, and the Quapaws, $500 each. The interpreters for the largest tribes should receive $500 per annum. For the smaller tribes, graduated from $500 to $300. None should receive less than $300 per annum. This would greatly simplify the department of agencies. Justice would be dispensed to all. It would create an emulation and zeal on the part of those that have charge of the smaller tribes, as well as qualify them to fill vacancies occurring in the larger ones. Agents should all be provided with good and comfortable houses and other buildings suitable for a family and the conveniences of a small farm, for it is of the first importance that they reside within the limits of the agency for which they are appointed and cultivate a farm, etc. When an agent is called abroad for the performance of duties that create additional expenses, such should be refunded to him by the government. The office of Superintendent of Indian Affairs for any section of territory of the Indian country should be separate and distinct from that of an Indian agent. Both of the offices must be weakened and rendered less efficient by being connected. It imposes duties that unavoidably clash and at times difficult to accomplish in a manner acceptable to all concerned. I am opposed to the government conceding to Indian tribes the privileges set forth in the 9th section, last clause of the Organization Act of June 30th, 1834. So long as it is deemed necessary to furnish blacksmiths, mechanics, etc., their direction should be kept in the hands of government. I am also opposed to the whole of sections 11 and 12 of the Act above named, and in their stead the law should provide and make it imperative that all annuities to tribes, as such, be paid to the heads of families, and to individuals without families in just proportions according to the number of each family, the Indians to be mustered by companies, districts, or tribes by their agents, and paid on rolls prepared from said musters and in the months of June and July annually if possible. And in relation to that part of Section 13, Act as above, which relates to military officers making disbursements in this department, I would suggest that regular paymasters be appointed for this service, one or more to each superintendency, who shall disburse all appropriations annually made by Congress. I would also suggest as disbursements to meet the objects of appropriation are continually in hand, and daily occurring, that accounts be rendered and settlements made quarter-yearly instead of annually as now required. Looking ahead to an efficient organization of the Indian Department, and again adverting to the present mode of disbursing the annual appropriations therefore, see preceding paragraph, which are exceedingly miscellaneous in their character and amounting to large sums, I cannot but think that a law authorizing the appointment of paymasters for this service will have the happiest effect in establishing a system which for promptness, regularity, and method will be greatly superior to that of details or temporary assignments of officers to make the disbursements as now established. End of section 26. Section 27 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 24, Report of Mr. McCoy relative to a government for the Western Territory. Westport, Jackson County, Missouri, October 2nd, 1837. Sir, by your instructions of the 22nd April last, I was required while attending to other duties assigned me to explain to the leading men of the tribes that I should visit the provisions of the bill reported at the last session of Congress, providing for the establishment of a government for the Indians, and to ascertain their views in regard to it. I have read and explained the provisions of the bill to chiefs and principal and common men of 10 tribes assembled in full council in the tribes, severally viz., Delawares, Shawnees, Kickapoos, Potawatomis, Sacs, Iowas, Ways, Piankshaws, Peorias, and Kashakashis, and Ottawas, also to a small council of Kansas, in which were the principal chiefs and one subordinate chief. A large majority of the Kansas were on a hunting excursion at the time. To them the bill will be submitted in a few days, and there can be no doubt that their views and wishes will accord with those already expressed by the 2 chiefs. Those 11 tribes, without one dissenting voice, have approved of the provisions of the bill and requested that the same be carried into effect as soon as practicable. I have the honor to enclose you herewith the answer of each council after hearing the bill read and explained, from which you will perceive that they have not been satisfied with a bare approval, but have earnestly petitioned the government to do for them speedily what it proposes by the bill. Each of these communications, addressed to yourself with the earnest request that you lay the same before Congress, recapitulates the substance of the leading features of the bill as they understood them. By this you will perceive how far they comprehended those provisions, that they decided understandingly, and that their reply is a fair expression of their sentiments and desires. They were informed that they were equally at liberty to disapprove or approve any or all of the provisions of the bill, and were requested to distinctly state their objections, if any existed. The minds of the Delawares had been pretty well imbued with the subject previous to their assembling in council, so that they replied without delay. After reading the bill to the Shawnees, they remained in council the remainder of the day and nearly all the succeeding night. Subsequently, they were in council among themselves 3 days, when they sent for me and in full council declared their decision, as you find it over the signatures of their chiefs. The other tribes also viewed the subject as one of great moment, and it was not without 2 days' deliberation that several of them declared their decision. It is well known to you, sir, that the Indians are generally suspicious of propositions which government makes to them, and that their suspicions are often prompted by mischievous men under the influence of sordid motives. The subject under consideration has had to contend with these obstacles, but so soon as the Indians have become satisfied that no insidious design was connected with the bill, they were at no loss to decide in its favor. I hope that the report of the agent for the Pawnees, Ottos, and Omahas will reach you in season, but lest some unavoidable delay might occur, I beg leave to say that in a conference with him on the subject, he appeared confident that they would universally approve of the provisions of the bill. Such, also, is decidedly my own opinion. I feel confident that you will risk nothing in anticipating the hearty acquiescence of those 3 tribes. I regret exceedingly that official duties have hitherto prevented me from bringing the subject before the Cherokees, Choctaws, Creeks, Senecas, Quapaws, and Osages. I hope to be able in the course of a few weeks to report the views of all these tribes, and although in the details they may express opinions on some points different from the provisions of the bill, I shall be exceedingly disappointed if the principles of it be not heartily approved by them all. In my explanations of the bill, I have rendered prominent those provisions which particularly affected their interest, while less attention was required to that which related chiefly to the convenience of the government. Of the latter description are the provisions fixing the terms of service and the salaries of the superintendent and secretary, and defining some of their duties and the judicial regulations relative to the punishment of crimes committed by citizens of the United States, etc. You will easily conceive that to people who have ever been destitute of law, a literal translation of an act of Congress could not be given, however careful the framers of the law might have been to avoid technicalities. Nevertheless, the essence of a law, including all its bearings, can be understood by them. In obedience to that part of my instructions which require me to state my own views of the provisions of the bill, I beg leave respectfully to make the following suggestions, which are based upon personal observations, in regard to the disposition manifested by the Indians, the character of the country, and other circumstances intimately connected with the design under consideration, viz. So alter Section 1 that after the word Arkansas on line 9 to the word thence in line 10, it shall read, thence along the western boundary of the state of Arkansas, in a direct line to a point on the south bank of Arkansas River, 100 yards, or 4 chains and 54 links, east of Fort Smith. See Choctaw Treaty, January 20, 1825. Thence due south along the western boundary of the state of Arkansas to Red River. This line should be defined by place and course in order to settle effectually the question of boundary recently agitated by the state of Arkansas, which gave much alarm to the Indians and admonished the friends of the measures under consideration to guard against future difficulties respecting the extension of the state of Arkansas west 40 miles, and which in their nature would not be dissimilar to the late perplexing affairs between Georgia and the Cherokees and the United States. Section 1, line 30, after the words United States, add the following proviso, and provided also that no white person, either a citizen of the United States or of any other country, shall be allowed to reside in the Indian District under any pretense whatever without the authority of the United States. If the Indians be at liberty to sell or lease land to white men, or to introduce them into their country under the pretext of performing some service for the Indians, the country will become crowded with white men to the destruction of the former. Schemes for getting a footing in the Indian country, either by obtaining leases or under pretense of being employed by the Indians to perform some service for them, have already been conceived by white men and the accomplishment undertaken. This point cannot be too carefully guarded. In section 2, alter line 4 and make the term of service of the superintendent 4 years instead of 3. Some experience in Indian affairs is necessary to a successful transaction of them, on which account the term of service should be longer than 3 years. Alter the last proviso of Section 5 and make it read as follows, and provided further that the said confederation may be carried into effect by any number of tribes that may choose thus to unite. The meaning of the words principal tribes as the bill now reads is doubtful, and when explained might not be satisfactory to those not so called. The opportunity of bettering their condition should be extended alike to all the tribes. If a moral obligation requires that relief should be afforded to the larger tribes, the obligation can be no less binding in favor of the smaller. Should the larger tribes hesitate to come into the measure, the union of the smaller would hasten their decision in its favor. If tribes, either large or less, should decline uniting in the Confederacy, their condition would not be made worse by the union of others. It would indeed be made better thereby. From Section 6, strike out the following: the right of representation having relation to their numbers. Also, so alter lines 5 and 6 of Section 7 that it shall read, shall consist, that is the council, of not more than 5 nor less than 2 from each tribe. In reference to representation, the bill, as it now reads, requires an impossibility. It requires each tribe to be represented in the council, therefore 1 delegate at least is necessary from the smallest tribe. Give to the smaller tribes 1 delegate, and the same ratio according to numbers would allow the larger so many as to swell the council to a much greater number than 48, which is the maximum limit of the bill. For instance, allow the Wees to be represented by 1 delegate and allow the same ratio of representation according to numbers to the Creeks, and that tribe alone would send 97 delegates to the council. The Cherokee country is by them divided into 4 political districts, from each of which it would be proper that a delegate should be sent. The Choctaws and the Creeks would each desire to send not less than 4. It would seem desirable that not less than 2 should be sent by any tribe, however small, because a single individual unable to speak the language of any around him would feel awkward, would become discouraged, and would prove inefficient. Those of mediocrity in reference to numbers and conditions, such as Shawnees, Delawares, Osages, and Pawnees, might each be allowed 3. This ratio would bring 50 delegates into council. If the Chippewas of Saginaw and some of the New York Indians shall have arrived, which will probably be the case, 4 more would be added, making the number 54. The Miamis, Wyandots, and other tribes expected soon to locate in this country should also be represented. It is therefore respectfully recommended to limit the representation as above to not more than 5 nor less than 2 from each tribe. Section 7, from lines 13 and 14, strike out the following sentence: to settle questions of boundaries. The umpirage in the settlement of boundaries should remain with the government of the United States, otherwise the peace of the Indian Territory will be greatly endangered. Section 7, from lines 14 and 15, also strike out the following: to arrest and punish Indians who may commit offenses within the limits of one tribe and flee to another. This provision, as it now stands, makes the council a court of justice. It is expected that the character of the council will be legislative and not judiciative. It will be the province of the council to enact laws for the punishment of crimes, but not to sit as a court of justice to try offenses and execute the laws. Section 7, line 15, after the word another, make the sentence to read, and generally to enact such laws as the welfare of the Confederation shall demand, and adopt such measures as may be necessary to give, etc. Section 7, line 21, insert the words laws and, so that it shall read, provided the laws and regulations so passed, etc. Section 7, lines 28 and 29, strike out all from word states to words and provided, and insert and shall not take effect until approved by him. By this provision, as it now reads, the laws enacted by the Council, if disapproved by the President of the United States, are to cease to be of any force or effect, implying that they had been of force and effect without the approval of the President, which is not the design of the bill. Section 8, line 2, strike out the words Articles of Confederation and substitute in lieu thereof Science of Civil Government. Section 8, after the word enacted on line 6, so amend the clause that it shall read as follows: that such confederated tribes or their general council may elect in such manner as the President of the United States shall direct a delegate to reside at the seat of government during each session of Congress, who shall be of Indian descent and an acknowledged member of an Indian tribe, and who shall be entitled to the same compensation as that of a member of Congress, provided that the Council may enact laws prescribing the mode of such election, which laws shall be approved by the President of the United States before they take effect. There is a greater danger of jealousy and collision in electing a delegate to Congress than on any other account. I have already discovered more anxiety among the Indians in reference to this than to any other thing proposed by the bill. For the sake of that harmony which will be essential to the success of the design, it appears to me that it will be proper for the President to be able to control this matter until the machinery is fairly put in motion. If the Council shall have authority to prescribe the manner of electing the delegate independent of the approval of the President, it will present strong temptations to the stronger and better informed tribes to oppress the weaker and less informed, while, at the same time, there would be much reason to apprehend unpleasant collisions between the three southern tribes. Further, if the President may not prescribe the mode of electing without the action of the Council, then the First Council could not send a delegate for want of the requisite approval of the President. And if the mode of election prescribed by the Council should be such as the President could not approve, the Confederation would be deprived of a delegate in Congress, and this destitution might be prolonged from year to year, greatly to the detriment of the territory. In point of civilization, the Cherokees are in advance of all others, but the Creeks and Choctaws each outnumber them. As a conciliatory measure, I would respectfully recommend that for the 3 Congresses next succeeding the formation of the Council, the delegates should be taken from these tribes, and that by lot, the manner of conducting which to be subscribed by the President, it should be decided which tribes should furnish the first delegate and which the second, unless these 3 tribes should agree among themselves upon some other mode. After the expiration of the 5 or 6 years, as the case might be, during which time the delegate had been sent from these 3 tribes, the policy might become impartial. Section 9. Strike out the whole clause beginning with "and if any" on the 10th line. This clause makes it the duty of the superintendent on the complaint of a tribe that any person in the service of the United States or employed under treaty stipulations or traveling through the Indian district has committed an offense against the laws of such tribe, forthwith to remove the person complained of from the limits of such tribe, and this is to be done upon the bare assertion of the tribe that the person is an offender, without inquiry into the truth or falsity of the charge. Moreover, if the man be an offender, he should be removed, whether a tribe complained of him or not. Strike out the whole clause, and then all such persons will be left subject to the effect of laws of Congress regulating intercourse with the Indian tribes. Section 12. Strike out the whole of this section. It is not the design of the bill to make laws for the Confederation, but to place it in a situation to make laws for itself. It will be appropriate for the Council to enact laws applicable to the subjects to which this section refers, but the passage of it by Congress would be the performing of a work which they had made it the duty of the Confederation to do. Your instructions to me of April 22nd required me to report a reservation not exceeding 10 square miles suitable for the seat of government of the territory, and that upon the suitableness of a location to obtain the views of Major Doughty and Captain Armstrong. For the above purpose, I would respectfully recommend a tract commencing where the southern boundary of the lands of the Peorias and Kaskaskias crosses the Osage River, thence along the line of Peoria and Kaskaskia lands, east of their southeast corner, thence south on the western line of the Ways and Piankshaws, 3.5 miles to their southwest corner, thence south 3.5 miles, thence west along the northern boundary of the Potawatomies, 7 miles thence north to the Osage River, and up the same about 2 miles to the beginning. This tract is nearly 4 square and contains about 2 sections more than would be equal to 7 square miles. The Osage River and Potawatomi Creek run through it. In point of soil, timber, water, and stone, it is surpassed in value by no place of equal dimensions in this country. Its eastern boundary is 16 miles and 54 chains west of the state of Missouri. In obedience to your instructions, I wrote Captain Armstrong on the 16th of June requesting his views, but I have not heard from him. Major Doherty's views have been obtained, which perfectly coincide with my own, as you will perceive by a copy of which I herewith enclose. This tract will adjoin the lands of the Potawatomies, Peorias, and Kaskaskias, Ways, and Piankshaws, and the Miamis. I beg indulgence to recommend, should the above location be approved, that a town plat be selected therein, and suitably laid out, and that the residue of the reservation be laid out in lots of not more than 80 acres each, in such form as to render the whole the most valuable by a fair division of woodland and prairie, and by a due regard to soil and water. I would respectfully recommend further that immediately after the surveys are made, permission be given to Indians of any tribe to select and occupy each a town lot, or a farm lot, that the application be made to the surveyor or other officer, whose duty it might be made to grant and record settlements, and to prevent a waste of timber upon unoccupied lands. A desire to locate on this reservation has already been expressed by some so far advanced in civilization that their society in such a community would be in a high degree advantageous to others less civilized. The same laudable spirit of enterprise which prompts our own citizens to seek a residence in or near places of note, and especially seats of government, has already manifested itself among the red people in reference to this reservation. I am confident, sir, that by a judicious management, the design of this reservation will prove to be one among the very best conceived by the government for the improvement of the people of the Indian Territory. In conclusion, allow me to congratulate you on the favorable prospect, so far as things in this country are concerned, of the happy accomplishment of the measures proposed by the government, the agency and the management of which it is your peculiar felicity to exercise. You have been placed at the helm of Indian affairs at an eventful juncture in the voyage. May you escape the sands and rocks upon which the work of Indian reform has heretofore been wrecked. With a fair wind at Washington, you may feel assured of a safe landing. Honorable C.A. Harris, Commissioner, Indian Affairs. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 25, Letter of the Agent at Council Bluffs. In answer to your letter of the 16th instant, in which my opinion is required as to the proper point for the site of the seat of the government contemplated to be established in the Indian country between Punka and Red Rivers, I will observe that the tract you mention as having been left by you in selecting Indian lands, 7 miles square on the Osage River, is, as regards water, timber, and soil, equal to any within the contemplated territory. And as nearly all the official business of the superintendent, for at least several years to come, would be confined to the more civilized tribes who reside near and south of the Osage River, I am of opinion that it would be the most suitable location. Notwithstanding the distance from it to the northwest limits of the territory would be about 200 miles farther than to the southern limits. End of section 28. Section 29 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 26. Petition of the Shawnees. We, the undersigned chiefs and headmen of the Shawnees, met in council, have heard read and explained to us by Isaac McCoy a paper which you had sent by him, and which has been under consideration in Congress, for the benefit of the Indian tribes within this western country, to which, through the same person, we now return our answer, which we request you to lay before Congress. The substance of the paper to which we allude we understand to be as follows, namely, first, the country between the Punka and Red Rivers, and southwest of Missouri River, and west of the states of Missouri and Arkansas to the distance of 200 or 300 miles, is to be set apart exclusively for the use of Indians, excepting the amount necessary for military posts, roads, and public highways, and for the residence of such persons as may be allowed to reside in the Indian country by the laws regulating intercourse with the Indian tribes, and that the lands granted to the tribes severally shall be secured to them by patents from the government of the United States, under such restrictions as shall secure the lands from becoming the property of an adjoining state or territory, or of either individuals or companies of white persons. Second, that the superintendent of the Indian district shall call into general council once a year or oftener a prescribed number of chiefs or principal men, appointed by their respective tribes according to the directions given them. That in this council the tribes by their representatives shall unite for purposes of peace and friendship, and shall make such regulations for the benefit of the Confederacy as may from time to time appear necessary, the said regulations to be submitted to the consideration of the President of the United States, and not to take effect until approved by him. That all tribes within the district be at liberty to join the Confederacy, and that none be required to do it without its consent, and that each tribe may make its own internal regulations consistently with those of a general nature. Third, that the Confederation shall send an Indian as its delegate to Washington City, to remain there during each session of Congress, to attend to such matters as the interests of the Confederation or of the tribes or individuals severally require, whose pay and emoluments shall be equal to those of a member of Congress. With all the foregoing propositions, we are well pleased, and we earnestly request the government to carry them into effect as soon as practicable. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 27, Statement showing the amount of requisitions drawn for disbursements in the Indian Department between the 1st day of January and the 30th of September, 1837. Statement showing the amount of requisitions drawn for disbursements in the Indian Department between the 1st day of January and the 30th of September, 1837. Amount accounted for, and the balance remaining to be accounted for. Table has 4 columns. Column 1, Heads of Appropriation. Current Expenses, Indian Department, Act 14th June, 1836. Pay of Superintendents and Indian Agents. Amount withdrawn, $300. Amount accounted for, $300. Pay of Subagents. Amount drawn, $1,681.09. Amount accounted for, $1,681.09. Pay for interpreters. Amount drawn, $3,325. Amount accounted for, $3,325. Presents. Amount drawn, $13,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $13,000. Provisions for Indians. Amount drawn, $2,520.52. Amount accounted for, $455.61. Balance to be accounted for, $2,064.91. Repairs of houses. Amount drawn, $2,804.94. Amount accounted for, $200. Balance to be accounted for, $2,604.94. Contingencies. Amount drawn, $7,877.65. Amount accounted for, $1,197.65. Balance to be accounted for, $6,680. Blacksmiths' establishments. Amount drawn, $1,212.31. Amount accounted for, $1,212.31. Treaty stipulations, viz. Purchase of salt. Amount drawn, $114.04. Amount accounted for, $114.04. Purchase of tobacco. Amount drawn, $474.46. Amount accounted for, $474.46. Transportation and incidental expenses. Amount drawn, $9,193.59. Amount accounted for, $8,893.59. Balance to be accounted for, $300. Carrying into effect Treaty of Chicago, viz. Purchase of goods and provisions. Amount drawn, $40. Amount accounted for, $40. To satisfy individual claims. Amount drawn, $100. Amount accounted for, $100. To pay claims of the nation. Amount drawn, $640. Amount accounted for, $640. To be invested in stock for education. Amount drawn, $603.32. Amount accounted for, $603.22. Commissioner to examine claims. Amount drawn, $12.27. Amount accounted for, $12.27. Removal and subsistence of Indians, viz. Seminoles. Amount drawn, $2,683.14. Amount accounted for, $2,683.14. Creeks. Amount drawn, $519,584.92. Amount accounted for, $519,584.92. Chippewas, Ottawas, and Potawatomis. Amount drawn, $70,500. Amount accounted for, $11,081.94. Balance to be accounted for, $59,418.06. Winnebagos. Amount drawn, $437.50. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $437.50. Cherokees. Amount drawn, $240. Amount accounted for, $240. Ohio Indians. Amount drawn, $47.19. Amount accounted for, $47.19. Proceeds of 54 sections of land. Amount drawn, $527.87. Amount accounted for, $527.87. Carrying into effect certain stipulations in treaties with the Senecas, Shawnees, and Senecas and Shawnees in 1831. Amount drawn, $1,695.62. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,695.62. Locating reservations, creeks. Amount drawn, $802.81. Amount accounted for, $802.81. Choctaws. Amount drawn, $2,691.50. Amount accounted for, $2,691.50. Holding treaties with certain Indian tribes. Amount drawn, $7,956.85. Amount accounted for, $7,956.85. Education of Indian youth, viz. Sax, Fox, and others. Amount drawn, $358.50. Amount accounted for, $358.50. Chippewas, Menominee, and others. Amount drawn, $375. Amount accounted for, $375. Menominees. Amount drawn, $300. Amount accounted for, $300. Choctaws. Amount drawn, $90.62. Amount accounted for, $90.62. Creeks, East. Amount drawn, $787.50. Amount accounted for, $787.50. Cherokees, West. Amount drawn, $1,766.50. Amount accounted for, $1,766.50. Florida Indians. Amount drawn, $315. Amount accounted for, $315. Quapaws. Amount drawn, $210. Amount accounted for, $210. Chickasaws. Amount drawn, $682.50. Amount accounted for, $682.50. To carry into effect treaty with Cherokees, Act 2nd July, 1836. Payments on account of lands ceded. Amount drawn, $1,213,000. Advance of 2 years' interest. Amount drawn, $40,159.81. Removal and for spoliations. Amount drawn, $45,080. Amount accounted for, $409,376.66 total. Balance to be accounted for, $888,863.15 total. Surveying land. Amount drawn, $2,595. Amount accounted for, $2,595. Carrying into effect treaty with Ottawas and Chippewas. Agricultural implements, cattle, etc. Amount drawn, $2,500. Amount accounted for, $193.34. Balance to be accounted for, $2,306.66. Fish barrels. Amount drawn, $450. Amount accounted for, $225. Balance to be accounted for, $225. Payment of just debts. Amount drawn, $75,460. Amount accounted for, $6,048.67. Balance to be accounted for, $69,411.33. Pay of additional smiths. Amount drawn, $70.66. Amount accounted for, $70.66. Interpreters. Amount drawn, $88.33. Amount accounted for, $88.33. Mechanics. Amount drawn, $176.66. Amount accounted for, $176.66. Payment of improvements. Amount drawn, $1,750. Amount accounted for, $1,750. To Eliza Cook. Amount drawn, $1,600. Amount accounted for, $1,600. To Luther Rice. Amount drawn, $800. Amount accounted for, $800. To carry into effect treaty with Chickasaws, 20th of April, 1836. Amount drawn, $772,125.76. Amount accounted for, $671,295.16. Balance to be accounted for, $100,830.60. For fulfilling treaties with the following Indians per Acts of Appropriation of 3rd of March, 1837, viz. Christian Indians, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn, $400. Amount accounted for, $133.33. Balance to be accounted for, $266.67. Chippewas, Ottawas, and Potawatomis, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $33,100. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $33,100. Blacksmiths, iron, and steel. Amount drawn, $580. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $580. Salt. Amount drawn, $250. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $250. Subsistence. Amount drawn, $20,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $20,000. Chippewas, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $2,800. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $2,800. Blacksmiths, farming utensils, cattle, and hired persons. Amount drawn, $1,940. Amount accounted for, $1,007.38. Balance to be accounted for, $932.62. Education. Amount drawn, $500. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $500. Deputation to visit Country West. Amount drawn, $2,000. Amount accounted for, $2,000. Chippewas, Menominees, Winnebagos, and New York Indians. Education. Amount drawn, $750. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $750. Choctaws, viz. Annuities and gratuity. Amount drawn, $32,685. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $32,685. Education. Amount drawn, $8,798.50. Amount accounted for, $1,333.33. Balance to be accounted for, $7,465.17. Blacksmiths and assistants, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $1,920. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,920. Expenses locating and selling lands, investigating titles, etc. Amount drawn, $2,005. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $2,005. Chickasaws, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn, $250. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $250. Education. Amount drawn, $1,365. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,365. Creeks, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $36,900. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $36,900. Blacksmiths and assistants, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $2,320. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $2,320. Wheelwrights and wagon makers. Amount drawn, $600. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $600. Agricultural implements. Amount drawn, $2,000. Amount accounted for, $2,000. Education. Amount drawn, $2,163.50. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $2,163.50. Removal west of 5,000 creeks. Subsistence for 1 year after arrival at new home. Subsistence of families of warriors in Florida. Amount drawn, $361,403.11. Amount accounted for, $168,538.30. Balance to be accounted for, $192,864.81. Purchase of articles, incidental expenses, etc. per treaty stipulations. Amount drawn $4,248.12. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $4,248.12. Expenses growing out of sales of reservations. Amount drawn $9,335.21. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $9,335.21. Cherokees, viz. Education. Amount drawn $1,403.50. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $1,403.50. Cherokees, viz. Continued. Blacksmith and assistants, iron and steel. Amount drawn $3,060. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $3,060. Wagon maker and wheelwright. Amount drawn $600. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $600. Payment to Charles Rogers for distillery destroyed, etc. Amount drawn $1,692. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $1,692. Caddos, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn $10,000. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $10,000. Delawares, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $9,200. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $9,200. Salt. Amount drawn $100. Amount accounted for $100. Blacksmiths and assistants, iron and steel. Amount drawn $580. Amount accounted for $220. Balance to be accounted for $360. Miller. Amount drawn $250. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $250. Menominees, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $26,000. Amount accounted for $13,302. Balance to be accounted for $12,698. Provisions. Amount drawn $3,000. Amount accounted for $2,997. Balance to be accounted for $3. Tobacco. Amount drawn $300. Amount accounted for $300. Salt. Amount drawn $150. Amount accounted for $150. Farming utensils, implements of agriculture. Amount drawn $500. Amount accounted $500. Debts. Amount drawn $99,710. Amount accounted for $99,710. Provisions and allowance to half-breeds. Amount drawn $80,000. Amount accounted for $67,620. Balance to be accounted for $12,380. Compensation to Commissioner and incidental expenses relative to division of provisions and allowance. Amount drawn $5,000. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $5,000. Amount invested in stock for their benefit. Amount drawn $75,460. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $75,460. Foxes, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn $3,000. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $3,000. Expenses attending the visit to Washington of 2 Fox chiefs, etc. Amount drawn $1,500. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $1,500. Florida Indians, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $7,610. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $7,610. Blacksmiths' establishments. Amount drawn $500. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $500. Education. Amount drawn $630. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $630. Removal and subsistence. Amount drawn, $110,000. Amount accounted for, $6,614.54. Balance to be accounted for, $103,385.46. Iowa's, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn, $2,500. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $2,500. Blacksmiths and assistants, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $1,040. Amount accounted for, $60. Balance to be accounted for, $980. Agricultural implements. Amount drawn, $1,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,000. Presents. Amount drawn, $3,750. Amount accounted for, $3,750. Balance to be accounted for, 0. Assisting in their removal. Amount drawn, $500. Amount accounted for, $500. Balance to be accounted for, 0. Expenses of 2 Iowa chiefs' visit to Washington. Amount drawn, $700. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $700. Kansas, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn, $3,500. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $3,500. Blacksmith and assistant, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $580. Amount accounted for, $77.30. Balance to be accounted for, $502.70. Agricultural assistance. Amount drawn, $1,600. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,600. Kickapoos, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn, $5,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $5,000. Blacksmiths' establishments. Amount drawn, $500. Amount accounted for, $144.52. Balance to be accounted for, $355.48. Education. Amount drawn, $250. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $250. Kaskaskias and Peorias, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn, $3,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $3,000. Kaskaskias, Peorias, Ways, and Piankashaws, viz. Blacksmith and assistant, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $580. Amount accounted for, $218.14. Balance to be accounted for, $361.86. Miamis, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $25,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $25,000. Blacksmith and assistant, iron and steel, and tobacco. Amount drawn, $1,350. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,350. Miller. Amount drawn, $300. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $300. Salt. Amount drawn, $320. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $320. Laborers pay for 8. Amount drawn, $240. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $240. Education. Amount drawn, $508.50. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $508.50. Miamis and Eel Rivers, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $1,100. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,100. Ottawas and Chippewas, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $42,150. Amount accounted for, $15,613.32. Balance to be accounted for, $26,536.68. Physicians, medicines, and vaccine matter. Amount drawn, $300. Amount accounted for, $199.57. Balance to be accounted for, $100.43. Provisions. Amount drawn $2,000. Amount accounted for $2,000. Tobacco. Amount drawn $825. Amount accounted for $825. Salt. Amount drawn $250. Amount accounted for $250. Fish barrels. Amount drawn $450. Amount accounted for $450. Blacksmiths and assistants, gunsmiths, iron and steel. Amount drawn $1,520. Amount accounted for $1,353.80. Balance to be accounted for $166.20. Farmers and assistants. Amount drawn $800. Amount accounted for $496.12. Balance to be accounted for $303.88. Mechanics. Amount drawn $600. Amount accounted for $600. Omahas, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $2,500. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $2,500. Blacksmith and assistant, iron and steel. Amount drawn $580. Amount accounted for $395. Balance to be accounted for $185. Agricultural implements. Amount drawn $500. Amount accounted for $42. Balance to be accounted for $458. Presents. Amount drawn $1,270. Amount accounted for $1,270. Autos and Missourias, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $2,500. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $2,500. Blacksmith and assistant and iron and steel. Amount drawn $580. Amount accounted for $266.71. Balance to be accounted for $313.29. Agricultural implements. Amount drawn $500. Amount accounted for $155. Balance to be accounted for $345. Education. Amount drawn $250. Amount accounted for $250. Farmers. Amount drawn $600. Amount accounted for $446.66. Balance to be accounted for $153.34. Presents. Amount drawn $2,250. Amount accounted for $1,250. Balance to be accounted for $1,000. Corn. Amount drawn $750. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $750. Osages, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $8,500. Amount accounted for $8,500. Blacksmith and assistant, iron and steel. Amount drawn $580. Amount accounted for $360. Balance to be accounted for $220. Agricultural assistance. Amount drawn $1,600. Amount accounted for $1,600. Ottawas, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $4,300. Amount accounted for $1,700. Balance to be accounted for $2,600. Removal and subsistence. Amount drawn $12,135.80. Amount accounted for $10,400. Balance to be accounted for $1,735.80. Potawatomis, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $14,100. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $14,100. Salt. Amount drawn $460. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $460. Education. Amount drawn $3,455.50. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $3,455.50. Blacksmith and assistants, iron and steel. Amount drawn $1,160. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $1,160. Tobacco, iron and steel. Amount drawn $400. Amount accounted for 0. balance to be accounted for $400. Miller, amount drawn $300, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $300. Laborers, amount drawn $180, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $180. Removal west, amount drawn $25,476.70, amount accounted for $24,467.71, balance to be accounted for $1,008.99. Subsistence for 1 year, etc. Amount drawn $500, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $500. Selecting, surveying, and laying our country to the southwest and incidental expenses. Amount drawn $1,000, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $1,000. Potawatomis, viz. Continued. Expenses of making treaty, amount drawn $2,543, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $2,543. Compensation to Quaquita for land ceded, amount drawn $4,000, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $4,000. Potawatomis of Huron, viz. Annuities, amount drawn $400, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $400. Compensation to a commissioner to examine claims, etc., and incidental expenses, amount drawn $2,000, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $2,000. Expenses of making treaties and incidental expenses, amount drawn $953.16, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $953.16. Potawatomis of the Wabash, viz. Annuity, amount drawn $19,999.94, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $19,999.94. Potawatomis of the Prairie, viz. Annuities, amount drawn $16,000, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $16,000. Potawatomis of Indiana, viz. Annuity, amount drawn $15,000, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $15,000. Piankashaws, viz. Annuity, amount drawn $800, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $800. Agricultural implements, amount drawn $500, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $500. Pawnees, viz. Annuity, amount drawn $4,600, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $4,600. Agricultural implements, amount drawn $2,000, amount accounted for $84, balance to be accounted for $1,916. Education, amount drawn $500, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $500. Blacksmith's establishment, amount drawn $1,000, amount accounted for $180, balance to be accounted for $820. Farmers, amount drawn $1,200, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $1,200. Quapaws, viz. Annuity, amount drawn $2,000, amount accounted for $2,000. Education, amount drawn $597, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $597. Blacksmiths and assistants, iron and steel, amount drawn $580, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $580. Farmer, amount drawn $300, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $300. Six Nations, viz. Annuity, amount drawn $4,500, Amount accounted for $589. Balance to be accounted for $3,911. Expenses of Stockbridge Chief. Amount drawn $300. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $300. Expenses of Deputation to the West. Amount drawn $6,819.33. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $6,819.33. Senecas of New York, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn $6,000. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $6,000. Sioux of Mississippi, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn $2,000. Amount accounted for $2,000. Blacksmiths and Assistants, Iron and Steel. Amount drawn $640. Amount accounted for $540. Balance to be accounted for $100. Agricultural Implements. Amount drawn $700. Amount accounted for $178. Balance to be accounted for $522. Presents. Amount drawn $950. Amount accounted for $950. Expenses of holding treaties to extinguish title to lands east of Mississippi. Amount drawn $5,000. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $5,000. Yankton and Santee's, viz. Agricultural Implements. Amount drawn $400. Amount accounted for $156.50. Balance to be accounted for $243.50. Annuity. Amount drawn $3,000. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $3,000. Blacksmiths and Assistants, Iron and Steel. Amount drawn $580. Amount accounted for $580. Presents. Amount drawn $1,000. Amount accounted for $1,000. Sacks of Missouri, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn $500. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $500. Sacks of Missouri, viz. Continued. Blacksmiths and Assistants, Iron and Steel. Amount drawn $580. Amount accounted for $180. Balance to be accounted for $400. Agricultural Implements. Amount drawn $200. Amount accounted for $42. Balance to be accounted for $158. Presents. Amount drawn $3,750. Amount accounted for $3,750. Sacks, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn $3,000. Amount accounted for $1,500. Balance to be accounted for $1,500. Assisting in their removal. Amount drawn $400. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $400. Presents. Amount drawn $1,000. Amount accounted for $1,000. Sacks and Foxes, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn $51,000. Amount accounted for $25,500. Balance to be accounted for $25,500. Blacksmiths and Assistants, Iron and Steel. Amount drawn $1,160. Amount accounted for $950. Balance to be accounted for $210. Agricultural Implements. Amount drawn $60. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $60. Salt. Amount drawn $200. Amount accounted for $137.11. Balance to be accounted for $62.89. Tobacco. Amount drawn $780. Amount accounted for $512.16. Balance to be accounted for $267.84. Widow and Children of Father St. Vrain. Amount drawn $1,000. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $1,000. Payment of debts. Amount drawn $3,500. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $3,500. Purchase of horses. Amount drawn, $9,341. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $9,341. Expenses attending delivery of horses. Amount drawn, $1,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,000. Provision for half-breeds. Amount drawn, $7,000. Amount accounted for, $7,000. Children of John Connolly. Amount drawn, $200. Amount accounted for, $200. Expenses attending the ascertaining the Iowa's interest in lands ceded. Amount drawn, $1,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,000. Agricultural assistance, etc. Amount drawn, $740. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $740. Foxes, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn, $3,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $3,000. Expenses attending the visit of 2 Fox chiefs to Washington. Amount drawn, $1,500. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,500. Shawnees, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $5,500. Amount accounted for, $1,000. Balance to be accounted for, $4,500. Salt. Amount drawn, $60. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $60. Blacksmiths and assistants, iron and steel, use of blacksmith shop and tools, etc. Amount drawn, $1,120. Amount accounted for, $217.08. Balance to be accounted for, $902.92. Sacks, Foxes, and Iowas, viz. Education. Amount drawn, $2,287. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $2,287. Shawnees and Senecas of Lewiston, viz. Blacksmith and assistant, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $580. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $580. Senecas of Lewiston, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $1,500. Amount accounted for, $1,000. Balance to be accounted for, $500. Blacksmiths and assistants, use of shop and tools, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $640. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $640. Miller. Amount drawn, $300. Amount accounted for, $300. Weas, viz. Annuity. Amount drawn, $3,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $3,000. Wyandottes, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $5,900. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $5,900. Blacksmiths and assistants, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $580. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $580. Expenses of holding treaty. Amount drawn, $200. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $200. Wyandottes, Munsees, and Delawares, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $1,000. Amount accounted for, 0. Balance to be accounted for, $1,000. Winnebagos, viz. Annuities. Amount drawn, $28,000. Amount accounted for, $7,000. Balance to be accounted for, $21,000. Winnebagos, viz. Continued. Salt. Amount drawn, $250. Amount accounted for, $173.33. Balance to be accounted for, $76.67. Tobacco. Amount drawn, $450. Amount accounted for, $450. Blacksmiths and assistants, iron and steel. Amount drawn, $1,740. Amount accounted for, $389.13. Balance to be accounted for, $1,350.87. Laborers and oxen, amount drawn $365, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $365. Education, amount drawn $1,500, amount accounted for $1,500. Agriculturalist oxen farming implements, amount drawn $2,500, amount accounted for $342.76. Balance to be accounted for $2,157.24. Physicians, amount drawn $200, amount accounted for $100. Balance to be accounted for $100. Locating reservations and incidental expenses, amount drawn $200, amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $200. Current expenses Indian Department viz. Superintendents and agents, amount drawn $9,188.20, amount accounted for $8,625, balance to be accounted for $563.20. Subagents, amount drawn $4,038.41, amount accounted for $1,813.75. Balance to be accounted for $2,224.66. Interpreters, amount drawn $5,400. Amount accounted for $4,342.54. Balance to be accounted for $1,057.46. Clerks, amount drawn $900. Amount accounted for 0. Balance to be accounted for $900. Presents to Indians, amount drawn $3,800, amount accounted for $902.62, balance to be accounted for $2,897.38. Provisions for Indians, amount drawn $6,075, amount accounted for $458.12, balance to be accounted for $5,616.88. Buildings and agencies, amount drawn $3,700, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $3,700. Contingencies, amount drawn $2,592.50, amount accounted for $2,592.50. Miscellaneous objects viz. Holding treaties with various tribes, amount drawn $17,000, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $17,000. Depredations by Seminoles and Creeks on property of United States citizens, amount drawn $750, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $750. Payment to A.S. Hughes and J.L. Bean, etc., amount drawn $1,600, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $1,600. Subscription to History of Indian Tribes, amount drawn $3,000, amount accounted for 0, balance to be accounted for $3,000. Transportation and incidental expenses, amount drawn $21,324.82, amount accounted for $11,930.67, balance to be accounted for $9,394.15. Civilization of Indians, amount drawn $5,640, amount accounted for $5,640. Total amount drawn $4,309,663.23. Amount accounted for $2,205,943.66. Balance to be accounted for $2,103,719.57. Recapitulation. Total amount drawn $4,309,663.23. Amount accounted for $2,205,943.66. Balance to be accounted for $2,103,719.57. Office, Indian Affairs, December 1, 1837. End of section 30.
Section number 31 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Clare. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Page 640, document number 3, number 28, statement showing the number of Indians now east of the Mississippi, of those that have immigrated from the east to the west of that river, and of those within striking distance of the western frontier. Also, the estimated number of warriors they may collectively be able to bring into the field. 1. Name and number of the tribes now east of the Mississippi. 1. Under treaty stipulation to remove west of the Mississippi, Winnebagos, 4,500. Ottawas of Ohio, 100. Potawatomis of Indiana, 2,950. Chippewas, Ottawas, and Potawatomis, 1,500. Cherokees, 14,000. Creeks, 1,000. Chickasaws, 1,000. Seminoles, 5,000. Apalachicolas, 400. Ottawas and Chippewas in the peninsula of Michigan, 6,500. Total number, 36,950. 2. Not under treaty stipulations to remove. New York Indians, 4,176. Wyandottes, 575. Miamis, 1,100. Menominees, 4,000. Ottawas and Chippewas of the Lakes, 2,564. Total, 12,415. Total east of the Mississippi, 49,365. Page 641. Document number 3, 641, number 28, continued. 2. Number of Indians who have immigrated from the east to the west of the Mississippi. Chickasaws, 549. Chippewas, Ottawas, and Potawatomis, 2,191. Choctaws, 15,000. Quapaws, 476. Creeks, 20,437. Seminole, 407. Apalachicolas, 265. Cherokees, 7,911. Kickapoos, 588. Delawares, 826. Shawnees, 1,272. Ottawas, 374. Wias, 222. Piankashaws, 162. Peorias and Kaskaskias, 132. Potawatomis of Indiana, 53. Senecas, 251. Senecas and Shawnees, 211. Total, 51,327. Page 642. Document number 3, number 28, continued. 3. Number of the indigenous tribes within striking distance of the western frontier. Sioux, 21,600. Iowas, 1,500. Sacs, 4,800. Foxes, 1,600. Sacs of the Missouri, 500. Osages, 5,120. Kansas, 1,606. Omahas, 1,600. Ottos and Missourias, 1,000. Pawnees, 12,500. Comanches, 19,200. Kioways, 1,800. Mandans, 3,200. Quapaws, 450. Minataris, 2,000. Pagans, 30,000. Assiniboines, 15,000. Apaches, 20,280. Crees, 3,000. Arapas, 3,000. Gros Ventre, 16,800. Utahs, 19,200. Crows, 7,200. Caddos, 2,000. Poncas, 900. Arikaris, 2,750. Cheyennes, 3,200. Blackfeet, 30,000. Total, 231,806. Recapitulation: number of Indians now east of the Mississippi, 49,365. Number of Indians who have immigrated from east to west side, 51,327. Number of indigenous tribes, 231,806. Aggregate, 332,498. Estimated number of warriors, whole number of Indians, 332,498. Assuming that every fifth one may be considered a warrior, and this is believed to be a reasonable supposition, the number of warriors will be 66,499. Office Indian Affairs, December 1st, 1837. End of section number 31.
Section 32 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 29. Statement showing the quantity of lands ceded by the Indian tribes to the United States and the amount stipulated to be paid to them therefor, since the 4th of March, 1829, by C. A. Harris. Columns are names of tribes, date of treaty, quantity of land ceded to United States, quantity of land assigned to Indians as part of the consideration, and amount paid to Indians in land, money, etc. Tribe: Winnebagoes. Treaty of August 1, 1829. Land ceded to United States, 2,530,000. Amount paid, 749,862. Tribe: Chippewas, Ottawas, and Potawatomis. Treaty of July 20, 1829. Land ceded to United States, 4,160,000. Amount paid, 390,601. Tribe: Delawares. Treaty of August 3, 1829. Land ceded to United States, 5,760. Amount paid, 3,000. Tribe: Sacs, Foxes, Sioux, and others. Treaty of July 15, 1830. Land ceded to United States, 16,256,000. Amount paid, 317,732. Tribe: Choctaws. Treaty of September 27, 1830. Land ceded to United States, 7,796,000. Land assigned to Indians, 15 million. Amount paid, 22,928,529. Tribe: Senecas. Treaty of February 28, 1831. Land ceded to United States, 40,000. Land assigned to Indians, $67,000. Amount paid, $163,400. Tribe, Creeks. Treaty of March 24, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $5,128,000. Land assigned to Indians, $9 million. Amount paid, $15,809,080. Tribe, Senecas and Shawnees. Treaty of July 20, 1831. Land ceded to United States, $39,680. Land assigned to Indians, $60,000. Amount paid, $111,600. Tribe, Shawnees. Treaty of August 8, 1831. Land ceded to United States, $92,800. Land assigned to Indians, $100,000. Amount paid, $162,500. Tribe, Ottawas. Treaty of August 30, 1831. Land assigned to United States, $49,917. Land assigned to Indians, $34,000. Amount paid, $47,500. Tribe, Wenadotts. Treaty of January 19, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $16,000. Amount paid, $24,400. Tribe, Menominees. Treaty of February 8, 1831. Land ceded to United States, $3 million. Amount paid, $285,687. Tribe, Potawatomis of the Prairie. Treaty of October 20, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $1,536,000. Amount paid, $460,346. Tribe, Potawatomis of the Wabash. Treaty of October 26, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $2,626,560. Amount paid, $658,412. Tribe, Potawatomis of Indiana. Treaty of October 27, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $737,000. Amount paid, $406,121. Tribe, Shawnees and Delawares. Treaty of October 26, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $199,680. Amount paid, $50,950. Tribe, Kaskasias and Peorias. Treaty of October 27, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $1,920. Land assigned to Indians, $96,000. Amount paid, $155,780. Tribe, Kickapoos. Treaty of October 24, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $2,048,000. Land assigned to Indians, $768,000. Amount paid, $1,132,100. Tribe, Apalachicolas. Treaty of October 11, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $5,120. Amount paid, $13,000. Tribe, Piankishaws and Weas. Treaty of October 29, 1832. Land ceded to United States, $160,000. Land assigned to Indians, $160,000. Amount paid, $214,062. Tribe, Winnebagos, Treaty of September 15, 1832. Land ceded to United States, 2,816,000. Land assigned to Indians, 2,000,000. Amount paid, 2,945,482. Tribe, Sacs and Foxes, Treaty of September 21, 1832. Land assigned to United States, 5,760,000. Amount paid, 736,924. Tribe, Chickasaws, Treaty of October 20, 1832. Land ceded to United States, 6,422,400. Amount paid, 3,000,000. Footnote: estimated net proceeds, the whole amount of which they will receive. Tribe, same, Chickasaws, Treaty of May 24, 1834. Amount paid, 46,000. Footnote: annuity. Tribe, Ottawas, Treaty of February 18, 1833. Land ceded to United States, 32,000. Amount paid, 32,640. Tribe, Cherokees West, Treaty of February 14, 1833. Amount paid, 109,400. Footnote: for adjustment of boundaries. Tribe, Creeks West, Treaty of February 14, 1833. Amount paid, 59,036. Footnote: for adjustment of boundaries. Tribe, Seminoles, Treaty of May 9, 1832. Land ceded to United States, 4,032,640. Amount paid, 295,500. Tribe, Quapaws, Treaty of May 13, 1833. Land ceded to United States, 96,000. Land assigned to Indians, 96,000. Amount paid, 254,076. Tribe, Autos and Missourias, Treaty of September 21, 1833. Amount paid, 40,150. Footnote: boundaries not defined in such manner as will admit of the area of the cession being ascertained. Tribe, Pawnees, Treaty of October 9, 1833. Amount paid, 112,220. Footnote: same. Boundaries not defined in such manner as will admit of the area of the cession being ascertained. Tribe, Chippewas, Ottawas, and Potawatomis, Treaty of September 26, 1833. Land ceded to United States, 5,104,960. Land assigned to Indians, 5,000,000. Amount paid, 7,624,289. Tribe, Potawatomis, Treaty of December 16, 1834. Land ceded to United States, 1,280. Amount paid, 1,600. Tribe, Band of Potawatomis, Treaty of December 17, 1834. Land ceded to United States, 2,560. Amount paid, 2,560. Tribe, same, Band of Potawatomis, Treaty of July 31, 1835. Land ceded to United States, 1,280. Amount paid, 800. Tribe, same, Band of Potawatomis, Treaty of December 10, 1834. Land ceded to United States, 3,840. Amount paid, $2,400. Tribe, Caddos, Treaty of July 1, 1835. Land ceded to United States, $1 million. Amount paid, $86,800. Tribe, Cherokees, Treaty of December 29, 1835. Land ceded to United States, $7,882,240. Amount paid, $5,677,212. Tribe, Chippewas of Swan Creek and Black River. Treaty of May 9, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 8,320. Footnote: Net proceeds to be paid to the Indians. No estimate of amount can now be made. Tribe, Wyandots. Treaty of April 23, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 39,200. Footnote: Same. Net proceeds to be paid to the Indians. No estimate of amount can now be made. Tribe, 4 bands of Potawatomis. Treaty of April 22, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 6,400. Amount paid, 6,559. Tribe, 2 bands of Potawatomis. Treaty of April 22, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 1,920. Amount paid, 2,079. Tribe, 2 bands of Potawatomis. Treaty of April 11, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 23,040. Amount paid, 23,040. Tribe, Ottawas and Chippewas. Treaty of March 28, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 13,734,000. Amount paid, 2,309,451. Tribe, Band of Potawatomis. Treaty of March 26, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 2,560. Amount paid, 2,719. Tribe, same Band of Potawatomis. Treaty of March 29, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 2,560. Amount paid, 2,719. Totals. Quantity of land ceded to United States, 93,401,637. Quantity of land assigned to Indians as part of the consideration, 32,381,000. Amount paid to Indians in land, money, etc., 67,458,318. Signed, Office Indian Affairs, December 1, 1836. C. A. Harris, Commissioner. End of Section 32. Section 33 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 30. Statement showing the quantity of lands ceded by the Indian tribes to the United States and the amount stipulated to be paid to them therefor since the 9th of May, 1836, in treaties that have been ratified. Columns are names of tribes, date of treaty, quantity of land ceded to United States, Amount stipulated to be paid, and remarks. Tribe, 3 bands of Potawatomis. Treaty of August 5, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 14,080 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $14,080. Tribe, Menominees. Treaty of September 3, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 4,184,320 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $620,110. Tribe, Sioux. Treaty of September 10, 1836. Amount stipulated to be paid, $211,750. Remarks. By these treaties, no land was ceded, but the right to hunt on the tract between the Missouri River and the line of the state of Missouri. Tribe, Iowas and Sacs and Foxes. Treaty of September 17, 1836. Amount stipulated to be paid, $211,750. Same remark. Tribe, Sacs and Foxes. Treaty of September 27, 1836. Amount stipulated to be paid, $211,750. Same remarks. Tribe, Ottawas, Missourias, etc. Treaty of October 15, 1836. Amount stipulated to be paid, $211,750. Same remarks. Tribe, Sioux. Treaty of November 30, 1836. Amount stipulated to be paid, $211,750. Same remarks repeated here. By these treaties no land was ceded, but the right to hunt on the tract between the Missouri River and the line of the state of Missouri. Tribe, 3 bands of Potawatomis. Treaty of September 20, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 6,400 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $8,000. Tribe, Mosack and his band, Potawatomis. Treaty of September 22, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 2,560 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $8,200. Tribe, Potawatomis of the Wabash. Treaty of September 23, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 26,880 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $33,600. Tribe, Sacs and Foxes. Treaty of September 28, 1836. Land ceded to United States, 256,000 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $195,998. Tribe, Miamis. Treaty of October 23, 1834. Land ceded to United States, 208,000 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $208,000. Remarks. Ratified October 12, 1837. Tribe, Potawatomis of Indiana. Treaty of February 11, 1837. Remarks. Provision made for giving them a country beyond the Missouri and removing them thereto, in addition to the stipulations in the previous treaties in which they ceded their lands. The quantity to be assigned for them has not yet been determined. Totals. Quantity of land ceded to United States, 4,698,240 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $1,294,738. Signed, Office, Indian Affairs, December 1, 1837. End of Section 33. Section 34 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 31. Statement showing the quantity of land ceded by Indian tribes and the amount stipulated to be paid therefor in treaties made since the 9th of May, 1836, that will be submitted to the President and Senate the present session, and recapitulation of the 3 preceding tables. Columns are names of tribes, date of treaty, quantity of land ceded to the United States, and amount stipulated to be paid therefor. Tribe, Chippewas, Treaty of July 29, 1837. Land ceded to United States, 7 million acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $870,000. Tribe, Sioux, Treaty of September 29, 1837. Land ceded to United States, 5 million acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $1 million. Tribe, Sacs and Foxes, Treaty of October 21, 1837. Land ceded to United States, 1,250,000 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $377,000. Tribe, Winnebagoes, Treaty of November 1, 1837. Land ceded to United States, 5 million acres. Amount stipulated to be paid, $1,500,000. Tribe, Sacs and Foxes of Missouri, Treaty of October 21, 1837. Amount stipulated to be paid, $60,000. Footnote: by this treaty, these tribes ceded no lands, but all their right and interest in the country between the Missouri and the Mississippi rivers, and all interest or claim they might have in treaties heretofore made with the Confederated Sacs and Foxes of the Mississippi. End footnote. Totals. Quantity of land ceded to the United States, 18,250,000 acres. Amount stipulated to be paid therefor, $3,807,000. Recapitulation of the 3 preceding tables. Number of acres ceded to the United States, 116,349,877. Number of acres assigned to Indians west of the Mississippi River, 32,381,000. Amount stipulated to be paid in land, money, etc., $72,560,056. Signed, Office, Indian Affairs, December 1, 1837. End of Section 34.
Section 35 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 32, statement exhibiting the names of the tribes south and west of the Missouri and between the Ponca and Red Rivers. The quantity of land held by each, the population of each, and the number of acres for each individual, and the tenure by which the land is held by them, respectively. Names of tribes: Choctaws. Whole number of acres: 15,000,000. Population: 15,000. Number of acres to each individual: 1,000. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks: Treaty of September 27, 1830. Names of tribes: Creeks and Seminoles. Whole number of acres: 13,140,000. Population: 21,000. Number of acres to each individual: 626. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks: Treaties of January 24, 1826, March 24, 1832, February 14, 1833, Seminoles May 9, 1832, March 28, 1833. Names of tribes: Cherokee. Whole number of acres: 13,800,000. Population: 22,000. Number of acres to each individual: 627. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks: Treaties of May 6, 1828, February 14, 1833, and December 29, 1835. Names of tribes: Senecas and Shawnees. Whole number of acres: 100,000. Population: 211. Number of acres to each individual: 474. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks: Treaty of July 20, 1831. Name of tribes: Quapaws. Whole number of acres: 96,000. Population: 476. Number of acres to each individual: 201. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks: Treaty of May 13, 1833. Names of tribes: Wayas, Piankashaws, Peorias, and Kaaskias. Whole number of acres: 259,840. Population: 516. Number of acres to each individual: 503. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks: Treaties of 27th and 29th of October, 1832. Names of tribes: Ottawas. Whole number of acres: 34,000. Population: 200. Number of acres to each individual: 173. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks: Treaty of August 30, 1831. Names of tribes: Shawnees. Whole number of acres: 100,000. Names of tribes: Shawnees. Whole number of acres: 1,600,000. Population total: 1,272. Number of acres to each individual: 1,336. Tenure, guarantee, a gift. Remarks: Treaty of August 8, 1831, and Treaty of November 7, 1825. Names of tribes: Delawares. Whole number of acres: 2,208,000. Population: 826. Number of acres to each individual: 2,661. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks: Treaties of October 3, 1818, and September 24, 1829. Names of tribes: Kickapoos. Whole number of acres: 768,000. Population: 588. Number of acres to each individual, 1,307. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks. Treaty of October 24, 1832. Names of tribes, Senecas. Whole number of acres, 67,000. Population, 251. Number of acres to each individual, 267. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks. Treaty of February 28, 1831. Names of tribes, Osages. Whole number of acres, 7,564,800. Population, 5,120. Number of acres to each individual, 1,466. Tenure, Indian title. Remarks. Treaty, June 2, 1825. Names of tribes. Kansas. Whole number of acres, 2,510,080. Population, 1,471. Number of acres to each individual, 1,706. Tenure, Indian title. Remarks. Treaty, June 3, 1825. Names of tribes, Ottos and Missourias. Whole number of acres, 1,536,000. Population, 1,600. Number of acres to each individual, 960. Tenure, Indian title. Remarks. Treaty, September 21, 1833. Names of tribes, Omahas. Whole number of acres, 4,990,720. Population, 1,400. Number of acres to each individual, 3,564. Tenure, Indian title. Remarks. Treaty of October 6, 1825. Names of tribes, Pawnees. Whole number of acres, 16 million. Population, 10,000. Number of acres to each individual, 1,600. Tenure, Indian title. Remarks. Treaty of October 9, 1833. Names of tribes, Iowas, Sacs, and Foxes. Whole number of acres, 256,000. Population, 2,500. Number of acres to each individual, 120. Tenure, guarantee. Remarks. Treaty of September 17, 1836. End of table. Office Indian Affairs, December 1, 1837. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Total Echo. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 33. Laws. An act to regulate trade and intercourse with Indian tribes and to preserve peace on the frontiers. Laws and Regulations, number 33. Section 1. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that all that part of the United States west of the Mississippi, and not within the states of Missouri and Louisiana, or the territory of Arkansas, and also that part of the United States east of the Mississippi River, and not within any state to which the Indian title has not been extinguished, for the purpose of this act be taken and deemed to be the Indian country. Section 2. And be it further enacted, that no person shall be permitted to trade with any of the Indians in the Indian country, without a license therefor from a superintendent of Indian affairs, or Indian agent or subagent, which license shall be issued for a term not exceeding 2 years for the tribes east of the Mississippi and not exceeding 3 years for the tribes west of that river. And the person applying for such license shall give bond in a penal sum not exceeding $5,000, with one or more sureties to be approved by the person issuing the same, condition that such person will faithfully observe all the laws and regulations made for the government of trade and intercourse with the Indian tribes, and in no respect violate the same. And the superintendent of the district shall have power to revoke and cancel the same whenever the person licensed shall, in his opinion, have transgressed any of the laws or regulation provided for the government of trade and intercourse with the Indian tribes, or that it would be improper to permit him to remain in the Indian country. And no trade with the said tribes shall be carried on within their boundary, except at certain suitable and convenient places, to be designated from time to time by the superintendents, agents, and subagents, and to be inserted in the license. And it shall be the duty of the persons granting or revoking such licenses forthwith to report the same to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs for his approval or disapproval. Section 3. And be it further enacted that any superintendent or agent may refuse an application for a license to trade if he is satisfied that the applicant is a person of bad character, or that it would be improper to permit him to reside in the Indian country, or if a license previously granted to such applicant has been revoked, or a forfeiture of his bond decreed. But an appeal may be had from the agent or the superintendent to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, and the President of the United States shall be authorized, whenever, in his opinion, the public interest may require the same, to prohibit the introduction of goods, or of any particular article, into the country belonging to any Indian tribe, and to direct all licenses to trade with such tribe to be revoked, and all applications therefore to be rejected. And no trader to any other tribe shall, so long as such prohibition may continue, trade with any Indians of or for the tribe against which such prohibition is issued. Section 4. And be it further enacted that any person other than an Indian who shall attempt to reside in the Indian country as a trader, or to introduce goods or to trade therein without such license, shall forfeit all merchandise offered for sale to the Indians or found in his possession, and shall moreover forfeit and pay the sum of $500. Section 5. And be it further enacted that no license to trade with the Indians shall be granted to any persons except citizens of the United States, provided that the President shall be authorized to allow the employment of foreign boatmen and interpreters under such regulations as he may prescribe. Section 6. And be it further enacted that if a foreigner shall go into the Indian country without a passport from the War Department, the superintendent, agent, or subagent of Indian Affairs, or from the officer of the United States commanding the nearest military post on the frontiers, or shall remain intentionally therein after the expiration of such passport, he shall forfeit and pay the sum of $1,000, and such passport shall express the object of such person, the time he is allowed to remain, and the route he is to travel. Section 7. And be it further enacted that if any person other than an Indian shall within the Indian country purchase or receive of any Indian in the way of barter, trade, or pledge, a gun, trap, or other article commonly used in hunting, any instrument of husbandry or cooking utensils of the kind commonly obtained by the Indians in their intercourse with the white people, or any other article of clothing, except skins or furs, he shall forfeit and pay the sum of $50. Section 8. And be it further enacted that if any person other than an Indian shall, within the limits of any tribe with whom the United States shall have existing treaties, hunt or trap or take and destroy any peltries or game, except for subsistence, in the Indian country, such person shall forfeit the sum of $500, and forfeit all the traps, guns, and ammunition in his possession, used or procured to be used for that purpose, and peltries so taken. Section 9. And be it further enacted that if any person shall drive or otherwise convey any stock of horses, mules, or cattle to range or feed on any land belonging to any Indian or Indian tribe without the consent of such tribe, such person shall forfeit the sum of $1 for each animal of such stock. Section 10. And be it further enacted that the Superintendent of Indian Affairs and Indian agents and subagents shall have authority to remove from the Indian country all persons found therein contrary to law, and the President of the United States is authorized to direct the military force to be employed in such removal. Section 11. And be it further enacted that if any person shall make a settlement on any lands belonging, secured, or granted by treaty with the United States to any Indian tribe, or shall survey or shall attempt to survey such lands, or designate any of the boundaries by marking trees or otherwise, such offender shall forfeit and pay the sum of $1,000. And it shall, moreover, be lawful for the President of the United States to take such measures and to employ such military force as he may judge necessary to remove from the lands as aforesaid any such person as aforesaid. Section 12. And be it further enacted that no purchase, grant, lease, or other conveyance of lands, or of any title or claim thereto, from any Indian nation or tribe of Indians, shall be of any validity in law or equity, unless the same be made by treaty or convention entered into pursuant to Constitution. And if any person not employed under the authority of the United States shall attempt to negotiate such treaty or convention, directly or indirectly, to treat with any such nation or tribe of Indians for the title or purchase of any lands by them held or claimed, such person shall forfeit and pay $1,000, provided, nevertheless, that it shall be lawful for the agent or agents of any state who may be present at any treaty held with Indians under the authority of the United States, in the presence and with the approbation of the Commissioner or Commissioners of the United States appointed to hold the same, to propose to and adjust with the Indians the compensation to be made for their claim to lands within such state which shall be extinguished by treaty. Section 13. And be it further enacted that if any citizen or other person residing within the United States or the territory thereof shall send any talk, speech, message, or letter to any Indian nation, tribe, chief, or individual with an intent to produce a contravention or infraction of any treaty or other law of the United States, or to disturb the peace and tranquility of the United States, he shall forfeit and pay the sum of $2,000. Section 14. And be it further enacted that if any citizen or other person shall carry or deliver any such talk, message, speech, or letter to or from any Indian nation, tribe, chief, or individual, from or to any person or persons whatsoever residing within the United States, or from or to any subject, citizen, or agent of any foreign power of state, knowing the contents thereof, he shall forfeit and pay the sum of $1,000. Section 15. And be it further enacted that if any citizen or other person residing or living among the Indians or elsewhere within the territory of the United States shall carry on a correspondence, by letter or otherwise, with any foreign nation or power, with an intent to induce such foreign nation or power to excite any Indian nation, tribe, chief, or individual to war against the United States, or to the violation of any existing treaty, or in case any citizen or other person shall alienate or attempt to alienate the confidence of any Indian or Indians from the government of the United States, he shall forfeit the sum of $1,000. And be it further enacted that where, in the commission by a white person of any crime, offense, or misdemeanor within the Indian country, the property of any friendly Indian is taken, injured, or destroyed, and a conviction is had for such crime, offense, or misdemeanor, the person so convicted shall be sentenced to pay to such friendly Indian to whom the property may belong, or whose person may be injured, a sum equal to twice the just value of the property so taken, injured, or destroyed. And if such offender shall be unable to pay a sum at least equal to the just value or amount, whatever such payment shall fall short of the same shall be paid out of the Treasury of the United States, provided that no such Indian shall be entitled to any payment out of the Treasury of the United States for any such property, if he, or any of the nation to which he belongs, shall have sought private revenge or attempted to obtain satisfaction by any force or violence. And provided also that if such offender cannot be apprehended and brought to trial, the amount of such property shall be paid out of the treasury as aforesaid. Section 17. And be it further enacted that if any Indian or Indians belonging to any tribe in amity with the United States shall, within the Indian country, take or destroy the property of any person lawfully within such country, or shall pass from the Indian country into any state or territory inhabited by citizens of the United States, and there take, steal, or destroy any horse, horses, or other property belonging to any citizen or inhabitant of the United States, such citizen or inhabitant, his representative, attorney, or agent may take application to the proper superintendent, agent, or subagent, who, upon being furnished with the necessary documents and proofs, shall, under the direction of the President, make application to the nation or tribe to which said Indian or Indians shall belong for satisfaction. And if such nation or tribe shall neglect or refuse to make satisfaction in a reasonable time, not exceeding 12 months, it shall be the duty of such superintendent, agent, or subagent to make return of his doings to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, that such further steps may be taken as shall be proper, in the opinion of the President, to obtain satisfaction for the injury, and, in the meantime, in respect to the property so taken, stolen, or destroyed, the United States guarantee to the party so injured an eventual indemnification, provided that if such injured party, his representative, attorney, or agent shall in any way violate any of the provisions of this act, by seeking or attempting to obtain private satisfaction or revenge, he shall forfeit all claim upon the United States for such indemnification. And provided also that unless such claim shall be presented within 3 years after the commission of the injury, the same shall be barred. And if the nation or tribe to which such Indian may belong receive an annuity from the United States, such claim shall, at the next payment of the annuity, be deducted therefrom and paid to the party injured. And if no annuity is payable to such nation or tribe, then the amount of the claim shall be paid from the treasury of the United States, provided that nothing herein contained shall prevent the legal apprehension and punishment of any Indians having so offended. Section 18. And be it further enacted that the superintendents, agents, and subagents within their respective districts be and are hereby authorized and empowered to take depositions of witnesses touching any depredations within the purview of the 2 preceding sections of this Act, and to administer an oath to the deponent. Section 19. And be it further enacted that it shall be the duty of the superintendents, agents, and subagents to endeavor to procure the arrest and trial of all Indians accused of committing any crime, offense, or misdemeanor, and all other persons who may have committed crimes or offenses within any state or territory and have fled into the Indian country, either by demanding the same of the chiefs of the proper tribe, or by such other means as the President may authorize, and the President may direct the military force of the United States to be employed in the apprehension of such Indians, and also in preventing or terminating hostilities between any of the Indian tribes. Section 20. And be it further enacted that if any person shall sell, exchange, or give, barter, or dispose of any spirituous liquor or wine to an Indian in the Indian country, such person shall forfeit and pay the sum of $500. And if any person shall introduce or attempt to introduce any spirituous liquor or wine into the Indian country, except such supplies as shall be necessary for the officers of the United States and troops of the service, under the direction of the War Department, such person shall forfeit and pay a sum not exceeding $300, and if any superintendent of Indian affairs, Indian agent, subagent, or commanding officer of a military post has reason to suspect or is informed that any white person or Indian is about to introduce or has introduced any spirituous liquor or wine into the Indian country in violation of the provisions of this section, it shall be lawful for such superintendent, Indian agent or subagent, or military officer, agreeably to such regulations as may be established by the President of the United States, to cause the boats, stores, packages, and places of deposit of such person to be searched, and if any such spirituous liquor or wine is found, the goods, boats, packages, and peltries of such person shall be seized and delivered to the proper officer, and shall be proceeded against by libel in the proper court, and for forfeited 1/2 to the use of the informer, and the other half to the use of the United States. And if such person is a traitor, his license shall be revoked, and his bond put in suit. And it shall moreover be lawful for any person in the service of the United States, or for any Indian, to take and destroy any ardent spirits or wine found in the Indian country, except military supplies, as mentioned in this section. Section 21. And be it further enacted, that if any person, whatever shall, within the limits of the Indian country, set up or continue any distillery for manufacturing ardent spirits, he shall forfeit and pay a penalty of $1,000, and it shall be the duty of the superintendent of Indian affairs, Indian agent or subagent, within the limits of whose agency the same shall be set up or continued, forthwith to destroy and break up the same, and it shall be lawful to employ the military force of the United States in executing that duty. Section 22. And be it further enacted, that in all trials about the right of property, in which an Indian may be a party on one side and a white person on the other, the burden of proof shall rest upon the white person, whenever the Indian shall make out a presumption of title in himself from the fact of previous possession or ownership. And be it further enacted, that it shall be lawful for the military force of the United States to be employed in such manner and under such regulations as the President may direct, in the apprehension of every person who shall or may be found in the Indian country in violation of any of the provisions of this act, and him immediately to convey from said Indian country in the nearest convenient and safe route to the civil authority of the territory or judicial district in which said person shall be found, to be proceeded against in due course of law, and also in the examination and seizure of stores, packages, and boats authorized by the 20th section of this act, and in preventing the introduction of persons and property into the Indian country contrary to law, which persons and property shall be proceeded against according to law, provided that no person apprehended by military force as aforesaid shall be detained longer than 5 days after the arrest and before removal, and all officers and soldiers who may have any such person or persons in custody shall treat them with all the humanity which the circumstances will possibly permit, and every officer or soldier who shall be guilty of maltreating any such person while in custody shall suffer such punishment as a court-martial shall direct. Section 24. And be it further enacted, that, for the sole purpose of carrying this act into effect, all that part of the Indian country west of the Mississippi River that is bounded north by the north line of lands assigned to the Osage tribe of Indians, produced east to the state of Missouri, west by the Mexican possessions, south by Red River, and east by the west line of the territory of Arkansas and the state of Missouri, shall be, and hereby is, annexed to the territory of Arkansas, and that, for the purpose of aforesaid, the residue of the Indian country west of said Mississippi River shall be, and hereby is, annexed to the judicial district of Missouri, and, for the purpose aforesaid, the several portions of Indian country east of the said Mississippi River shall be, and are hereby, severally annexed to the territory in which they are situate. Section 25. And be it further enacted that so much of the laws of the United States as provides for the punishment of crimes committed within any place within the sole and exclusive jurisdiction of the United States shall be in force in the Indian country, provided the same shall not extend to crimes committed by one Indian against the person or property of another Indian. Section 26. And be it further enacted, that if any person who shall be charged with a violation of any of the provisions or regulations of this act shall be found within any of the United States, or either of the territories, such offenders may be there apprehended and transported to the territory or judicial district having jurisdiction of the same. Section 27. And be it further enacted, that all penalties which shall accrue under this act shall be sued for and recovered in an action of debt in the name of the United States before any court having jurisdiction of the same, in any state or territory in which the defendant shall be arrested or found, the one half to the use of the informant, and the other half to the use of the United States, except when the prosecution shall be first instituted on behalf of the United States, in which case the whole shall be to their use. Section 28. And be it further enacted, that when goods or other property shall be seized for any violation of this act, it shall be lawful for the person prosecuting on behalf of the United States to proceed against such goods or other property in the manner directed to be observed in the case of goods, wares, or merchandise brought into the United States in violation of the revenue laws. Section 29. And be it further enacted that the following acts and parts of acts shall be, and the same are hereby repealed, namely, an act to make provisions relative to rations for Indians and to their visits to the seat of government, approved May 13, 1800. An act to regulate trade and intercourse with the Indian tribes and to preserve peace on the frontiers, approved March 30, 1802. An act supplementary to the act passed 30th March 1802 to regulate trade and intercourse with the Indian tribes and to preserve peace on the frontiers, approved April 29, 1816. An act for the punishment of crimes and offenses committed within the Indian boundaries, approved March 3, 1817. The first and second sections of the Act directing the manner of appointing Indian agents and continuing the, quote, Act establishing trading houses with the Indian tribes, unquote. The first and second sections of the Act directing the manner of appointing Indian agents and continuing the, quote, Act establishing trading houses with the Indian tribes, unquote, approved April 16, 1818. An act fixing the compensation of Indian agents and factors, approved April 20, 1818. An act supplementary to an act entitled, quote, An act to provide for the prompt settlement of public accounts, unquote, approved February 24, 1819. The eighth section of the act making appropriations to carry into effect treaties concluded with several Indian tribes therein mentioned, approved March 3, 1819. The second section of the Act to continue in force for a further time, the Act entitled, quote, An Act for establishing trading houses with the Indian tribes and for other purposes, unquote, approved March 3, 1819. An Act to amend an Act entitled, quote, An Act to regulate trade and intercourse with the Indian tribes and to preserve peace on the frontiers, approved 30th of March, 1802, unquote, approved May 6, 1822. An act providing for the appointment of an agent for the Osage Indians west of the state of Missouri and territory of Arkansas, and for other purposes, approved May 18, 1824. The third, fourth, and fifth section of, quote, An Act to enable the President to hold treaties with certain Indian tribes and for other purposes, unquote, approved May 25, 1824. The second section of the, quote, Act to aid certain Indians of the Creek Nation in their removal to the west of the Mississippi, unquote, approved May 20, 1826. And an act to authorize the appointment of subagents to the Winnebago Indians on Rock River, approved February 25, 1831. Provided, however, that such repeal shall not affect any rights acquired, or punishments, penalties, or forfeitures incurred under either of the acts or parts of acts, nor impair or affect the Intercourse Act of 1802, so far as the same relates to or concerns Indian tribes residing east of the Mississippi. And provided also that such repeal shall not be construed to revive any acts or parts of acts repealed by either of the acts or sections herein described. Section 30. And be it further enacted, that, until a Western Territory shall be established, the two agents for the Western Territory, as provided in the Act for the organization of the Indian Department, this day approved by the President, shall execute the duty of agents for such tribes as may be directed by the President of the United States. And it shall be competent for the President to assign to one of the said agents, in addition to his proper duties, the duties of superintendent for such district of country or for such tribes as the President may think fit. And the powers of the superintendent at St. Louis over such district or tribe as may be assigned to such acting superintendent shall cease, provided that no additional compensation shall be allowed for such services. Approved June 30, 1834. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. An act to provide for the organization of the Department of Indian Affairs. Section 1. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the duties of the governors of the territories of Florida and Arkansas, as superintendents of Indian Affairs, shall hereafter cease, and the duties of the governor of the territory of Michigan, as superintendent of Indian Affairs, shall cease from and after the establishment of a new territory embracing the country west of Lake Michigan, should such a territory be established. And while the governor of the said territory of Michigan continues to act as superintendent of Indian Affairs, he shall receive, therefore, the annual sum of $1,000, in full of all allowances, emoluments, or compensation for services in said capacity. Section 2. And be it further enacted that there shall be a superintendent of Indian Affairs for all the Indian country, not within the bounds of any state or territory west of the Mississippi River, the superintendent of which shall reside at St. Louis and shall annually receive a salary of $1,500. Section 3. And be it further enacted that superintendents of Indian Affairs shall, within their several superintendencies, exercise a general supervision and control over the official conduct and accounts of all officers and persons employed by the government in the Indian Department, under such regulations as shall be established by the President of the United States, and may suspend such officers and persons from their office and employments for reasons forthwith to be communicated to the Secretary of War. Section 4. And be it further enacted that the following Indian agents shall be appointed by the President of the United States, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, who shall hold their office for the term of 4 years, and who shall give bond with 2 or more securities in the penal sum of $2,000 for the faithful execution of the same, and shall receive the annual compensation of $1,500. 2 agents for the Western Territory, an agent for the Chickasaws, an agent for the Eastern Cherokees, an agent for the Florida Indians, an agent for the Indians in the state of Indiana, an agent at Chicago, an agent at Rock Island, an agent at Prairie du Chien, an agent for Michilimackinac and the Saint Saul Marie, an agent for St. Peter's, an agent for the Upper Missouri, and the following agencies shall be discontinued at the periods herein mentioned, that is to say, the Florida Agency from and after the 31st day of December next, the Cherokee Agency from and after the 31st day of December next, the Indiana Agency from and after the 31st day of December 1836, the Chicago Agency from and after the 31st day of December next, the Rock Island Agency from and after the 31st day of December 1836, and all other agencies not provided for in this Act from and after the passage thereof, provided that the limitation of the said agencies shall not be construed to prevent the President of the United States from discontinuing the same at an earlier period. And the President shall be, and he is hereby authorized, whenever he may judge it expedient, to discontinue any Indian agency, or to transfer the same from the place or tribe designated by law to such other place or tribe as the public service may require. And every Indian agent shall reside and keep his agency within or near the territory of the tribe for which he may be agent, and at such place as the President may designate, and shall not depart from the limits of his agency without permission. And it shall be competent for the President to require any military officer of the United States to execute the duties of Indian agent. Section 5. And be it further enacted that a competent number of sub-agents shall be appointed by the President, with an annual salary of $750 each, to be employed and to reside wherever the President may direct, and who shall give bonds with 1 or more sureties in the penal sum of $1,000 for the faithful execution of the same, but no sub-agent shall be appointed who shall reside within the limits of any agency where there is an agent appointed. Section 6. And be it further enacted that nothing herein contained shall be construed to require the reappointment of persons now in office until the expiration of their present term of service, but the commissions of all Indian agents and sub-agents now in office shall expire on the 4th day of March next, unless sooner terminated. Section 7. And be it further enacted that the limits of each agency and sub-agency shall be established by the Secretary of War, either by tribes or by geographical boundaries, and it shall be the general duty of Indian agents and sub-agents to manage and superintend the intercourse with the Indians within their respective agencies, agreeably to law, to obey all legal instructions given to them by the Secretary of War, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, or the Superintendent of Indian Affairs, and to carry into effect such regulations as may be prescribed by the President. Section 8. And be it further enacted that the President of the United States may from time to time require additional security and in larger amounts from all persons charged or trusted under the laws of the United States with the disbursement or application of money, goods, or effects of any kind on account of the Indian Department. Section 9. And be it further enacted that an interpreter shall be allowed to each agency, who shall receive an annual salary of $300, provided that where there are different tribes in the same agency speaking different languages, one interpreter may be allowed at the discretion of the Secretary of War for each of said tribes. Interpreters shall be nominated by the proper agents to the War Department for approval, and may be suspended by the agent from pay and duty and the circumstances reported to the War Department for final action. And blacksmiths shall in like manner be employed wherever required by treaty stipulations, and such blacksmiths shall receive an annual compensation of $480, and if they furnish their shop and tools, an additional sum of $120, and their assistants shall be allowed an annual compensation of $240, and wherever farmers, mechanics, or teachers are required by treaty stipulations to be provided, they shall be employed under the direction of the War Department, and shall receive an annual compensation of not less than $480, nor more than $600. And in all cases of the appointments of interpreters or other persons employed for the benefit of the Indians, a preference shall be given to persons of Indian descent, if such can be found who are properly qualified for the execution of the duties, and where any of the tribes are, in the opinion of the Secretary at War, competent to direct the employment of their blacksmiths, mechanics, teachers, farmers, or other persons engaged for them, the direction of such persons may be given to the proper authority of the tribe. Section 10. And be it further enacted that the compensation prescribed by this act shall be in full of all emoluments or allowances whatsoever, provided, however, that where necessary a reasonable allowance or provision may be made for offices and office contingencies, and provided also that where persons are required in the performance of the duties under this act to travel from one place to another, their actual expenses, or a reasonable sum in lieu thereof, may be allowed them, and provided also that no allowance shall be made to any person for travel or expenses in coming to the seat of government to settle his accounts unless thereto required by the Secretary of War, and provided also that no person shall hold more than one office at the same time under this act, nor shall any agent, sub-agent, interpreter, or person employed under this act receive his salary while absent from his agency or employment without leave of the Superintendent or Secretary of War, provided such absence shall at no one time exceed 60 days. Section 11. And be it further enacted that the payment of all annuities or other sums stipulated by treaty to be made to any Indian tribe shall be made to the chiefs of such tribe, or to such person as said tribe shall appoint, or if any tribe shall appropriate their annuities to the purpose of education, or to any other specific use, then to such person or persons as such tribe shall designate. Section 12. And be it further enacted that it shall be lawful for the President of the United States, at the request of any Indian tribe to which any annuity shall be payable in money, to cause the same to be paid in goods purchased as provided in the next section of this act. Section 13. And be it further enacted that all merchandise required by any Indian treaty for the Indians, payable after making of such treaty, shall be purchased under the direction of the Secretary of War, upon proposals to be received, to be based on notices previously to be given, and all merchandise required at the making of any Indian treaty shall be purchased under the order of the Commissioners, by such person as they shall appoint, or by such person as shall be designated by the President for that purpose. And all other purchases on account of the Indians and all payments to them of money or goods shall be made by such person as the President shall designate for that purpose. And the superintendent agent or sub-agent, together with such military officer as the President may direct, shall be present and certify to the delivery of all goods and money required to be paid or delivered to the Indians. And the duties required by any section of this Act of military officers shall be performed without any other compensation than their actual traveling expenses. And all persons whatsoever charged or trusted with the disbursement or application of money, goods, or effects of any kind, for the benefit of the Indians, shall settle their accounts annually at the War Department on the first day of October. And copies of the same shall be laid annually before Congress at the commencement of the ensuing session by the proper accounting officers, together with a list of the names of all persons to whom money, goods, or effects had been delivered within said year for the benefit of the Indians, specifying the amount and object for which it was intended, and showing who are delinquents, if any, in forwarding their accounts according to the provisions of this Act, and also a list of the names of all persons appointed or employed under this Act, with the dates of their appointment or employment and the salary pay of each. Section 14. And be it further enacted that no person employed in the Indian Department shall have any interest or concern in any trade with the Indians, except for and on account of the United States. And any person offending herein shall forfeit the sum of $5,000. And upon satisfactory information of such offense being laid before the President of the United States, it shall become his duty to remove such person from the office or situation he may hold. Section 15. And be it further enacted that the President shall be, and he is hereby authorized to cause any of the friendly Indians west of the Mississippi River and north of the boundary of the Western Territory, and the region upon Lake Superior and the head of the Mississippi, to be furnished with useful domestic animals and implements of husbandry and with goods, as he shall think proper, provided that the whole amount of such presents shall not exceed the sum of $5,000. Section 16. And be it further enacted that the President be, and he is hereby authorized to cause such rations as he shall judge proper, and as can be spared from the army provisions without injury to the service, to be issued under such regulations as he shall think fit to establish, to Indians who may visit the military posts or agencies of the United States on the frontiers, or in their respective nations, and a special account of these issues shall be kept and rendered. Section 17. And be it further enacted that the President of the United States shall be, and he is hereby authorized to prescribe such rules and regulations as he may think fit for carrying into effect the various provisions of this Act, and of any other act relating to Indian affairs, and for the settlement of the accounts of the Indian Department. Section 18. And be it further enacted that all acts or parts of acts contrary to the provisions of this Act shall be, and the same are hereby, repealed. Approved June 30, 1834. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Document number 34, Regulations, prescribing the mode in which the Act of the 9th of July, 1832, providing for the appointment of a Commissioner of Indian Affairs, shall be executed. By Andrew Jackson. 1. The Act of the 9th of July, 1832, entitled, quote, "An Act to provide for the appointment of a Commissioner of Indian Affairs and for other purposes," end quote, requiring that the President should prescribe regulations for its execution, the duty of carrying it into effect is hereby assigned to the Secretary of War, who will immediately revise the existing regulations and prescribe a new set as to the mode in which business shall be done by the Commissioner, adapted to the present condition and duties of the office. 2. From the time when such new regulations shall have been prescribed, those heretofore adopted on this subject
shall be and are hereby rescinded. Andrew Jackson, Washington, November the 8th, 1836. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John D. Parker. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Revised Regulations Number 1, concerning the execution of the Act of the 9th of July, 1832, providing for the appointment of a Commissioner of Indian Affairs by B.F. Butler. 1. All business connected with or arising out of Indian relations will be transacted in the Office of Indian Affairs under the management and direction of the Commissioner, appointed under the Act of July 9, 1832, and that officer will be held responsible for its prompt, faithful, and legal execution, subject, however, in all things, to the supervision of the President and Secretary of War. 2. The 6 clerks and messenger heretofore employed in the office, and the 6 clerks and messenger heretofore employed in the office of the Commissary General of Subsistence on business relating to Indian emigration are hereby assigned to duty in the Office of Indian Affairs. 3. To each of the clerks, the Commissioner will assign such duties as the public service may seem to him to render proper. 4. Such record books will be kept, and such arrangement of papers, books, files, etc., be made as the Commissioner may deem proper. 5. The administrative examination of accounts, claims, etc., required by law to be had in the office will be conducted upon the following principles. First, all claims and accounts for expenditures will be rigidly examined, and when authorized by law, or by the regulations or instructions, or when, in the exercise of a sound discretion, the Commissioner is of opinion the expenditure or claim is proper and just, they will receive his sanction and then be passed to the second auditor for settlement. When illegal or contrary to the regulations or instructions, or when, in the opinion of the Commissioner, the expenditure or claim is improper and unjust, he will withhold his sanction and state his objection for the consideration of the accounting officers. But in all cases of difficulty or importance, depending on discretionary authority, the Commissioner will take the direction of the Secretary of War. Second, the Commissioner will, in all cases, examine the circumstances of each expenditure, and, where the amount is not previously fixed, he will ascertain the reasonableness of the claim, and annex such explanatory observations as may the better enable the accounting officers to perform their duty. Third, where particular instructions authorizing the service or expenditure have been given and are necessary to a just decision of the matter, the proper extracts therefrom will be transmitted by the Commissioner with all the accounts. 6. Other regulations will be made from time to time should the public service demand them. B.F. Butler, Secretary of War ad interim, War Department, November 11, 1836. End of section 39. Read by John D. Parker. Section 40 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John D. Parker. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Revised Regulations Number 2, concerning superintendencies, agencies, and subagencies, by J.R. Poinsett. Adopted April 13, 1837. Acting Superintendency of Michigan. Boundaries. 1. The Acting Superintendency of Michigan will include all the Indians in that state and the tribe of Ottawas at Maumee in the state of Ohio, and will embrace the following agency and subagencies. 2. The Agency of Michilimackinac to include all the Indians on the peninsula of Michigan, from the mouth of Thunder Bay River, round the shore of the lakes, to the Grand River of Lake Michigan, on the islands in Lakes Huron and Michigan, and Grand Traverse Bay. 3. The Subagency of Saginaw to include all the Indians on the peninsula of Michigan not included in the Agency of Michilimackinac. 4. The Subagency of the Sault Ste. Marie to include the Indians north of the Agency of Michilimackinac, extending west to the eastern boundary of Wisconsin Territory. Sites. 5. The Acting Superintendency of Michigan will be established in the winter at Detroit, in the summer at Michilimackinac. 6. The Subagency of Saginaw will be at or near that place. 7. The Subagency for the Sault Ste. Marie will be at or near Fort Brady. Interpreters. 8. For the Acting Superintendency at Detroit will be allowed 1. 9. For the Agency at Michilimackinac, 2. 10. For the Subagency of Saginaw, 1. 11. For the Subagency of Fort Brady, 1. Superintendency of Wisconsin Territory. Boundaries. 12. The Superintendency of Wisconsin Territory will include all the Indians within the boundaries of that territory, as defined by the Act of Congress of April 20, 1836, entitled An Act Establishing the Territory of Wisconsin, except the Sioux of the Upper Missouri, the Mandans, and the tribes and bands north of them on the same river, and embrace the following agencies and subagencies. 13. The Agency for the Sacs and Foxes to include all the Indians of these tribes. 14. The Agency of St. Peter's to include the various families of the Sioux tribe upon the waters of the Mississippi and its tributary streams, and upon those of Red River, except the Sioux of Wabasha's band. 15. The Subagency of Prairie du Chien to include the Winnebago Indians in the territory of Wisconsin and the Sioux of Wabasha's band. 16. The Subagency of Green Bay to include the Menominee Indians and the Indians who have emigrated from New York in the territory of Wisconsin. 17. The Subagency of LaPointe to include the Chippewa Indians west of the eastern boundary of Wisconsin and east of a line drawn southeasterly from the southern extremity of the Lake of the Woods to the upper lake on Brute River, thence in a direct line to Lake Flambeau, thence down the channel of the Chippewa River to its junction with the Mississippi. 18. The Subagency of the Crow Wing River to include the Chippewas in the territory of Wisconsin residing west of the western boundary of the LaPointe Subagency. Sites. 19. The Superintendency of the Territory of Wisconsin will, of course, be established at the seat of government of that territory. 20. The Agency for the Sacs and Foxes will be at a point selected under the direction of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 21. The Agency for the St. Peter's will be at or near Fort Snelling. 22. The Subagency for Green Bay will, for the present, be at that place. 23. The Subagency for Prairie du Chien will be at that place. 24. The Subagency for LaPointe will be at that place. 25. The Subagency for the Crow Wing River will be at a point selected under the direction of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Interpreters. 26. For the Superintendency of Wisconsin Territory will be allowed 1. 27. For the agency for the Sacs and Foxes, 1. 28. For the agency at St. Peter's, 2. 29. For the subagency for the Menomonees, 1. 30. For the subagency for the Winnebagos, 1. 31. For the subagency at La Pointe, 1. 32. For the subagency of the Crow Wing River, 1. Superintendency of St. Louis. Boundaries. 33. The superintendency at St. Louis will include the tribes and bands accepted from the superintendency of Wisconsin in the preceding section, the Ottawas, Chippewas, and Potawatomis north, and all the other Indians south of the Missouri River and north of the northern line of the Osage Reservation, and will embrace the following agencies and subagencies. 34. The agency of Fort Leavenworth to include the Delawares, Kansas, Shawnees, and Kickapoos. 35. The agency of Council Bluffs to include the Ottos and Missourias, Omahas, and Pawnees. 36. The agency of the Upper Missouri to include the Sioux of that river, the Cheyennes, and Punkahs. 37. The subagency of the Upper Missouri to include the Mandans, Assiniboines, Blackfeet Indians, Crows, Arickarees, and Gros Ventres. 38. The subagency of Council Bluffs to include the United Nation of the Ottawas, Chippewas, and Potawatomis north of the Missouri. 39. The subagency of the Great Nemaha to include the Iowas and Sacs of Missouri. 40. The subagency of the Osage River to include the Potawatomis, Ottawas, Peorias, and Kaskaskias, Piankashas, and Weas. Sites. 41. The superintendency of St. Louis will, of course, be established at that place. 42. The agency for Fort Leavenworth will, for the present, remain at the site of the Northern Agency of the Western Territory. 43. The agency for Council Bluffs will be at that place. 44. The agency for the Upper Missouri will be at the site of the subagency for the Sioux of the Missouri. 45. The subagency for the Upper Missouri will be at the site of the subagency for the Mandans. 46. The subagencies for the Great Nemaha and the Osage Rivers will be at points selected under the direction of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 47. The subagency for Council Bluffs will be at that place. Interpreters. 48. For the superintendency of St. Louis will be allowed 1. 49. For the agency of Council Bluffs, 3. 50. For the agency of Fort Leavenworth, 2. 51. For the agency of the Upper Missouri, 2. 52. For the subagency of the Great Nemaha, 2. 53. For the subagency of the Upper Missouri, 1. 54. For the subagency of Council Bluffs, 1. 55. For the subagency of the Osage River, 1. Acting Superintendency of the Western Territory. Boundaries. 56. The acting superintendency provided for by the 30th section of the Act to Regulate Trade and Intercourse with the Indian Tribes will be denominated the Acting Superintendency of the Western Territory, and will include all the Indians south of the Missouri River and the southern line of the St. Louis Superintendency, and as far west as the Rocky Mountains, and will embrace the following agencies and subagencies. 57. The agency for the Choctaws to include all the Indians of that tribe. 58. The agency of the Creeks to include all the Indians of that tribe and the Seminoles. 59. The agency of the Cherokees to include all the Indians of that tribe west of the Mississippi River. 60. The subagency of the Osages to include all the Indians of that tribe. 61. The subagency of the Neosho to include the Senecas and Shawnees, and Quapaws. Sites. 62. The acting superintendency of the Western Territory will be established at the site of the agency for the Choctaws. 63. The agencies for the Creeks and Cherokees and the subagency for the Osages will remain at their present positions. 64. The subagency for the Neosho will be at a point selected under the direction of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Interpreters. 65. For the acting superintendency of the Western Territory will be allowed 1. 66. For the Choctaw Agency, 1. 67. For the Cherokee Agency, 1. 68. For the Creek Agency, 1. 69. For the Osage Subagency, 1. 70. For the Subagency of the Neosho, 1. Miscellaneous. Boundaries. 71. The agency of the Chickasaws to include all the Indians of that tribe. 72. The subagency in Ohio to include all the Wyandots of that state. 73. The subagency in New York to include the Seneca and other bands of Indians in that state. 74. The superintendent of the emigration of the United Nation of the Ottawas, Chippewas, and Potawatomis in the states of Illinois and Michigan will perform the duties of Indian agent for them. 75. The superintendent of the emigration of the Potawatomis of Indiana will perform the duties of Indian agent for them and for the Miamis. 76. The superintendent of the emigration of the Eastern Cherokees will perform the duties of Indian agent for them. Sites. 77. The agency for the Chickasaws will be established at Pontotoc in the state of Mississippi until they have emigrated, afterwards at a point in their new country selected under the direction of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 78. The subagency in Ohio will be at Upper Sandusky. 79. The subagency in New York will be at Buffalo. 80. The acting agency for the Potawatomis and other tribes in Indiana will be at Logansport. 81. The acting agency for the United Nations of the Ottawas, Chippewas, and Potawatomis in Illinois and Michigan will be at Chicago. 82. The acting agency for the Eastern Cherokees will be at Calhoun, Tennessee. Interpreters. 83. For the Chickasaw agency will be allowed 1. 84. For the subagency in Ohio, 1. 85. For the subagency in New York, 1. 86. For the acting agents in Indiana, Illinois, and Tennessee, the duties of interpreters will be performed by the interpreters employed for the removal of the Indians. In some of the instances in which more than one interpreter is allowed, specific compensations, at less than the maximum rate allowed by law, have been granted. These will be regulated by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 87. The agent for the Chickasaws, until the removal of that tribe is completed, the subagents in Ohio and New York, and the acting agents at Logansport, Chicago, and Calhoun will report directly to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. The other agents and subagents will report to the superintendent within whose limits they are stationed. J.R. Poinsett, Secretary of War, War Department, April 13, 1837. End of Section 40. Read by John D. Parker. Section 41 of Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John D. Parker. Annual Report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 1837, by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Revised Regulations Number 3, for carrying into effect the Act of June 30, 1834. Organizing the Department of Indian Affairs, by J.R. Poinsett. Adopted June 1, 1837. General Duties of Superintendents. 1. To carry into effect the instructions of the War Department and superintend and control the intercourse between the several tribes in conformity with the provisions of the Intercourse Act of 1834. 2. To superintend and control the intercourse between the Indians and citizens of the United States or strangers with passports. 3. To superintend and control the conduct of the agents and subagents, to suspend them from office whenever sufficient reasons exist, and to communicate the reasons therefor to the War Department. 4. To exercise a general supervision and control of the accounts of agents and subagents, to procure from them estimates of all the sums due to the tribes under their charge, respectively, which they will embody in one general estimate and transmit semi-annually to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. These estimates will show the amount under each head of appropriation. General duties of agents and subagents. 5. To superintend and manage the intercourse of their respective tribes with other tribes and with the citizens of the United States. 6. To carry into effect the instructions of the War Department or the Superintendent of Indian Affairs and the regulations prescribed by the President. 7. To reside and keep their agencies or sub-agencies within or near the tribes committed to their charge, at such points as the War Department shall designate, and not to depart from the limits of their agencies or sub-agencies without permission. 8. Agents will give bonds in the sum of $2,000, sub-agents of $1,000. One or more sufficient sureties will be given, and their sufficiency will be certified whenever practicable by the United States District Judge or District Attorney. In other cases, by the Superintendent of Indian Affairs, the military officers in command of the nearest post, or some other person known to the Department. The oath of office will be taken before a judge or justice of the peace. Particular duties prescribed in different sections of this Act. 9. To nominate to the Department suitable persons for teachers, blacksmiths, farmers, mechanics, etc., for whose support provision is made by treaties, and in making the selection, to give a preference to persons of Indian descent when any properly qualified can be found. 10. When these nominations are approved and before the persons appointed enter upon their duties, the agent or subagent will bind them by contracts to the faithful performance of their duties, for the compensation fixed by law or allowed by the Department. These contracts will be filed with the military officer before any payments are made by him for services, and will be transmitted with his accounts. If the compensation be fixed by law, reference will be made in the contract to the act and section, if by the Department, to the letter making the allowance. 11. Where the sites of the smith shops, schools, or farms are not designated in treaties, the agent or subagent will recommend suitable positions for the consideration of the Department. 12. The agent or subagent will prepare and transmit annual statements exhibiting the manner in which the farmers, mechanics, and others have been employed during the year, the quantity of agricultural implements or other articles delivered to them and by them to the Indians, the number of farms or acres cultivated, the kind of cultivation, and the amount and disposition of the produce, the number of Indians instructed in agriculture or mechanical arts, distinguishing minors from adults. 13. The agent or subagent will prepare and transmit to the superintendent a statement of the number of each tribe under his charge, distinguishing those employed in the chase, agricultural or mechanical pursuits, a map showing the location of each band or tribe, the sites of the several public buildings, and he will designate the post office to which letters should be addressed. Whenever teachers are employed, they also will be required to furnish these statistical returns and other statements illustrative of the physical aspect of the country, its mineral resources and water privileges, and other matters, a knowledge of which will be useful to the department and satisfactory to the people. These statistical exhibits will be consolidated by the superintendent, so as to present at one view the condition of the district and tribes assigned to him. 14. The agent or subagent will annually prepare lists of all persons connected with the Indian Department in his agency or subagency. These will show the names of these persons, distinguishing the natives, where any are employed, the dates of their appointments, their compensations, and the article of the treaty or the section of the law by virtue of which they were appointed. To these lists will be appended certificates that none of the persons have any interest or concern in the trade with the Indians, except for and on account of the United States. 15. Furloughs can be granted by the superintendent and, on appeal, may be obtained from the War Department, but in no case for a longer period than 60 days, and if the absence, even with permission, exceed that period, the salary will not be paid during such absence. The superintendents will make special reports of all furloughs granted by them, and the time for which the persons to whom they were granted were respectively absent, and the amount, if any, to be deducted from the salaries. In the cases in which agents perform the duties of acting superintendents, applications for furloughs will be made by them to the War Department. 16. Other duties of agents and subagents are prescribed in subsequent paragraphs of these regulations. Additional ones will be pointed out in those concerning trade and intercourse. 17. The agent or subagent will deliver to the smiths, millers, or farmers the implements, iron, steel, coal, and other articles procured by the military officer under treaty stipulations, appropriately coming under their charge, taking from them duplicate receipts. He will exercise a vigilant supervision over them and see that their services and all the articles furnished them are applied for the exclusive benefit of the Indians. 18. The agent or subagent will visit the schools in his agency or subagency at least once in each year and make a careful inspection of the buildings, the accounts, the clothing and food of the children. He will prepare complete reports exhibiting the results of this inspection with the number of teachers and pupils, distinguishing males from females, the studies of each class, the general system of education, the capacity and progress of each scholar, and such suggestions as occur to him for the improvement of these establishments. He will also report the condition of schools, if any, not supported in whole or in part by the United States or from funds provided in Indian treaties. He will also procure and transmit reports from the principals of all the schools, prepared in conformity with these regulations and others heretofore issued. When buildings for schools are erected by societies with the sanction of this department, and application is made for an allowance of a part of their cost, the agent or subagent will inspect them and forward a description of them, with an expression of his opinion of the sum that, under all the circumstances of the case, should be paid to the society erecting them. He will keep himself acquainted with the character and conduct of the teachers and all persons acting under them, and report any impropriety for the consideration of the department. 19. All the accounts, reports, statements, exhibits, returns, and estimates required by these regulations of superintendents, agents, subagents, or teachers will be forwarded in season to reach the Department of War by the first day of October in each year. If they arrive later than this, they will be of little use in preparing the annual communication required to be made to Congress. The department is charged with neglect, and the country is kept in ignorance. Disregard of these regulations will be considered just cause for censure, and if persisted in, for removal from office. A failure on the part of teachers to transmit the statements required of them will induce the withholding of the pecuniary allowances made for the societies and schools with which they are connected. Duties of interpreters. 20. Interpreters will be nominated to the War Department by the proper agents or subagents and may be suspended by them from their pay and duties. 21. Where an agency includes but one tribe, but one interpreter will be appointed. 22. Where one agency includes different tribes speaking different languages and additional interpreters are considered necessary, the circumstances will be reported for the determination of the Department of War. 23. Interpreters will perform any service that may be required of them by the proper superintendent, agent, or subagent, and the latter will place them, whenever circumstances require it, under the direction of commissioners or other special agents acting under the authority of the United States. 24. Teachers, farmers, mechanics, and other persons employed by virtue of treaty stipulations will be nominated by the proper agent or subagent, or appointed by the War Department. 25. They will be under the supervision and control of the proper agent or subagent, and comply with instructions they may receive from him, the Superintendent of Indian Affairs, or the War Department. Military dispersing officers and their duties. 26. 3 officers of the Army have been assigned to duty in the Indian Department and stationed at Detroit, St. Louis, and Little Rock, respectively. Each of these will be styled the principal military dispersing officer of the district. The District of Detroit will include the acting superintendency of Michigan, the Indian tribes in New York, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, the Menomonees, the New York Indians near Green Bay, and the Chippewas of the LaPointe Subagency. The District of St. Louis will include the Indian tribes in the superintendency of the same name, the Chippewas attached to the subagency of the Crow Wing River, the Sioux, the Sacs and Foxes, the Winnebagos, and the Osages, the latter for the investment of their annuities in goods only. The District of Little Rock will include the Indian tribes in the acting superintendency of the Western Territory, excepting the investment of the annuities for the Osages in goods. 27. As a general rule, all funds required for disbursement in their respective districts will be sent to these officers. Deviations from this rule may be made with the sanction of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, as in the case of the employment of commissioners or special agents and of remote agencies and subagencies. Payments will be made by these officers, the assistant quartermasters, and assistant commissaries of subsistence at the different military posts, and by officers on duty in the Indian Department in any other branch of its service, when thereto required by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Funds will be remitted in the first instance to the principal military dispersing officer of the district, and be by him turned over to the officer or agent designated to make the disbursements. The duties of military officers in the payment of annuities are prescribed with great particularity in these regulations. Other disbursements, for services rendered or purchases made, will generally be made by them in the first case on the requisition of the superintendent, agent, or subagent, and in the second on the requisition of the person authorized to purchase. If an erroneous requisition be made, the amount will be credited to the dispersing officer, and the person drawing the requisition be held accountable for the amount, provided the sum does not exceed that placed in his hands for the purpose. The law requires that all persons whatsoever charged with the disbursement or application of money, goods, or effects of any kind for the benefit of the Indians shall settle their accounts annually with the War Department on the first day of October, and copies of the same shall be laid before Congress annually at the commencement of the next session thereafter. All persons, therefore, coming within the purview of this provision will transmit their accounts in time to reach the War Department by the day named. 28. The salaries of all persons employed in the Indian Department are payable quarterly. 29. The words actual traveling expenses and traveling expenses used in the 10th and 13th sections of the law are construed to embrace all necessary expenses while absent on the business. such as stage fare, steamboat fare, horse hire, ferriages, subsistence by the way, and such other reasonable charges as travelers are subject to, over and above what they would expend if stationary. Payment of annuities. 30. The 11th section of this Act permits any tribe to appropriate their annuities to the purpose of education or to any other specific use, but the exercise of this privilege is dependent on the discretion of the executive, and no appropriation of any part of their annuities can be made by a tribe, under this section, without the express sanction of the Department of War. 31. This section also provides that all annuities or other sums stipulated to be paid to any Indian tribe shall be paid to the chiefs of such tribe, or to such persons as the tribe may designate. The person to whom a payment is made under this provision must be of Indian descent, or a recognized member of the tribe, and no payments will be made of any portion of the annuities to any other persons, except claimants for depredations under the 17th section of the Intercourse Act of 1834. 32. The preliminary arrangement for the payment of annuities or other sums will be made by the proper superintendent, agent, or subagent, and the payment will be made by the person designated by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 33. The military officer so assigned will notify the superintendent, agent, or subagent when the funds are received by him, and they will then, upon mutual consultation, determine the time and place at which the payment shall be made, fixing the latter in the Indian country if possible, that the provisions of the intercourse law may be applied if necessary. 34. The proper superintendent, agent, or subagent will convene the Indians at the time fixed upon. 35. The provisions that will be necessary will be procured by the agent from the commissariat when convenient or upon contracts based upon proposals made on notices previously given of not less than 10 days. The contract will be handed by him to the dispersing officer, who will forward it with his accounts. 36. The ration will consist of 1 pound of fresh beef, or 3/4 of a pound of salt meat, 3/4 of a quart of corn, or corn meal, or 1 pound of wheat flour to each person, and of 4 quarts of salt for every 100 persons. Provisions to be issued at the payment of annuities may be purchased. 37. For the subagency in New York, to the amount of $250. 38. For the subagency in Ohio, to the amount of $150. 39. For the acting agency in Indiana, to the amount of $600. 40. For the acting agency in Illinois, to the amount of $400. 41. For the subagency of Saginaw, to the amount of $200. 42. For the agency of Michilimackinac, to the amount of $300. 43. For the subagency of Green Bay, to the amount of $400. 44. For the subagency of Prairie du Chien, to the amount of $400. 45. For the agency of St. Peter's, to the amount of $400. 46. For the agency of the Sacs and Foxes, to the amount of $300. 47. For the agency of the Upper Missouri, to the amount of $300. 48. For the agency of Council Bluffs, to the amount of $200. 49. For the agency of Fort Leavenworth, to the amount of $400. 50. For the subagency of Council Bluffs, to the amount of $150. 51. For the subagency of the Great Nemaha, to the amount of $200. 52. For the subagency of the Osage River, to the amount of $200. 53. For the agency of the Choctaws, to the amount of $600. 54. For the agency for the Creeks, to the amount of $600. 55. for the agency of the Western Cherokees to the amount of $300. 56. For the subagency of the Osages to the amount of $150. 57. For the subagency for the Neosho to the amount of $200. 58. When provisions are drawn from the commissariats, the ration will be estimated at 10 cents, and the number of rations drawn will not exceed that which could be purchased at that rate, with the sums allowed. 59. The Commissioner of Indian Affairs will vary these allowances whenever the information received by him renders it proper. The Department relies upon the various officers in reducing them to as low an amount as may be compatible with the public service. 60. The provisions will be issued under the direction of the superintendent, agent, or subagent, and proper abstracts of purchases and issues will be prepared by him and forwarded with the accounts of the military officer. 61. As a general rule, provisions will be issued for not exceeding 3 days. Exceptions to this may be authorized by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 62. When the Indians are assembled, the superintendent, agent, or subagent will inquire of them to whom the payments shall be made, and he will make his requisition upon the military officer to make the payment in the manner a majority of the Indians present may designate. 63. If the payment be made to the chiefs, duplicate receipts will be taken. These will be certified by the agent, military officer, and interpreter, and one of them will be forwarded with the accounts. 64. If the payment be made to heads of families, it will be done on payrolls, showing the name of each Indian, the number of persons in his family, and the amount due to him. Receipts will be taken in this case, certified and disposed of in the manner as the receipts of the chiefs. 65. If a claim for depredations has been paid during the year, or has been ordered to be paid, the superintendent, agent, or subagent will give full explanations to the Indians and, in the latter case, will, before the annuity is paid to the Indians, make his requisition on the military officer to deduct the amount. 66. Before the Indians are dismissed, the superintendent, agent, or subagent will inquire if they wish their annuities to be paid in goods or money the next year. Their answer will be reduced to writing, certified by him, the military officer, and the interpreter, and transmitted to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Purchase of goods for Indians. 67. The 12th section of this Act authorizes the payment of annuities in goods at the request of any Indian tribe. 68. The 13th section prescribes the mode in which the goods so required and all merchandise stipulated in any treaty to be furnished the Indians shall be purchased. 1. Purchases of goods with annuities. 69. When a tribe are to receive their annuities in goods, the agent will prepare an invoice of the articles proper to be procured and submit it to the Indians. If they desire any change to be made in it, and the desire is reasonable, he will comply with it, but he will be careful to keep within the quantity that can probably be procured with the annuities. This invoice will be certified by him, the military officer, and the interpreter. One copy will be sent to the principal dispersing officer of the district, another to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Notices will be issued under the direction of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs in no instance of less than 10 days, and, when practicable, of 60 days. These notices will contain the articles enumerated in the invoices and others, if it be necessary to increase the quantity, and invite proposals for contracts, to deliver them at times and places to be designated by the Commissioner upon such conditions and under such securities and restrictions as he may prescribe. 70. Goods thus purchased will be delivered by the military officer to the Indians in the presence of the agent and receipts taken, witnessed, and disposed of in the same manner as receipts taken for the annuities when paid in money. A majority of the Indians present will determine to whom the goods shall be delivered. 2. merchandise required to be furnished by treaty stipulations. 71. The word merchandise will be construed to include every article stipulated to be furnished to Indians after the ratification of a treaty. The superintendent will require the agent or subagent of the tribe to transmit to him a list showing the quantities, kind, and quality of each article and indicating the place and time at which they should be delivered. The superintendent will hand this to the principal military dispersing offices, and, after mutual consultation, the latter will invite proposals for contracts to deliver them at the place and time indicated. Copies of the advertisements in this case, and all others for the Indian Department, will be forwarded to the Office of Indian Affairs. The proceedings of the agent or subagent will, of course, be subject to the revision of the superintendent. 72. So much of the 13th section as relates to the purchase of merchandise required at the making of a treaty will be noticed under the head of negotiation with Indian tribes. 73. All contracts will be opened on a day fixed in the advertisement, and a preference given with reference to the price, quality, quantity, and security offered. Negotiations with Indian tribes. Duties of the Commissioners. 74. To determine the time and place at which the Indians shall be convened in council, which, whenever practicable, will be in the Indian country where the intercourse law can be enforced. 75. To select the persons whose services may be necessary as commissaries, interpreters, messengers, and expresses, and in the baking and issuing department. 76. To direct the manner in which the buildings for themselves and the council shall be built, the quantity of provisions that shall be purchased, and the mode in which they shall be purchased, and the amount of presents that shall be procured and delivered to the Indians. 77. To prescribe rules, in conformity with the intercourse law, for the conduct of the traders, and regulations for the government of the agent, interpreters, and all others in the execution of the duties hereinafter assigned to them. 78. To superintend the disbursement of and account for the funds appropriated for the expenses of holding the treaty, and which will be procured under the direction of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, to certify the accounts of all persons employed by them. Duties of the Secretary. 79. Under the direction of the Commissioners, to keep a full record of all the proceedings, from the commencement to the close of the negotiation, of the speeches of the Commissioners and Indians, and of all propositions for the treaty, showing by which party it was made, the reasons assigned for and against it, and its final disposition. 80. To keep in regular files all claims presented by white persons or Indians, and the evidence connected with them, and to note upon each the action of the commissioners upon it. 81. To keep in regular files all the accounts of the commissioners, and prepare the usual abstracts, accounts current, and vouchers for transmission to the Office of Indian Affairs. Duties of the agent or subagent of the tribe. 82. To convene the Indians at the time and place appointed by the commissioners. 83. To superintend the erection of buildings. 84. To procure the necessary presents and provisions. 85. To superintend the issues of presents, provisions, and merchandise, and render to the commissioners abstracts of purchases and issues. 86. To carry into effect, under the authority given them in the intercourse law, any instructions of the commissioners to enforce the rules prescribed by them for the conduct of the traders, and to maintain the regulations for the government of persons employed at the treaty. 87. To perform any services properly required of them by the commissioners. Duties of commissaries. 88. To receive and keep safely the presents, provisions, and merchandise, and issue them under the superintendence of the agent or subagent. 89. To employ and direct the persons required in the baking department to supply the public table under the direction of the agent, subagent, or commissioners, and to render their accounts to the latter. Provisions for Indians. 90. In addition to the provisions authorized to be procured for Indians assembled to receive annuities, the 16th section of this act authorizes the President to cause such rations as he shall judge proper, and as can be spared from the Army provisions without injury to the service, to be issued to the Indians who may visit the military posts or agencies of the United States on the frontiers or in their respective nations, and prescribes that a special account of such issues shall be kept and rendered. 91. The quantity of provisions authorized to be procured at the payment of annuities is stated in paragraphs from 37 to 57. The quantity that may be procured under the 16th section of the Act just quoted herein will be as follows. 92. For the sub-agency in New York to the amount to $25. 93. For the sub-agency in Ohio, $25. 94. For the acting superintendency of Michigan to the amount of $50. 95. For the sub-agency of Saginaw to the amount of $25. 96. For the acting agency in Indiana to the amount of $50. 97. For the agency of Michilimackinac to the amount of $100. 98. For the sub-agency of the Sault Ste. Marie to the amount of $50. 99. For the sub-agency of Prairie du Chien to the amount of $150. 100. For the sub-agency of Green Bay to the amount of $50. 101. For the sub-agency of La Pointe to the amount of $200. 102. For the sub-agency of the Crow Wing River to the amount of $200. 103. For the superintendency of Wisconsin to the amount of $200. 104. For the agency for the Sacs and Foxes to the amount of $100. 105. For the agency of St. Peter's to the amount of $200. 106. For the superintendency of St. Louis to the amount of $200. 107. For the agency of Fort Leavenworth to the amount of $50. 108. For the agency of Council Bluffs to the amount of $100. 109. For the agency of the Upper Missouri to the amount of $400. 110. For the sub-agency of the Upper Missouri to the amount of $600. 111. For the sub-agency of the Great Nemaha River to the amount of $50. 112. For the sub-agency of the Osage River to the amount of $100. 113. For the acting superintendency of the Western Territory, its agencies and sub-agencies, to the amount of $600. 114. If provisions are drawn from the commissariats, the ration will be valued at 10 cents, and no greater number of rations will be drawn than could be purchased at that rate with the sums allowed. 115. As these allowances, together with those for the payment of annuities, trench very closely on the appropriation, they will in no event be exceeded without the express sanction of the War Department. This rule must not be disregarded from any considerations of expediency. 116. The visits of Indians to the superintendencies, agencies, and sub-agencies, except on actual business, will be at all times discouraged. 117. Where tribes enjoy liberal benefits by virtue of treaty stipulations, especially where they have agricultural implements and assistance and stock, they must be induced to provide for themselves, and not to expect all from the government from this appropriation. 118. Regular abstracts of receipts and issues of provisions will be kept by the person procuring and delivering them, and handed to the military dispersing officer to be forwarded with the accounts. Presents to Indians. 119. The 15th section of this act restricts the distribution of presents to the friendly tribes west of the Mississippi River and north of the boundary of the Western Territory and the region upon Lake Superior and the head of the Mississippi. The northern boundary of the Western Territory was described in a bill providing for the organization of such a territory, which was submitted to Congress simultaneously with this act, and the act regulating trade and intercourse with the Indian tribes in 1834, but which did not become a law. As therein described, it was the south banks of the Missouri and Platte rivers. The tribes south of that line cannot, of course, receive presents. 120. The agents of the tribes to whom presents are to be given will transmit to the superintendent annual statements showing the domestic animals and implements of husbandry and goods suitable for the Indians, and these will be purchased in the manner merchandise furnished under treaty stipulations is hereinbefore directed to be procured. Property. 121. There will be property returns under two separate heads, one to embrace all articles procured for delivery to the Indians under treaty stipulations, and one to embrace all other descriptions of property in the keeping of superintendents, agents, and subagents. 122. The returns under the first head to be prepared and forwarded quarterly, showing the date, from whom purchased, or by whom transferred. A detailed list of the articles with their quantity, arranged under appropriate heads, embracing all articles intended for distribution among the Indians. 123. The returns under the second head to be prepared immediately and hereafter to be prepared and forwarded annually. These will exhibit, under appropriate heads, a brief description of agency houses and other buildings occupied by the agents or other persons in the public employment, when authorized by law or sanctioned by the department, with their furniture, etc., cost or present value and locations, Indian schoolhouses, farms, farming utensils and stock, blacksmiths, and other mechanic shops, etc. Accounts and accountability. 124. To ensure a more perfect and uniform accountability in the disbursement of money appropriated for the Indian Department, and to indicate a plan for keeping, stating, and rendering accounts for settlement, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs will prepare and annex to these regulations such forms as he may think necessary. Official Letters. 125. The superintendents, principal dispersing agents, and such agents and subagents as correspond directly with the War Department will furnish monthly a statement showing the date, contents, etc., of each letter received from the Department, together with the date and a brief of the answer. 126. All communications on Indian affairs must be directed to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. J.R. Poinsett, Secretary of War, War Department, June 1, 1837. End of Section 41. Read by John D. Parker.